Tanshan Divine City. It was the main base of the heavenly demon divine cult, as well as a city built by the survivors of the fire worship cult. Tanshan Divine City was larger than most medium-sized cities. The city's population was diverse. Descendants of the fire worship cult, nearby barbarians, refugees from the Central Plains who had converted to the divine cult, and disciples of the unorthodox faction and demonic path who had moved due to persecution. Additionally, there were also technicians and their families who had been kidnapped and unwillingly settled there. Thus, with its population, territory, and numerous armed groups, the heavenly demon divine cult was like a small nation of itself. However, the heavenly demon divine cult had a significant problem. Ever since the celestial martial emperor stole their divine arts and hid them somewhere, there was a supreme, but no heavenly demon. A heavenly demon divine cult without a heavenly demon. It was like a meat bun without meat. Yet, even without meat, it still looked good on the outside. They had placed a legitimate heir on the throne as the supreme. Nevertheless, it was still just a ruler without divine arts. Listening to Jaianpohi's explanation, King nodded in agreement. You're talking about the alleged supreme, right, senior sister? Yeah. Huh? No, you can't use such bad words. Surprised, Jaianpohi covered King's mouth. The alleged supra. No, it was blasphemous to even say it. If the enforcers of the discipline hall, or even other senior sisters, heard it, they could be beheaded for such remarks. King emphasized through her blocked mouth. Urged Supreme. Number. Don't. You shouldn't say such bad words. Bad girl. Exactly who was calling whom a bad girl? King was so dumbfounded that she kept silent. The Supreme is currently in an incomplete state. However, once we retrieve the divine arts, then the Supreme has blocked his meridians and sealed his dungeon himself. Once he recovers the divine arts, he will overcome chi deviation and soar beyond the demonic descent realm to become the future heavenly demon. It seemed like the natural realm wannabe had that type of setting. However, to King, it sounded no different from a gambler boasting they would repay their debt. By the way, so you know about such an advanced word? Do you even know what it means, senior sister? I don't. I heard it during our lessons, and this was the downside of rote education. When that day comes, the 100,000 divine cult disciples led by the strongest heavenly demon in history will sweep across the Central Plains, defeating the oppressors and fanning the holy flames of the divine cult. What? Their mindset was more akin to the Kianlima one than the heavenly demon. King asked again, dumbfounded. What will you do after fanning the divine cult's holy flames? Well, obviously, I don't know anything. I'm sure the higher-ups would know. Well, I guess it was good if she was all sunshines and rainbows about it. Anyway, the heavenly demon divine arts, was it? King summoned the martial arts window. Search for heavenly demon divine arts. Then the martial arts window complied. Martial arts, heavenly demon cultivation technique, heavenly demon chi circulation technique, heavenly demon sutra, heavenly demon hell slaying technique, heavenly demon celestial chi, heavenly demon 13 swords, heavenly demon serene divine sword, heavenly demon azure divine sword, heavenly demon iron demonic path, heavenly demon absolute rhythmic path. There were 10 entries on one page. King turned to the next page of the martial arts window. Martial arts, heavenly demon azure demonic path, heavenly demon death piercing spear, heavenly demon 6 fists, heavenly demon divine fist, heavenly demon heaven sealing palm, heavenly demon hand, heavenly demon destructive hand, heavenly demonic earth, heavenly demon eternally prosperous and radiant nails, heavenly demon dominion steps. And then another page. Martial arts, heavenly demon phantom steps, heavenly demon submerging technique, heavenly demon flying technique, heavenly demon palm, heavenly demon forbidden technique, heavenly demon royal coiling power, heavenly demon starry thunder of yin and yang. A broken bar, 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 a broken bar. There were 37 martial arts across 4 pages, and they were all in purple, to boot. Wait, what there? What the foo, what is this? Why are there so many purple martial arts? What worth to the other purple martial arts if there are so fucking many? And why are there so many sword techniques and even more half-sword techniques? Is it a requirement to have a servant carry your weapons around or some shit? What? You want to use them alternately or something? Annoyed, King closed the martial arts window. Murim said that the absolute studies of divine arts were something that people couldn't master even if they trained their whole lives. She had previously guessed that the standard for those absolute studies was probably around purple. Yes, she did. But a broken bar. Even with King's cheat-like martial arts, the training speed for martial arts with a purple border was completely different from those below. They consumed 2.5 times more practice points than the next lower tier, the gold border. How the fuck am I supposed to master those 37 purple martial arts? When will I have the time to? Am I supposed to pick and choose only what I want? King asked Jyeonpo-hee, senior sister. What's the most famous of the divine arts? Of their most? Junior sister. There's only one divine art, heavenly demon divine arts. The one and only, whether above or below the heavens. Gongjian Jielu. Bakduduasung. Gojiumbuji exclamation mark 2. Do you perhaps a broken bar know what all that means? Of course. It means that it's extremely great. Nah, she's a lost cause. She doesn't know shit. I'll ask Gramps later, I guess. Forget it. Anyway, I want to look around the city, you see. Sure. Have a good time. King's eyes narrowed. What? Is she refusing to be a crutch? What value does a crutch have if it's not held by someone evil? King delivered an ultimatum. Senior sister should carry me. Yes. Me? Why? Jyeonpo-hee asked back vehemently. By the way, why is she always so noisy? Isn't it natural for senior sister to take care of a junior sister with a bad leg? What? Nonsense. Why should a senior sister take care of a junior sister? Then what do senior sisters do? They gather junior sisters when they're bored and scold them, press their solar plexus, or kick their shins, or they use them as chairs or tables, make them clean, do laundry, bathe them, and take away any men they catch. A broken bar. Oh, right. Since junior sister needs to be careful from now on, I'll let you know this, just for you. You need to be cautious when seniors that are second grade disciples call for you. When they call for me, senior sister always pinches my chest, but then says I'm pretending to be hurt and whips me. But you shouldn't endure it either. Last time senior sister ham held out, and it got torn off completely, you see. So when senior sister calls you, you should pretend it hurts right off the bat. And senior sister dab makes you eat raw meat, and if you vomit, she makes you swallow it back. So Jyeonpo-hee explained about the second grade disciples to be wary of, while occasionally showing countless scars on her arms and shoulders as she did. It was the ultimate evolution of hazing. Of course, the Bliss Palace disciples had their own reasons. They also suffered from their seniors, so they wouldn't understand why they were being singled out for doing it as well. Then, when they joined factions, they were advised to instill fear by tormenting the kids, saying that otherwise they might not know when they will try to stab you in the back. This was the reality of the law of the strong. Originally, hazing was passed down as a form of tough love, and even among them, the weakest and the most docile, Jyeonpo-hee was everyone's target for venting their frustrations. She did not have a single intact place on her body except for her face, neck, hands, and feet. King was disgusted. Is that seriously what senior sisters are supposed to do? Then, so, you're saying you're going to do that to me now? King quietly drew up her true chi. The ever-aggressive purple lightning chi burst out from her dantian. As soon as she willed it, I was going to, but you're already sorry. Your leg is injured, so I feel sorry for you. King withdrew her true chi. Her purple lightning chi seemed to hesitate before returning. What the hell? What kind of life had she lived so far? Then it seems you'll just get beaten if you stay here anyway. Wouldn't it be better to come with me? But if I get caught leaving my post, then tomorrow. No wonder she disappeared after breakfast. She must have been dragged around all day. Wait. Then what about me? Aren't I the youngest now? They didn't call for me, though. When King asked about it, Jyeonpo-hee laughed sillily. Actually, They told me to bring junior sister, but you just got here and haven't adjusted yet, so. And your leg is injured. King was flabbergasted. So this retarded bitch ruined all my fun time. That's what that means, doesn't it? Ha. What a complete retard. Huh? What? Me? You're going to drive me crazy. Crazy, I tell you. Why are you living like that? Huh? What? What did I even do? Jaeyeonpo. He made a tearful face. King sighed deeply. Who was she again? Senior sister. Okay. Did she call for me too? Huh? Yeah. Jaeyeonpo. He answered hesitantly. King spoke with an unyielding firmness. Enough. Carry me to her. Okay. Hua was the 5th disciple of the 2nd grade. She was favored by the 4th disciple of the 1st grade, Yomhiji, and was part of that faction, acting as the faction's disciplinarian. After having dinner, she was bored and thought about calling someone to discipline. Just then, someone knocked on her door and shouted loudly, "Senior sister." Okay. This is junior sister from the 3rd grade. Jaeyeonpo. He. Okay. Hua contemplated for a moment. Jaeyeonpo. He wasn't all that fun to bully. She was a simpleton without any malice or guts, just crying silently like an idiot. Even just this morning, hadn't she disciplined her because she talked back and refused to bring the new youngest? Yes, she wasn't any fun at all. No skills. No fun factor. Wait, or maybe not. Hadn't she been promoted to the 7th disciple of the 3rd grade just this morning? Okay. Hua considered for a moment. Maybe I can talk to Unli about bringing her over to our side. Jaeyeonpo. His voice called out again, as instructed. I have brought junior sister's eye. Okay. Hua tilted her head. Junior sister's eye? Her name was definitely Xaman King. Then wouldn't it be junior sister Xaman? Menking wasn't an uncommon name, but it wasn't a name that a Zai family would give to a daughter. It would be confusing since it sounded similar to the Xaman family's name. Still, well, it wasn't like it was impossible. Come in. Yes. Jaeyeonpo. He, of the 3rd grade. Coming in. Very well then. Let's see what the newest recruit looks like, shall we? Okay. Hua smiled wickedly. But unfortunately, it would take some time to confirm the new recruit's face, because just as the door opened and she tried to see how she looked at a broken bar, suddenly, her shin went prick. The other shin went prick as well. Ouch. Okay. Hua let out a rather cute sound and bent over. She saw binios, used as hair ornaments, sticking out of both her shins. Huh? Wait. Why are these stuck there? Only after seeing the wounds did the excruciating pain hit her. Okay. Hua took a deep breath to scream. Huck. Huck. Then, it almost seemed as if she heard a bell, as a blow struck her upper abdomen, making her exhale sharply and roll off the bed. The dinner she had just eaten came rushing up. Senior sister. Close the door. Okay. Got it. Click. The door locked. It was pleasantly cool from the early evening of the summer, probably because of Tanshan Divine City's high altitude. King, nestled in crutch number 2, had an infinitely clear gaze. Crutch number 2 also seemed to be in a good mood. Along with unusually glossy skin, she hummed a tune with a bright expression akin to the sun. The Yunjno, the 7th disciple of the Bliss Palace 3rd grade disciples, second-rate martial artist Jaeyeonpo. He no longer existed. Instead, there was only Jaeyeonpo. He, the 5th disciple of the 2nd grade and a martial artist who had just stepped foot into the 1st-rate realm. Of course, the essence of existence had not changed. And the essence of Jaeyeonpo. He was to be crutch number 2. The Heavenly Demon Divine City was a city composed of 9 districts. The 9 districts were intuitively named, as cities in the Central Plains typically were, divided into the Central District and East, West, South, and North districts, plus other obvious names. The Bliss Palace was located at the end of the Red Light District in the East District. So, junior sister, where should we go sightseeing first? Is there anywhere you want to visit? Shall we go look at some ornaments? Should I buy some throwing binios too? That's not my business. You do whatever you want. As for me, I heard there's a place called Stove Street in the Northwest District. That place is dangerous, though. Dangerous? It's a neighborhood where non-believers live, so patrollers don't go there at all. It's a complete lawless zone. King did not understand. To King, The entire heavenly demon divine cult seemed like an absolute shitfest where the strong reigned supreme. However, there was one thing that concerned her: patrollers, officers. Is there an official authority here, like the government? If such people were roaming around, it would be bothersome to go out at night. King herself had been caught several times before. It was because most of the people in South Korea did not understand that they shouldn't be out at night. In fact, King still didn't understand. But it wasn't just King. All masters thought the same way. When one reached a higher realm, they suddenly couldn't comprehend that nighttime walks could be dangerous. Officers, official authority, government. Ah, right. You're from the Central Plains, right, junior sister? We don't have an official authority, or a government. Our patrollers are members of the cult. Sure, in the Central Plains, they say those officers extort money and kidnap children to eat them, right? We need to quickly liberate the Central Plains from the oppression of the officials and the Murim in order to— Enough. Forget it. Rather than that a broken bar, King cut off Jeonpo's nonsense straight away. Are there many patrollers? Do they also catch people roaming at night here? At night? Why would they be there at night? Patrollers get off work when the sun sets. A broken bar? A broken bar? King was momentarily speechless. Wasn't patrolling supposed to be done at night? During the day, all that happened were minor scuffles among the people of Murim, so there was nothing for the officers to do. Thus, maintaining public order on the authorities' side was mainly about keeping guard at night. At any rate, this was good news for King, who was conducting a preliminary reconnaissance for her night outing. All right, let's head to Stove Street. What's to worry about when there's a master here? And that night, King, with her face tightly wrapped, jumped over a wall. Their zero-gravity steps of the maiden footwork truly displayed its worth. A narrow yard of one span and a cozy house with 2 rooms. King carefully removed the door that she had broken by grabbing and crushing the hinge. And right as she entered, something got caught on her ankle. A thin thread, barely visible to the eye. A trap. King immediately flung her body. And surprisingly, nothing happened. No arrows or needles flew at her, nor did any loud noise announce her intrusion. What is this? A trap with nothing to show for it? The fuck? What's up with this unsettling feeling? King stood up feeling rather unnerved. It was at that moment. Who is it? The sliding door creaked open, and a middle-aged man appeared. It was a strange sight. After all, his hair and face were dripping wet. He didn't seem to harbor any hostility. As such, King decided to first ask what she was dying to know at this moment. Were you washing your face or something? Did you not pull the string? The middle-aged man pointed inside with the blade in his hand. On top of a table that was awkwardly close to the bed, there was an overturned water bottle. Is it structured so that pulling the string douses you with water? That is correct. But speaking of, who are you? Coming at this hour? At that, I heard you have some good martial arts, so I came to ask for some. Are you perhaps the person known as Sealga? The middle-aged man replied. You probably heard the name Seal Ganem, not Seal Georgia. My surname is Seal, and my name is Ganem. It is rare, but it is a proper Northern Sea-style name. Oh, your name is Seal Ganem, a broken bar. It was pretty interesting, but the name of a mere villain was not what was important. Anyway, as for the ice godly azure demonic arts, whatever it is, if you hand it over obediently, there won't be any bloodshed. It's called Heavenly Ice Zura Demonic Arts. You seem to be a robber that is quite lacking in the head, ho? Anyway, hand it over nicely before things get very painful for you. The man asked back. Why do this? If you wish to learn, you could just become a disciple, could you not? I already have a master. Aren't you a demonic cult disciple? Demonic cult disciples would do anything for martial arts, do they not? Even if it means selling their own parents. I heard about that. Anyway, that's not my style. I don't do that kind of stuff. That style, is it? I see. Seal Ganem nodded. King was taken aback. Excuse me, but aren't you too relaxed? A master has invaded. You know, I'm at the mid-stage peak realm. Does being nervous mean you'll spare me? Probably not. Then why bother? I guess that's true. King agreed. Anyway, it would be better if you hand over the secret manual or the sutra immediately. Otherwise, it will be very painful for you. That is quite a pity. Since unfortunately, torture won't work on me. I bet once you experience it, you'll realize, Torture isn't something to take lightly, you know. Look at this. Silganim lifted his long bangs. On his forehead, a brand appeared. The demonic cult bastards branded me while I was sleeping. I only realized it the next morning. That is why I installed the water bottle. After all, my body is one that does not feel pain. Seriously? He can't feel any pain? Then, I mean, that's a bit. Isn't that kind of a deal breaker? When a person cannot feel pain, this is what happens. If you do not know pain, you do not feel fear. Does this seem normal to you? Nope. Right. Even so, do you still want the heavenly Isura demonic arts? Once you start cultivating it, there is no going back. The more you amass its chi, the more your senses dull, and it will result in this. This was the biggest problem with the heavenly Isura demonic arts. Chi accumulation is a habit that a martial artist carries for life. As such, in the end, they will inevitably lose all their senses upon cultivating this martial art. From King's perspective, however, it wasn't a big issue. It would all be fine anyway once she reached the Grand Star and maxed out her ability points. Rather, she was more worried about the heavenly Isura demonic arts with its red border being less effective than the blissful maiden arts with its golden border. That's something I'll handle. So just hand it over obediently. Understood. Silganim immediately agreed to King's words. A broken bar really? However, there is a condition. What is it? Spare my life. Silganim shamelessly begged to have his life spared. King was rather taken aback. Didn't you just say you were dull and abnormal and whatever? You acted like someone ready to die, didn't you? I would not have crawled into this remote demonic cult if I did not want to live, even if it is a life that does not seem like truly living. He was a strangely logical demonic human. A mere broken bar. King enjoyed killing or torturing villains because it was okay to do so to evil people. But it wasn't like she was some OCD patient who just had to fuck up every last one of them. Nor was she an addict who couldn't resist killing. She simply didn't bother to restrain herself, that's all. Then instead, can you tell me about any nearby, weak, killable, villainous bastards with pretty convenient martial arts? There's an assassin called the Smiling Fiend living right next door. He is only at the beginning stages of the peak realm, so there is no way such a grand title could be given to him. It must be a mixture of exaggerated boasting and a bluff. Left side or the right side? Looking at my house from its front door. He is on the right, and his martial arts. Being an assassin, he probably has some stealth techniques. If you intend to continue to rob others, you would need at least one technique that kills your presence. No? It was a logical and reasonable opinion. King fully agreed. All right. You pass. But, I do not have the secret manual. Even if I recite the sutra, how can you trust that I am telling the truth? I have this supernatural-like ability to detect incorrect sutras, okay? So if you don't want to lose the life you've just managed to save, don't try any tricks. There is no need to worry about that. It is a cursed demonic art anyway, so there is no reason for me to teach it incorrectly. Just do not come back and blame me later. Silganim then recited the sutra. King considered cutting off a limb if he tried any tricks, but the martial arts window flashed, declaring its authenticity. Oh man, too bad. But torturing someone who can't feel pain didn't seem that fun anyway. Come to think of it, continuously reciting until you memorize it is quite the hassle. If it's hard to remember, just come back tomorrow. I shall write it down for you. I'm done already. I only need to listen to it once. You memorized all that in one go? How impressive. You will soon be like me, then. It was hard to tell if it was a compliment or an insult. So, King just ignored it. Anyway, keep it a secret that you saw me. Okay? What is there to boast about being blackmailed into giving up my martial arts? It's too embarrassing to even talk about. By the way, what is it? Not only should you cover your face, but you should also bind those large breasts tightly. How many women are there in the demonic cult that has 3 heads? I am letting you know, so that you do not blame me if you are caught later. Shit. That'll make me all sweaty, though. However, it was a logical and reasonable problem with a practical solution. King accepted the criticism. But still, well, thanks for the advice. With that, King left Silganim's house. About 1 shishan later, she returned at the break of dawn on this summer night. Silganim, who had to wash his face again, appeared with an uncomfortable expression. "What is it? Have you changed your mind already?" "Nope. You gave such good explanations, you see." "So, I was thinking, can you perhaps introduce me to another weak but killable demonic adept with powerful martial arts?" And then, the next day, the smiling fiend, surnamed Wang, was found murdered. His body was dismembered, with the torso, head, and limbs separated. However, if it was just this much, then it was not yet shocking enough to attract attention in the heavenly demon divine city, at least not yet. That is, a new member of the fam joined King's Danshan. It was a newcomer that was cold and dark, with an extreme yin nature. Heavenly Ice Demonic Chi. It was an evil demonic chi from the Northern Sea. The Heavenly Ice Demonic Chi entered the Danshan triumphantly. And then, it saw the Zuxiang True Chi. The Zuxiang True Chi, a divine art of orthodox Yang, looked at the newcomer once and sent a signal to the Bliss True Chi. The True Chi of the maiden nodded once, pretending not to notice. The Bliss True Chi got up and the Heavenly Ice Demonic Chi immediately turned around and ran away. This one can also be trained automatically. Fat stinks a broken bar. King felt the Heavenly Ice Demonic Chi moving around on its own inside her body. The Heavenly Ice Zura Demonic Art had reached 3 stars. She had tested it last night, and its effectiveness at 3 stars was just enough to offset the 1st star of the Blissful Maiden Arts. Since the stat boost from Golden Martial Arts was higher than Red Martial Arts, just the Heavenly Ice Zura Demonic Arts alone was far from enough to counteract the side effects of the Blissful Maiden Arts. What should I do? Do I have to learn the Snow White Divine Arts? In fact, King had originally thought of exchanging 1,500 points for a certain martial art. It was an inner chi cultivation technique called the Yijin cleansing method. She heard about it once in a conversation with Ximen Zurin. "Master, if I could learn just one martial art in the world, what would be the best?" "That would be the Yijin cleansing method." "Yijin cleansing method?" "Yes. It is the best inner chi cultivation technique for someone walking the righteous path. Its effect of protecting the mind from inner demons is second only to the Zuxiang's heart cleanse mirror, and in terms of strengthening the Denshin and meridians, there is no martial art in the world that can compare to it." "Then, compared to Zuxiang's heart cleanse mirror, which one is a HHK?" "It genuinely hurts so much a broken bar." "My disciple is truly asking for a beating." TSK. The Yijin cleansing method is the greatest martial art of Buddhism. How can you even begin to compare it with our Taoism, which follows a different path? If only you could learn it. Enough. Forget it. Talking about something you cannot obtain will only leave regrets, so do not bring it up again. In the future, disciple, I'll write a broken bar. And it had gone something like that. So, she searched for it in the martial arts window, and it turned out to be purple. It was truly an irreverent thought, but there was no doubt it was a better martial art than Zuxiang's heart cleanse mirror. After all, if the two were actually comparable, Master wouldn't have thrown a nuclear nuke with such displeasure. It was precisely because she had nothing else to say that she reacted that way. So, if I went back and said, "Ta-da, your disciple mastered the Yijin cleansing method," how happy would she be? At least, that was the plan. But in the end, I've only increased the number of my demonic arts. But I needed to get stronger right away. What else could I have done? After all, King wasn't blind. She could clearly see the crowd of masters towards the end of the kidnapping procession. King was a master beyond her experience, but in the heavenly demon divine cult, she was just a common peak realm martial artist. After all, the fact that they're leaving me alone even at this moment is because they see me as weak. Sure, I was pretending to be a cripple, but they must be confident that I can't escape, even if they let me try. So let's collect as many martial arts as possible for now. Just like when I reach the peak realm, if my realm somehow increases, I'll also aim for the alleged supreme, and if I don't reach it, well, I guess I can just continue accumulating my strength, keep an eye out, then cause a shitfist before running away. I underestimated him because that motherfucker of a leader was absolutely schizo and delusional, but in reality a broken bar, it was a tiger's den. But what could I have done there anyway? How could I have known I'd be kidnapped in the front yard of my own home? Honestly, That was too fucking much. Motherfucker was out to get me. Rumble. A growl interrupted King's thoughts. I'm hungry. The sun was already high in the sky. Having taken a night walk without sleep, she had skipped breakfast and slept until now. Didn't someone wake me in the morning, though? Was it a dream? I dunno. I'm hungry. Is it not lunchtime yet? No way. Could I have missed it? Right as King was licking her lips with a hungry stomach, she heard sounds from the other side of the wall. Kayak, kuak, yuk, ark, kayak. It was coming from the next room. To be more precise, it was Jyeonpohee's room. What's going on now? Is that idiot getting beaten again? King frowned and got up. Even then, she didn't forget to limp while dragging her foot and opened the door to the next room. Just as expected, a scene of harsh bullying was unfolding. However, it was slightly different from what King had expected. Oh, junior sister. You're awake? Jyeonpohee, who was sitting on 5 piled-up disciples, waved cheerfully. The disciple at the bottom looked especially pale. She's going to suffocate at this rate. Yeah? What a pity. Excuse me, Miss Jaeyeon? What are you doing right hen? Discipline and education. I'm a second-grade disciple now. After all, I have a duty to educate the junior sisters. I guess she did mention something like that yesterday. So she was actually serious about it, huh? Oh dear, junior sister Keen. Why are you not bowing properly? Plant your head firmly. How are you going to live in this harsh world if you're so weak? If it's too hard, should I just tend it for you, so that you don't need to live in this harsh world? Junior sister Keen, startled, fumbled on the floor. She found a fallen liquor cup and planted her head on it. For reference, a liquor cup in the Central Plains could only hold 2 spoonfuls of alcohol. Basically, it was tiny. Wow, isn't this at the level of planting your head on a bottle cap? Honestly, it was a miracle that transcended time and space. It basically meant that, anthropologically speaking, people's thoughts are the same now as they were then, especially when it comes to tormenting people. The philosophers who argued that human nature is evil might have been right, after all. Right as King was watching with fascinated eyes a broken bar, broken bar, bleg. This time, a woman next to her vomited. Junior sister Dab. I specially prepared raw meat for you because cooked food is harmful to the body. Since you love food so much and hate seeing it wasted, shouldn't you set an example? Butte a broken bar. You know what to do, right? Junior sister Darp looked at the floor with trembling eyes. So she's the one, huh? The one who makes people eat raw meat and then makes them lap it up if they vomit it out. Now that I look at it, this just turned out to be Jyeonpohee's revenge. Then, I should let her enjoy it. Jyeonpohee looked pleased, and right above her, her rising evil karma was, owing. Jyeonpohee's evil karma rose right before King's eyes. From -149 to -150. That's weird. I definitely dropped it to -145 yesterday, didn't I? Why is it back to 150 again? It was at that moment the woman named Keen, who was trembling with her head planted, lost her balance and fell with a thud. The round, dark bruise on her forehead made King burst into laughter. Junior sister Keen, are you okay with that? That's 5 times, right? Pant. No, it is not. Lying is not allowed. You're a bad girl. Jyeonpohee pulled out and threw a binayo. Even though her movements were clumsy, she had quite a knack for it. The binayo stuck into junior sister Keen's thigh with a prick. Kayak, huh? Are you letting out a sound? Are you allowed to make a sound when your senior sister personally educates you? Yes or no? I apology a broken bar. It's because you're not tense enough. Didn't junior sister Keen teach us this yourself? That a beating would help us tense up? Jyeonpohee grabbed the woman called Keen's hair and swiftly kicked her. She kicked her firmly, making extra sure she couldn't run away. Meanwhile, junior sister Keen cried and begged for forgiveness. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. A broken bar. Is saying sorry enough? Right. Junior sister Keen always said that, didn't you? Whether being sorry is enough. By the way, if being sorry isn't enough, then what even is the point of it? I was wrong. A broken bar. Sober broken bar. Junior sister Keen. Didn't your senior sister just ask a question? Is the Bliss Palace a joke to you? Do I look like a fucky? No. I mean, Do I look like an intercoursing joke to you? I was wrong. Senior sister, please forgive me. Junior sister Keen groveled and begged, plastering herself onto the floor like some bug. Right as she did so, Jyeonpohee's evil karma dropped. -149. King's eyes sparkled. This time it dropped. What's different about it? Why does it go up and down when she's enjoying the same thigh-broken bar? Is it that? A thought suddenly came to King. She pointed at one of the women. Senior sister, that one's glaring at you weirdly. What? How exactly is she glaring? Look, she's giving you a rude look right now. Isn't she treating you far too lightly, senior? How can she just shoot those dirty looks at you? Couldn't it be that she's looking down on senior sister? No, I am not. I didn't do that. Junior sister Jin. You liked to draw, didn't you? He eke a broken bar. Junior sister Jin. You should strip. Yes. Jyeonpohee spoke while drawing a dagger. So that's what she meant by drawing. Huh? King understood instantly. The revenge spree ended. It seemed that tampering thoughtlessly with an evil person only made them more vehement and increased their evil karma. Perhaps it's because it turns a bad person into a worse one? It seemed to be judged that way. In the same sense, breaking and crushing the heart and mind of an evil person could be considered as accumulating righteous karma. Then, perhaps the condition for righteous karma was to prevent future evil deeds. Come to think of it, even when it came to Jang Myongi, that mission window motherfucker. But the kiddo must be living comfortably, right? Even though I am suffering like there's a broken bar. Why only me? Now that I think about it, this is kinda fucked, isn't it? It's pissing me off. This flow of consciousness and thoughts King had enraged her. Half of the Bliss Palace disciples were lying down with dead eyes, taking the minimal number of breaths needed to continue surviving. The rest still had a lively glint in their eyes. Shit, I'm getting all heated too. Let's play around with just one of them. Which one should I choose? Right as King was selecting a target to vent her anger, a broken bar. Jyeonpohee suddenly hugged King. It was a pretty comfortable ride, or rather a comfortable villain's embrace. She seemed to have gotten quite used to her calling, her duty, to be a crutch. The crutch spoke to King. Junior sister, you're hungry, right? Let's go eat lunch. King's killing intent immediately subsided. Why? Because food was an important, serious matter. At least for King, it was. But didn't crutch number 2 prefer something else? Curious, King asked. Senior sister, this time, the broken bar finishing touches? You're not going to do it? Of course not. I'm the senior sister, right? I can't do that. What does being a senior sister have to do with finishing them off? King asked again. You're a senior sister, though. So why not? Challenges are for the juniors to make, while seniors can educate juniors in exchange. So that's how the rules work, huh? Well, I guess it makes sense. Imagine if being a senior means you can just devour juniors to your heart's content. Eventually, only the highest ranked person would remain. They must have made that rule to prevent that. By the way, how the fuck can this be called a sect when it's like this? At this point, it's just a broken, dysfunctional group. King suddenly missed the Divine Maiden sect very much. And not long after, she would miss it even more, because today's lunch was a mess. They set out dog food and labeled it as fried rice. According to King's common sense, fried rice was stir-fried rice. So, there should be no broth in fried rice. However, the cook of the Bliss Palace did not seem to agree. King, who always took food seriously, got angry. No, how could they? This fucking dog food is called fried rice. This is a dish that shouldn't exist in the world. Something as terrible as this should be rid of immediately. So King did just that. She tried her best to get rid of it. Junior sister's eye. How can you eat 5 bowls of this? Are your legs perhaps not the only thing that's uncomfortable? Is there something wrong with your tongue as well? Upon witnessing this, Jyeonpohee looked at King with startled eyes. King had a resentful expression. It's because you grew up without any hardships, senior sister. Even though I have gone through a lot of hard times, calling this savory is fucking bullshit. It's disgustingly tasteless and a broken bar. King ate 5 bowls. How could they do these a broken bar? How could they make people feel so miserable? While eating a broken bar, King made a tearful face. It was because she had a lot of grudges about food. Seeing that expression, Jianpo spoke. Cheer up. Junior sister, shall we go out for dinner tonight? What's this? Why is there suddenly a halo shining around her? King brightened up. Really? Is that okay? Starting from the 5th disciple of the 2nd grade, we can eat out. Jianpo he became the 5th disciple of the 2nd grade after devouring the boob pincher. But her broken bar. Senior sister, you don't have money. Yesterday, she tried to buy some snacks while on reconnaissance. However, King had lost both the moonlight sword, number 8, and her Bokshenjiauk, so she was completely broke. To make things worse, Jianpo he was also broke. As such, they couldn't do anything besides suck their fingers sadly. But suddenly, she had money today? Jianpo he answered. We can just earn it during the afternoon training, right? King tilted her head. Is money given while training? What in the world? Why didn't I receive it? You don't know because you're from the Central Plains, do you? In our Bliss Palace, you can earn pocket money while training. That's why I joined here. What? Such an advanced system exists in the Bliss Palace? The situation in the Bliss Palace was a complete shitfest. So was this the reason why the disciples endured despite that? King recalled the terrible winter she had. If she could earn money through training, King should have already become rich. Junior sister, with your king-sized chest and pretty face, if you hang a red lantern, the customers will swarm in. Don't men secretly like big ones, after all? King blinked. She thought she heard something strange. Very, very strange. King-sized chest, beauty, red lantern, customer, popularity, men. Combining each word, it seemed almost like, wait. Can you just stop right there? I kinda feel something ominous. I don't think I should hear more. Well, junior sister is a master, after all. Siphoning off a bit of truth doesn't satisfy you, right? If you wish, you can suck it out of men to your heart's content. I'm jealous. She asked to stop, but she ended up spilling everything. Thinking back, she did say something like that, didn't she? About how every time she managed to lure men with difficulty, the senior sisters took them all. So that's what it meant. Well, I already saw her devour a woman. It was a very broken bar intense sight since it was so direct. If they can devour women, who says they can't devour men? King swallowed hard and asked. Can I watch the training from the side? Unexpectedly, it's full of pretty shy guys, you know. If they know someone is watching, they won't come. This doesn't work. Cue her broken bar. King decided to change strategies. Then, if I catch a man and bring him to you, can I watch from the side while you do the finishing touches? Really? I would love that, of course. A reservation for a direct view. An exclusive performance in a VIP seat. With great anticipation, King thought. Should I pop some corn in advance? If I watch while drinking cool Longjing tea, she should ask Seal Ganem tonight to recommend a bad guy with some very good stamina. At first, Seal Ganem seemed like a weird name, but wasn't it kinda nice to say? It rolls right off the tongue. It somehow evoked a sense of familiarity. Perhaps it was actually a wonderful name. His cold reasoning and insight could be said to be someone who wanted to dip from the demonic cult. To be fair, he was actually a part of the demonic cult, but he wasn't a demonic cult disciple, so it did make sense. Yeah, I should ask him what martial art I should learn if he had to choose just one. In order to prepare for the next 2,000-point exchange, it's best to listen to various opinions and decide. After all, King looked up at the face of crutch number 2, who was carrying her to her room. No need to ask this one, though. Junior sister. Then take some rest. Crutch number 2, who put King on the bed, waved brightly and left for training. King, lying on the bed, thought what to do now. Should I train? But, I'm so full. King gently rubbed her bloated belly, feeling the fullness. Come to think of it, she should sleep a little if she's going out at night. What if she makes a mistake because she's tired and sleepy at night? So, she must sleep now, even if she has to force herself to. King yawned and closed her eyes. There is a certain happiness in lying down with a full stomach, and to achieve it, She must lie on her left side. Lying on the right side makes her stomach uncomfortable. After all, with that, she laid down comfortably, and as her whole body relaxed and her mind felt drowsy, thud, thud, thud. Ah shit, who's knocking on the door at this ungodly not really hour? Thud, 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 thud. Ximon King. Forget it. Ximon King is sleeping. Come back next time. Thud, 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 thud. Ximon King. I know you're inside. Fucking he's up. King abruptly got up. It's not locked, so come in. At that, the door opened, and a stranger stepped in. She was a gaunt middle-aged woman, practically the very incarnation of a strict teacher from classical literature. Even with that thin face, her spite was ever so apparent. She seemed to be accompanied by a maid as well. The woman clicked her tongue as she looked at King. TSK, TSK. This wench is lying down after lunch. Did your parents not tell you that you will become a cow if you act in such a way? Are you disrespecting cows right now? Cows are our friends, though. Well, no wonder you make such actions. Seeing from those vulgar udders, you have already become a milk cow. How could the Supreme choose this kind of a wench? King frowned. The fuck? Why do they keep yapping about my breasts? It's not like they're fucking theirs. Do they think I like them or something? They're heavy, sweaty, obstruct my view, get in the way while swinging a sword, hurt no matter which side I lie on, and stain the front of my clothes if I spill food while eating a broken bar. There's not a single fucking advantage. What's this? Did you come to pick a fight? Wanna go? King raised her fist. The woman shook her head. I am the teacher who will teach you etiquette from now on. You will call this lady, Madam Kang. People in the Central Plains used to call me the peerless beauty, the natural enemy to all who hold allure. Beauty, not a witch. Madam Kang's face twisted. But King stood her ground. If you didn't want to be shat on, you shouldn't have accumulated evil karma. How dare you? Will you not show respect to your teacher? Teacher? I didn't even sign up for this class, though. Why are you suddenly my teacher? Here. Take this for now. At Madam Kang's signal, the maid brought a large bundle and placed it on the bed. When King unwrapped it, booklets neatly piled up revealed themselves. What is this? A book delivery? There are 9 martial arts you need to learn, and one is a music score. Learn the martial arts by yourself, and I shall teach you etiquette. It was a bunch of fairy arts bestowed by the alleged Supreme. Of course, one can do no wrong when bringing martial arts. King immediately brightened up. Martial arts, or, you didn't have to. King quickly glanced through the martial arts books. Upon checking them, 8 martial arts were registered. One book seemed to be a trap. Huh. Well, it's a freebie anyway. But the quality is fucking trash. 5 white borders, 2 blue borders, and 1 red border. White, blue, red, gold, and purple. By the modern-day standards of unscrupulous game developers who have a hard-on for shitty gambling, they could essentially be translated to N, R, S, R, SSR, and R. The first 2 grades were held in contempt. After all, the white and blue ones ended at 10 stars in order to reach the Grand Star with little to no ability points. Compared to martial arts red or higher, which granted enormous stats at the Grand Star when reaching 12 stars, they were nothing more than all show and no substance. Instead, they required a very low amount of practice points, especially the white borders, which could be maxed out to 10 stars as soon as they were obtained, as King had always done whenever she got a white border. Well, at least there was one red martial art, lustful immortal disrobing dance. King's face crumpled. What the fuck? Disrobing? Is this a martial art for stripping? No fucking shot. Surprisingly, King's guess was mostly correct. If one were to score how accurate she was, it would be about 80 points. Disrobing was indeed that kind of disrobing, but the last character was the character for dance, hence why she was deducted 20 points. Lustful immortal meant a lecherous immortal. It was also the nickname of Daiji, who was dubbed the most evil woman under heaven among the 3 beauties of ancient and modern times. Daiji was an exceedingly beautiful girl who spent her days looking at the sky with a sad expression. Originally, Daiji was a fairy living in the heavens, but she was punished and cast down to earth due to her wicked nature, thus longing for the home she could never return to. And King Zu spared no effort to console Daiji's heart. One day, Daji saw a person dying. Upon seeing this, Daji smiled. Upon seeing this, King Zhu had an unbelievable theory. As such, he observed a bit more and found that the more cruel and painful the person's death was, the brighter Daji's smile became. So, to keep Daji's smile, King Zhu used all kinds of creative methods to torture and kill people. It was such a beautiful story of pure love that it remained in history. Eventually, Daji was moved by these efforts, and when enough blood had flowed to fill a lake, she began to strip off her clothes, seducing King Zhu and offering him a passionate night. That was when a special performance of Daji's disrobing dance unfolded, and the lustful immortal disrobing dance was created by modeling that sentiment. King wondered if the disrobing mentioned was indeed that kind of disrobing. If so, what's the use of learning this? Should I have crutch number 2 try it out before? Right as such thoughts were going through her mind, focus. The teacher is not one with much spare time. We will start the lesson immediately. Take this. Madame Kang threw a long object. King reached out and caught it. This cold and heavy sensation, a broken bar. It was the unique chilly weight of the 10,000-year-cold iron. King let out a burst of joy at this welcome sight. My 10,000 gold. You've returned. Madame Kang seemed displeased with King's fussiness. Of course, King didn't really care what she thought. But why do I suddenly need to learn to play music? Music? This madam said it was ceremonial music. Isn't that the same thing? Do you call swordsmanship a mere act of playing with blades? This madam will teach you the ceremonial music known as Heavenly Heart Harmony, so you must learn it quickly. Madame Kang spoke sternly. However, King was still indifferent. Me? Why? Because you stole the Bokshen Jiaok. You wretched wench. Stole? What do you mean stole? That's harsh. I didn't pull such dirty tricks. I just killed him and took it, you know. To think that one could brag so boldly about robbery. Don't you know the law of the strong? The winner takes all. So, Bokshin Jiaok equals mine. The effect of the words law of the strong was tremendous. Madame Kang closed her mouth and trembled in frustration. EU King grinned and asked, so, why do I have to learn ceremonial music now of all times? You do not need to know. Then, I won't learn it either. Are you daring to defy the Supreme's order? I don't know. And I don't care. I never heard that kind of order. Tell him to come and explain it to me himself. Then I'll decide whether to learn or not. If he doesn't, then oh well. King spoke as such before laying down completely. You wretched bitch. Oh, hey. Watch your mouth. I have a weapon right now. King swung the Bokshin Jiaok while lying down. The Bokshin Jiaok was a flute made of a single piece of cold iron. It was refined from 10,000-year cold iron and was as sturdy as a divine weapon. In Jianghu, something as long and sturdy as the Bokshin Jiaok could be called a short staff. A short staff was a very fascinating weapon, adaptable to any weapon arts that I held with hands. Although the power it could output was, of course, much less, it could still be used in the stead of swords for swordsmanship, dao for dao techniques, or spears for spear techniques. A broken bar. Madame Kang was at a loss. Yes, she was ordered to teach her, but was she supposed to, even at the cost of revealing the cult's secrets? And even if she did, would a so-called virtuous expert of the orthodox faction cooperate? I'm going to sleep, so close the door and leave. Okay? It'll be better for you to listen while I'm being nice. My leg is just an inconvenience, not completely useless. Cuck. Aren't you leaving? I'm gonna sleep, okay? I'm falling asleep now, okay? Good night. King closed her eyes completely. Even though the sleep that once been lost wouldn't return, the important thing was to convey her intent. King's innate sense of tact, honed by tiptoeing around the line countless times, screamed. Right now, King had the high ground, and that this dormitory supervisor-like teacher had no choice but to teach her by any possible means. King's ability to read the room and find the most advantageous situation for her had practically reached the heavens. Honestly, wasn't her current peaceful coexistence with the demonic cult proof enough of this? She had only made one mistake with the childish menace that was the alleged Supreme, who had anger management issues. But even then, hadn't she laid low and crawled afterward? King's sharp instincts were not wrong. Madame Kang was seriously conflicted. Did she have to report to the Supreme? However, Madame Kang was someone who had known the Supreme for a long time. If she tattled that the wench refuses to learn, the Supreme would likely blow her head off, saying she was meaninglessly boasting about her own incompetence. Once a command was given, it had to be executed by any means necessary. That was the Supreme's strict order. Fine. If you swear on your sect and your master to learn the heavenly heart harmony, if I tell you why, I will explain. Still, it felt kinda shitty to swear on the Divine Maiden sect and her master. So this is why they always make you swear on your sect and master. But you know a broken bar. She didn't say anything about how I had to learn diligently, right? It was a cunning thought more typical of a demonic adept. All right, I promise. King nodded. Madame Kang, who thought King was a female expert of the orthodox faction, believed her without any doubts in mind. And this was exactly why Sun Tzu had always emphasized so vehemently the importance of knowing both oneself and the enemy. After all deceptions ultimately stemmed from this. They had to know the enemy, but did not know that a scammer was a scammer. They had to know themselves, but did not know that they were the ones being deceived. It was during the time when the Celestial Martial Emperor was alive. Again with the Celestial Martial Emperor? This old man is everywhere. The Celestial Martial Emperor didn't just mess with the Emperor. The Emperor was rather let off lightly precisely because he was an emperor. After all, the most he did was shake him by the collar at the top of the imperial palace. In the case of the blood cult, he broke the back of the blood matria. He raided the main headquarters of the forces of evil, massacring the leaders and forcibly disbanding it, thus eliminating a future threat in Jianghu. The heavenly demon divine cult was also one of the threats. The Celestial Martial Emperor killed both the heavenly demon and the minor heavenly demon and stole the heavenly demon spirit from the heavenly demon library. Heavenly Demon Spirit. It is a treasure containing the insights of the first heavenly demon patriarch. It must be very important, That's... Madame Kang hesitated. Was it right to reveal everything? King pressured her. Don't hold back, explain in detail. If you hide anything, there will be no ceremonial music or whatever. But revealing the secret was less terrifying than King not learning the ceremonial music, because if she didn't learn, her future beyond that was bleak. Such rigid internal culture without forgiveness for failure was harmful. After all, human nature dictates that personal minor losses feel more painful than the organization's massive losses. Except, King, out of all people, had no right to mock the heavenly demon divine cult's current state. In her homeland, the Great Republic of Korea, an absolute majority of companies operated like this. About 20 years ago, the divine cult's espionage unit discovered the hidden records of the Celestial Martial Emperor. The Celestial Martial Emperor couldn't bring himself to destroy the heavenly demon spirit. It was the essence of the outer martial arts lineage rooted in the Zoroastrian tradition, similar to Buddhism or Taoism. Though it belonged to the demonic cult, as a martial artist, even the Celestial Martial Emperor couldn't destroy such a profound essence. Instead, he hid it so well that no one could find it, and the divine cult, mobilizing all its resources, discovered the location where the heavenly demon spirit was hidden and named it the Heavenly Demon Tomb. Heavenly Demon Tomb? It's a secret cave that sealed the divine relic containing the spirit of the heavenly demon patriarch. What else would you call it? King thought. The name makes it sound like there's a well-flying horse buried there. The entrance to the heavenly demon tomb was sealed with a complex mechanism, which was found to be the work of the legendary blacksmith, Banchai. To open the entrance, one had to play the favorite tune of Banchai's wife on the boxin jiaok. That tune was the Heavenly Heart Harmony. Forcing it open would collapse the entire secret cave, burying whatever inside it forever, whether it was the heavenly demon spirit or something else. And for reference, the divine cult have been searching desperately for the boxin jiaok. Finally, the boxin jiaok was found, but King had completely bamboozled it. King looked coldly at the boxin jiaok. So this is why all this fuss was happening. Damn it. What a mess for picking this up. This doesn't even mean anything to me. Just a lousy dogshit flute. If the boxin jiaok could hear, it would be outraged. After all, King had eagerly picked it up for its worth of 10,000 gold. King shifted the blame once more. What is wrong with that guy called the Celestial Martial Emperor? If he was going to hide it, He should have done a better job. Why was it handled so sloppily? Anyway, it was a promise made on her master's name. She would have liked to say she doesn't make promises with bad people, but swearing on her master made her feel uneasy. So King kept her promise. However, her attitude was extremely poor, listening only half-heartedly. Now, the beginning melody should be mournful and soft. Look at the score there. In the measure following the first part, the breath should be as fragile as if it's about to break, like a faint, wheezing breath. Squeak, squeak. King blew the flute loudly. What? No, what did I say? Don't blow like a wild horse. Produce a thin thread-like tone as if it's about to break. A shit. Madame, how about you try blowing the bok and jiaok once? I'm putting in my all the inner energy I can and you expect a what? Thin sound? No, it is not a matter of technique. It is the lack of intention. Ceremonial music is about occupying the space with the performer's imagery. The imagery doesn't suit my taste, you see. Why don't we arrange it more excitingly? I doubt the celestial martial emperor liked such breathless sounds either. King had actually seen the insights left by the celestial martial emperor. He was an old man who would gulp down liquor by the jug, definitely not someone who would favor the mournful sound of a flute. Moreover, the music of this era felt extremely boring to King. More than anything, it was slow and dragging. We have a long way to go. How can you produce a proper sound with inner energy at this rate? I didn't want to resort to this method, but although Madame Kang inherited the legacy of a shaman, the Supreme did not respect her. As such, she was one of the few women who survived long under the rule of a tyrant. That meant she had prepared herself accordingly. Soyeong. At that, the maid standing behind her flinched. She was the maid who had delivered the martial arts bundle to King. Since you seem so uninterested in the lesson, this girl will be punished for your mistakes. Look closely and remember that this girl is being punished because of you. Madame Kang unbuckled her belt. It seemed a bit unusual at first, but once it was in her hand, it revealed itself not as a belt but as a whip. The maid trembled as she undressed, and then smack! A long scar appeared on the back of the girl, who seemed to be just 20 years old. Madame Kang's hand was ruthless, splitting the skin and causing blood to ooze out. King frowned. Ouch! That must hurt. At the same time, she thought, a kid getting beaten. But wouldn't it be effective only if they were at least somewhat acquainted? It was a level of evil karma similar to Jian Po He, so in the demonic cult, she was only a budding villain. Even so, she was still in the triple digits. Watching one villain beat another of their own kind didn't particularly affect King. She looks like she's pretty handy with the whip. Should I learn some whip techniques as well? Meanwhile, King was quite interested in a different way. Because of that, King's attitude toward the lesson didn't improve. Whip, whip, whip. Thanks to this, the maid was slashed up so badly she couldn't endure it and fainted with her eyes rolled back. Madame Kang glared at King with eyes full of malice. You heartless wench. How can you not feel any guilt seeing an innocent girl fall into such a state before your eyes? What? Hey, that's kinda funny for you to say. I mean, you're the one who beat her up, so why are you taking it out on me? How is it my fault? How absurd. Madame Kang finally glimpsed upon King's true nature. She was an extremely ruthless wench. But Madame Kang wasn't one to back down in terms of ruthlessness either. Ah, I see. Fine. If she is a stranger to you, let's change who gets punished. I heard there's a girl who attends to you at Bliss Palace. There's such a person? King tilted her head. Do not pretend you do not know. I heard she rose quickly in rank because you favor her. If she gets punished instead, you might take the lessons more seriously. What the fuck? Is she talking about crutch number 2? King sighed deeply. I was lenient because she's such a boomer, but now she's pushing her luck. Hey, Madame Teacher? No. That ain't it. Professor HMPH. Now you call me that. Whatever. Anyway, if a student can't learn, it's not the student's fault. It's the professor's fault for not teaching well. King got off the bed and stood up. Upon seeing how she dragged one leg as she limped forward, it was an oddly chilling sight. Professors are all the same. So clueless. They can't get their shit together. What does an undergraduate even know? They shouldn't be expected to know anything. If you bombard them from the first class, how can they possibly understand? So, You're a failure as a professor. What is this? Why are you coming? Be quiet. Smack. King's Boxin Jiaok cut through the air. She wanted to deliver a nuclear noogie, but given her current pretense of limited mobility, it was somewhat unrealistic. However, although the feel of the Boxin Jiaok was not great, its attack range was superior to that of a nuclear noogie. Kayak. Huck. Huck. Madame Kang, who fell in one blow, rubbed her crown like a mad woman. After all, it felt like her head was on fire. She was busy rubbing her head and looking at her palms, before rubbing her head again. It felt like her scalp was torn and her skull was broken, but there was no blood in sight. This was the precise distribution of force King had learned through her own beatings. What is this? How can a student hit a teacher so brutally? Professor, don't move. If you act up, you'll die. If I swing this flute, your skull will be split in half. You see, Professor? Why are you trying to yap without knowing your place? Why are you trying to plant seeds that you cannot take responsibility for? Do you have to do the sewing? If you don't like it, you should have just let me retake the class. If you don't want to see my face again, you should have just graduated me quickly. Doesn't it kinda make you ashamed thinking that you have to see me next semester? Isn't it like a chain of resentment? King's eyes glinted fiercely. Madame Kang couldn't begin to fathom what exactly her words meant and just trembled. After all, she had only heard that King was a female from the orthodox faction, so she didn't think much of her. But in reality, the person before her was a maniac. King bent deeply, putting her face as close to Madame Kang's as possible. Teacher. Madame Kang's breath hitched. How could a young girl exude such intimidation? Why are you? From now on, if I make mistakes, misunderstand, or lose focus during lessons, it's all your fault, Professor, or rather, teacher, right? Yes, you agree, right? How does that make any sense? What did you say? Let me reiterate. What happens if you do something wrong? You get punished. You get beaten the shit out of for failing to teach. Also, this is confiscated. King naturally took Madame Kang's whip, then she smiled brightly and continued. Now then, teacher, let's continue our lesson, shall we? The subsequent music lesson was quite enjoyable. Please, just once more. Let's just try playing it one more time. Okay? You need to master it within a month. Please. There, on the calf, just now. Ugh. King made a strange sound, but it couldn't be helped. Madame Kang's main specialty was the gqin, a 7-stringed instrument. As such, her grip strength was extraordinary. Madame Kang was desperately massaging King's calves all while pleading with her to practice. And that sight was watched by maid So-young with a smirk. Ah, that feels good. Teacher is truly the best teacher I can ask for. Look at how she massages the legs of her inconvenient student so well. It makes me feel all weak-hearted again. Then shall we try playing another verse? Only then did King slowly get up and put the Boxin Jiaok in her mouth. Then she blew it with all her might. Madame Kang ground her teeth internally. She couldn't do it outwardly. Of course, there was no such thing as age or seniority in the face of the stick. The frustration that Madame Kang felt was about to explode as she listened to King's playing. The Heavenly Heart Harmony was a sorrowful and delicate melody meant to release the sorrow of lovers. However, the Heavenly Heart Harmony that King played had a fast rhythm, with a majestic and precise playing style that was as rigid as a mount and more akin to a military march. What was even more infuriating was something else. She actually played it well. The sound of the flute was said to be the cry of a beauty. Basically, it should never be played like that. But why? Why does she play it so well? And why does it sound good? It was like creating a made dish, unparalleled below the heavens, with rotten meat and rancid oil. The musical perspective of an artisan who had dedicated 55 years to music was being shattered. Stop. That song shouldn't be played. What the? Did I mess up again? Oh dear. It seems like the teacher's incompetence made the student fail. Shouldn't the teacher who failed to teach be punished? King tapped the Boxin Jiaok on her palm. Madame Kang flinched but spoke without yielding. What I mean is, you played well, very well. It's excellent. Really? But it feels like I made a mistake somewhere, didn't I? It was a flawless performance. King nodded with a satisfied expression. I know, right? It does seem like I have a talent I didn't know about. It's all because the student is so outstanding, right? I should have put more effort into playing the flute during music lessons. Madame Kang shed tears of blood inwardly. What a vicious bitch. How can someone as wretched as her exist under the heavens? For reference, in the wide world, there could be filial sons who beat their parents, but there are no pieces of shits who would ever beat their teachers. However, the law was far and the fist was near. In fact, the fist became a law that transcended time and space. Madame Kang eventually couldn't hold out any longer. Since we have mastered 2 verses today, let's conclude today's lesson here. Just when it was starting to get fun, King smacked her lips in regret. Anything in excess is not good. As such, you will have to need some time to master what you've learned today. So, do not be greedy and well. Okay. King waved her hand as if she understood, then she sat cross-legged, straightened her back, and spoke. Then, show your respect to this esteemed student who attended the lesson and leave. A broken bar. What are you doing? There is no teacher without a student. Don't you realize that I am the reason for your existence? That, the Bokshin Xiaok. What about the Bokshin Xiaok? King growled with a smiling face. What's wrong with holding my own instrument? A mistake. Did this student make another mistake? I meant, keep it well since it's precious. Of course. Now then, show your respects and leave. In the end, Madame Kang awkwardly bowed her head and hastily ran away. After being hit about 4 times, Madame Kang had managed to teach 2 verses through endless massages, flattery, and pleading. Had Madame Kang stubbornly stuck to her pride with a rigid nature, she would have been split vertically like bamboo. In the end, she managed to achieve her goal, albeit a little, by hiding her true feelings and smiling servilely, didn't she? She was a true teacher of the era, one who shouldn't be insulted carelessly as stupid and weak-hearted. King stretched. That was fun. Only then did King call up the mission window that had been flickering in a corner of her vision. Divine Cult Under the Heavens, War and Chaos of the Demonic Cult. The Middle Chapter. Unknown Crisis. Divine Cult Under the Heavens, War and Chaos of the Demonic Cult. The Middle Chapter. Unknown Crisis. Description. You have become the key to opening the heavenly demon tomb of the divine cult, demonic cult. Help the divine cult find the heavenly demon spirit or destroy it to forever remove the most powerful force of the demonic cult. Master the heavenly heart harmony to gain the qualification for entry to the heavenly demon tomb. Decide the fate of the cult in the heavenly demon tomb. Righteous karma, destroy the heavenly demon spirit. Heavenly demon divine cult. Deliver the heavenly demon spirit to the supreme of the divine cult. Heavenly slaughtering star, kill everyone. This choice could influence everything below heaven. The conditions of the mission window are now somewhat understandable. The main branch or storyline appeared when facing a major event, and before encountering it, if a certain level of information about the upcoming event was obtained in any way, it would appear in advance. Pulling this kind of shit. Last time it was the beginning chapter, but now it's the middle chapter. There would probably be an end chapter as well, maybe even a final chapter. But this time, it didn't particularly bother her. Why? Because the demonic cult motherfuckers are bad guys anyway. King's eyes grew cold. Now the rough goal was set. First, prioritize looting the bastards with good King Gong techniques, mastering them to increase speed stats. And since the more inner arts the better, also loot those with decent inner chi cultivation techniques. Then go to the heavenly demon tomb, break that thing called the heavenly demon spirit or horn or hoof or whatever the fuck it is, and just leave. Kekik. King chuckled to herself. After all, she had just made a very high-level joke, playing on the same pronunciation of the Western word for horn and the translated word for spirit, soul. Wow. It's such a funny joke. But there's no one to share it with. What a shame. Heavenly Demon Divine Cult Serial Murder Case. In a hall investigator Sokhumum reporting. First day victims. Tempest Walker, Ocean. Cause of death was heart rupture. The perpetrator crushed the heart with their bare hands. The entire body was also found with compound fractures. The perpetrator tortured the victim while they were still alive. First disciple and successor of Royal Demonic Path Clan sect leader, Punjak cause of death was asphyxiation. The perpetrator strangled the victim with their own intestines. The entire body was also found with compound fractures. The perpetrator tortured the victim while they were still alive. Second-day victims. Godly thief of undergarments. Yang Rai-yong. Cause of death was hemorrhage. The perpetrator split the stomach and large small intestines, stuffing them with stolen items, mostly women's underwear, before roughly stitched it up and hung the victim upside down. The victim remained alive for about 2 hours before finally dying. Outer Hall Covert Operations Division's Special Grade Assassin, Number 11. Cause of death was poisoning. The perpetrator flayed the victim's skin and alternately poured poison and antidote, then left them unattended. Third-day victim. Divine City Defense Squad's 4th Patrol Team Leader, Bam Nung. Cause of death was shock from meridian rupture. Important. Traces of the White Hand demonic arts found on the body. Re-examination of the victims confirmed meridian rupture by the penetrating power of the White Hand drought poison. It is presumed that the White Hand Witch of the Blood Cult has infiltrated Tanshan Divine City based on the circumstances, requesting cooperation from higher authorities. Furthermore, as there was only one victim today, it is suspected that there might still be another victim somewhere. Afterward, received a missing report for the sex fiend of Jiangnan, Bang Dojun, confirmed that Bang Dojun was killed by Jian Bohe, the 5th disciple of the Bliss Palace's 2nd-grade disciples. Jian Bohe testified that Bang Dojun attacked first under the pretext of teaching dual cultivation, and since the victim's usual conduct was such, it was ruled as a legitimate duel. King checked the new martial arts she had mastered. From the guy named Oseon, she obtained the red footwork technique, wind steps, and a few other miscellaneous martial arts. But why would anyone even practice a white inner chi cultivation technique? If it were me, I'd be too embarrassed to practice it. Seriously. The bastard known as the successor of the Royal Demonic Path clan was quite something. I had such a fun time because he lasted so long. After all, after I kinda lost my shit about 3 times, my whole body was shaking so much that I almost couldn't make it back to the Bliss Palace and nearly just fell asleep. I was too excited. I should control myself a bit. In a hurry, King raised the Heavenly Ice Zura demonic arts to 4 stars. As expected of a successor, he spat out 2 gold martial arts, but only one was useful. The inner chi cultivation technique, Blood Demon King Divine Arts. The other was a half-sword technique called the Blood Shadow Thunder Lightning half-sword technique. Why, though? Why bother using a half-sword that only has one sharp side of the blade, with only half the power? Still, King registered it for now. From that underwear thief, she obtained a gold footwork technique called Thousand Leaf Light. He was a pathetic fucker who used a precious gold footwork technique to steal underwear. When she had sneaked in, he wasn't sleeping but instead sucking on women's underwear and shaking his stick. So, she had filled him with underwear until he was literally about to burst, just as he wished. There was also an ninja-like guy, using ninja-like techniques, so she almost missed him. He started sprinkling a shitton of poison, so she returned it all to him. And perhaps he was deeply moved when she returned what was his. Out of gratitude, he passed on a red movement technique called Black Shadow Stealth. And last night, Seal Ganam's information was wrong. He was supposed to be the previous owner of the secret manual of the Peerless King Gong technique, Ghostly Shadow 10,000 Flowing Steps. When she asked about where it was, he confessed that he spread the rumor and sold a fake secret manual. And all that came out of him was just white, blue. She was so angry that she tried to hit him, but she failed to control her strength. No. My precious time to recharge my happiness. And somehow, when that time was just gone with the wind, she felt somewhat her broken bar empty. She thought she might have become exhausted. It's so tiring not being able to sleep at night, her broken bar. So, to boost her morale, she caught a sex fiend and handed him over to crutch number 2. The first row VIP seats to that viewing was fucking incredible. Wow. How would I even describe that? It's like on a completely different dimension from porn, though, of course, since there's actually a 1-dimension difference between 2D and 3D. But still, like a broken bar. Wow, this, how, Oh, yeah, I can't describe it. I better catch another one for her next time. King, who had developed a hobby of night walks, visited Sealganam's house every night. Thanks to this, Sealganam was drenched with water once again today. Yesterday and the day before, he just stared with a reproachful look, water dripping from him. But today, for some reason, his gaze was trembling with hesitation. King asked with a sour face. What the broken bar? What's with that look? You said you were not a demonic cult disciple. But were you actually a witch from the blood cult? Owing, a blood cult? That expression patented by King was so convincing that anyone would fall for it if seeing it for the first time. In the Central Plains, no one could express the I don't know shit look better than King. After all, did you not wield the White Hand demonic arts? Oh, you know about the White Hand demonic arts? Yeah, nowadays, it's hella, really, truly, so strong. Indeed, the White Hand demonic arts had evolved significantly. It was thanks to the Heavenly Ice Zura demonic arts. The White Hand demonic arts were notorious for spreading the sinister White Hand venom penetrating power, causing permanent after effects. However, King's true chi didn't have any cold attribute to balance that. It was like driving a vehicle that required premium fuel with diesel. But now, she had heavenly ice demonic chi. Though it was not exactly premium fuel, it was at least akin to gasoline. So you are not from the blood cult? No. But you're the White Hand witch? I'm not that either, though. But you did learn the White Hand demonic arts? Oh, you know about the White Hand demonic arts? Yeah, nowadays, it's hella, really, truly, so strong. Am I hearing things? I think I heard that earlier too. Sealganam muttered as such. King frowned. As Sealganam flinched, King sighed deeply and said, What's with you? Why are you so on edge? Given that every name I provide ends up found brutally slaughtered, can you blame me for being nervous? Sealganam thought King was just a clumsy robber. But in reality, she was the great killing star under the heavens, and also the White Hand witch of the blood cult. At that, if the demonic cult were the bad guys, the blood cult was a gathering of the world's absolute scum. There was a hierarchy even in wickedness. Sealganam seriously considered escaping from the demonic cult. Being involved with the blood cult never ended well. After all, it was better to die than to be entangled with them. Pain didn't scare him, but the blood cult did. King showed a hurt expression. I promised not to kill you, though. In general, informants do not live long. That's harsh. Given our relationship. Yes. Now that you bring it up, we need to clear that up. What exactly is our relationship? Owing? What? Wait, he kinda has a point, right? What kind of relationship do we have? King thought for a moment and found a suitable word. Friends? Sealganam's eyebrows twitched up and down. Friends. Friends, you say? I do not even know your name, but you are my friend, huh? Ximon King. Your sect? Divine Maiden sect. Who's your master? Where did you learn your demonic arts? A neutral country, somewhere over the rainbow. I mean, my master's name is spelled with Su and Rin, with her surname being Ximon, and I learned demonic arts here and there. Sealganam's eyebrows soared and came back down. Ximon Zuran? The matriarch? The Divine Maiden sects? No. You did say Divine Maiden sect. Yes. A disciple of the matriarch? No, a Ximon of Ximon. So you're saying you are a named disciple? Number. Sealganam's babbling was a fascinating sight to watch. However, even that was brief. Once he calmed down, Sealganam asked again. What in the heavens is going on in the Central Plains these days? Is there some great plague spreading, about to destroy everything? The Central Plains is fine, though. Too bad. I thought the world was finally ending. Sealganam said that and turned away. Hello? Where are you going? I should treat a friend to a cup of tea, of course. There's a folding table by the cupboard, so set it up. Oh, are there snacks too? Look at the state of the house. Isn't it praiseworthy enough that I can offer hot water? But you are looking for snacks as well? What snacks are you even talking about? It is not like you are a child. Sealganam scolded her and went outside. King looked around, took out the folding table from between the cupboard and the wall, and unfolded the legs. She also took off her uncomfortable mask since it was her friend's house. Then she sprawled out carelessly. Lying down as soon as you visit a friend's house was a solemn etiquette of true friendship. After a while, Silganim returned with a teapot and cups. He looked at King's girlish face and spoke. Turns out you aren't not a kid. You actually are one. A kid? Who are you calling a kid here? If I had married early, I'd have a daughter your age. Doesn't that give me the right to call you a kid? Silganim was logical. Even King found people in their 20s to be childlike, so how much more so would it be for a middle-aged man like Silganim? Wow. Can't argue with that. As Silganim set down what he was carrying on the low table, he asked, "So, what is the problem?" "Yeah, that." "Remember that patrol leader?" He was completely useless. After all that talk about having some peerless King Gong, I only mentioned there were rumors he possessed it. But that's not what I was asking about. Then what? Silganim looked at King. I am talking about you. Do you really have nowhere to belong? You seem to be in quite a severe state. What do you mean by that? That's so out of nowhere. Why is a young great demonic adept from a prestigious sect like you attaching yourself to a ruined middle-aged man like me? Who are you calling a young great demonic adept? You're going way too far. I can roughly guess the title they call you. Probably the Tri-Headed Witch, or since the matriarch herself passed on her surname to you, you are probably a part of the same big family known as the Orthodox faction. Then, perhaps you are called the Tri-Headed Demonic Virtue. What the hell? Why do you keep nitpicking about my boobs? Should I rip them off and stick them on you? Maybe then you'll understand the pain you've been amusing yourself with at my expense. You've got a sharp tongue for someone so young. Silganim sighed deeply. My point is, it's good and all to be a virtuous person, but do not let killing intent consume you. You have a good background and a good figure, and though, unfortunately, you have vulgar breasts, there must be many friends in the Central Plains who would appreciate you. Is that not so? I mean, that's true, I guess. So I come all the way to this remote demonic cult to perform your acts of villainous retribution. From my perspective, you are not in a normal state. From Silganim's point of view, King had long since awakened to the killing star. Though given she was a disciple of Ximen Zurin, she seemed to be barely holding on through orthodox Taoist cultivation techniques. When a person has no one to trust around them, they become slowly filled with loneliness and go mad. So, could such a young girl truly have found someone to open up to in a den of villains? They had met in an act of robbery, as perpetrator and victim, no less. Considering that, could a mere few days of conversation really lead to such attachment? And she must surely have already been mentally breaking down before they even met. How did he know? Because Silganim had followed a similar path, committing horrific killings before fleeing here. He was an unwanted orphan who had been abused at the Ice Palace and now lived in hiding in the demonic cult on the opposite side of the Central Plains. He had indiscriminately killed his teacher, senior brothers, senior sisters, and junior sisters, and then stolen secret manuals before fleeing, and as he did, he often reflected on whether he may have been a bit too excessive. At any rate, Silganim had accurately diagnosed King's condition. King had unknowingly leaned on him out of deep-seated loneliness. Her loneliness had persisted since she first started her Murim journey. In truth, it hadn't been all that long since she had first received affection in Jianghu. As such, it was only natural for her to cling to those who showed her affection. It was also an extension of her disgust for those who only focused on her constitution, not King herself. Overwhelmed with emotion, King raised her voice. Shit. Do you think I'm here because I want to be? I was kidnapped, so I was just venting my frustration a bit as I planned my escape. So you were kidnapped? I did not know that. My condolences. I thought you had come to slay evil. Kids your age often say such things, do they not? Well, I mean, I thought about visiting here to train later, but I didn't want to come now. Okay? An escape, you say? So that's why you asked about demonic adepts who had King Gong techniques. You planned to learn them for your escape. King seized this moment to ask. So, about Theta Broken Bar, if Silganim could learn just one martial art in the world, what would it be? The blissful maiden arts, of course. The answer was immediate. Silganim continued. I ran away hoping to somehow steal and learn it, but it turns out it's an esoteric doctrine that only the palace leader learns in the Bliss Palace. Shit, I wasn't asking what Silganim specifically wanted to learn. You know, I meant something useful for me. I am fairly sure you asked what I would learn. If I had to choose just one, you say. This is one of those games about hypotheticals that kids your age play, I see. Surprisingly, it was a rather widely known game in the Central Plains. It was a direct result of the undeveloped play culture that existed in this primitive, ancient, and uncivilized Central Plains. Silganim stroked his chin, pretending to think, and finally concluded. If you need to escape an immediate crisis, there's nothing like the essence absorption demonic arts. Of course, you'd have to flee far to the west rather than staying in the Central Plains, since all the martial artists would be after you with weapons drawn. Dismissed. Of course, King thought that as long as she didn't get caught, it didn't matter what she learned. After all, dead men tell no tales. The rejection wasn't out of fear of future repercussions. King had already searched for the notorious martial art with the kick-ass name of Killer Among Killers, but it didn't come up. She could only speculate that it was either exclusive to the natives of China or had to be learned through special missions, like the 9 Swords of Solitude. If it weren't for the immediate crisis you are in, it would be the Yijin cleansing method. It's the greatest divine art for nurturing muscles and meridians, one without any equal under the heavens. That's 2 votes for the Yijin cleansing method. My teacher also mentioned it. Of course she would. Any teacher who cares for their disciple would dream of such, would they not? However, it is difficult to reach the grand star and the effects appear slowly, so it is not suitable for immediate crises. King was now certain of one thing. If she didn't learn it this time, that would be where she would spend the 2,000 points. So, what if I need immediate results? As you know, the only thing that can be immediately useful is pure demonic arts. Is it now? What if I somehow achieve the grand star for a martial art? Indulging in fantasies is not a good habit. Live in reality. Silganim didn't hide his disdainful look. Shit. Whatever. I'll figure that part out myself. Okay? Just tell me. Silganim thought deeply once again. Then he abruptly spoke. 1,000 spiders 10,000 poison hand. That's right. There was the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poison hand. 1,000 spiders 10,000 poison hand. Is that a poison art? King swiftly called forth the martial arts window. 1,000 spiders 10,000 poison hand. Search. As she did so, a majestic purple border appeared. 1,000 spiders 10,000 poison hand. Is it a broken bar? The spiders in 1,000 spiders 10,000 poison hand meant something very literal. It was signifying all the poisons possessed by 1,000 poisonous spiders. It was a poison art famous for its brutal training method, where one would take an antidote in advance and let a poisonous spider bite their finger. But suddenly, she had a thought. Didn't the strategy guide say that poison arts were trash? Thanks to the strategy guide, she had survived until now. Because it never spoke nonsense. Your realm is extraordinary for your age, but there are many strong enemies to face. As such, is there any means better than poison? But Silganim did not speak nonsense either. King regarded him as the greatest intellect she had met in the Central Plains. King wavered again at his words. Hearing it like this, it sounded tempting. Well, in the game, poison might be weak, but in reality, what could be stronger than poison? It wasn't exactly like the game, so listening to the opinion of a native might not be a bad idea. Anyway, who has time to collect poisonous spiders one by one? If someone offers to give you a secret manual, just ask for the Great Tranquil Zen Art. It suits you better than a poison art. Great Tranquil Zen Art. This, too, was a purple inner chi cultivation technique. King obviously didn't know, but it was a martial art known to every martial artist in the world. It was a divine art known for its ability to clear the mind and protect against inner demons. The purity of its essence in hardening the heart and mind was renowned as the most pristine of all martial arts. However, in the if you could learn one martial art, what would it be game? The Great Tranquil Zen Art had a different meaning. It was a way of saying, get your head out of the clouds and come back to reality. Of course, there was some sincerity mixed in. After all, if she continued accumulating the sinful karma of slaughter, she might end up as the great demonic adept of the orthodox faction, determined to slay all the bad guys in the world. So, Silganim's choice is the great tranquil Zen art. Yes, learn it right away, if someone offers it. King didn't know much about anything. And lo and behold, sarcasm didn't work on someone who fundamentally couldn't understand it. The Yijin cleansing method takes a long time to show effects, but the great tranquil Zen art works immediately, right? Is that what you mean? King understood it in a different way. Silganim looked at King with a pitiful gaze. It was the look of realizing that his friend was even more ignorant than he thought. The great tranquil Zen art is a divine art that keeps your mind pure. It means to stay grounded and not get lost in delusions. Shit, come on, you should have just said that right away. I just told you. Did I not? And I should have known how ignorant you were first, so that I could stoop to your level for you. It seemed like he had a hard time outright calling her an ignorant bitch. King just frowned, having nothing to say. As expected, of Silganim, he was not an easy one to deal with. What do you do when you're at a loss for words? Change the topic, of course. By the way, you said you wanted to learn the blissful maiden arts, right? Can men learn it too? The orthodox dual cultivation techniques of Taoism originally does not discriminate between men and women. It's not something to be proud of where you learned it, but as far as I know, it sharpens the body's senses, so I thought it might help heal this body of mine. Is it that uncomfortable? Silganim quietly pointed to his head. His hair, still wet, clung to it. King made a sound that didn't really mean anything in any specific way. Then, Silganim calmly shared an even sadder story. More than that, I have no feeling in my cock. I might just have a Sarah to come out of me after I die. At this point, you could say I am not truly living. Oh, number! King exclaimed in pity. Oh my goodness! How could this be? Silganim was impotent. A eunuch. Then, can you not even do it alone? King clumsily mimicked a hand motion up and down as she asked. Silganim spoke with a disappointed expression. Can't you at least pretend to be embarrassed? At any rate, even if I try to enjoy it mentally while scratching at my cock, it doesn't work at all. So you wanted to see me embarrassed? No wonder this Aisha she kept making lewd comments bordering on sexual harassment. King's eyes narrowed. Though she felt indignant, she also felt a pang of sadness at his calm confession. Honestly, it would have been better if he just vented his anger, but rather than that, he seemed resigned, as if he had accepted his fate. King, once a man herself, could fully empathize with his sorrow. Moreover, Silganim was a great helper. He pointed out who to kill and gave good advice. After all, then, I'll recite the sutra for you, so listen carefully. What? Wait. Well then, here it goes. The sutra says, the path of mature leads to supreme joy, therefore, the pledge of love is the light of the highest form, the ecstasy of cloud sandrain. As such, this means that as people enjoy the principle of mutual life, that love becomes. Silganim, who was about to say something, closed his mouth and focused as the sutra poured out. Understanding the meaning as it came, he, with his naturally sharp mind, memorized it quickly. Silganim memorized the sutra in just 3 tries. Sitting cross-legged and entering meditation was proof of his sharp mind, worthy of being recognized by King as one of the great intellects of the Central Plains. Then he spoke. Don't come for a while. What? Are you saying you don't need me anymore because you've finished getting everything you want from me? That is not it. I need some time to organize this rare opportunity, don't I? King frowned. But since he was going to work so hard to overcome his impotence and escape his eunuch status, she felt it was inappropriate to complain. Besides, she had taught him something valuable, so it was only fair to give him time to practice. King looked visibly disappointed. Seeing this, Silganim spoke seriously. Take this chance to rest for about a week. Slaying those of evil is good, but it is also important to take time to calmly organize what you've gained. You are in a very dangerous situation right now. A week had passed. Now, no one in the Bliss Palace dared to touch King. Everyone knew that the person living in the small room at the top of the disciples' quarters was a much greater master than expected. There were even rumors that a shrine maiden of the main palace served her humbly, crawling on their knees. The shrine maidens of the main palace, who once looked down on the Bliss Palace disciples, calling them filthy prostitutes, were the ones spreading these rumors. And as with all rumors, someone claimed to have seen it, but it was unknown as to who exactly it was. It was a rumor that would surprise Teacher Kang. In that humiliating scene, the teaching session included only King, Teacher Kang, and So-young, a shrine maiden in training as well as a maid. Upon hearing such a rumor, she might even think that some spirit must have seen it and spread it. For the record, King wasn't interested in publicizing Teacher Kang's dedicated enthusiasm for education. Recently, King had also risen in status, gathering under her the likes of Jeonpo-hee, who had daily assemblies from those both above her in rank and below. So, the disciples of the Bliss Palace did not dare to approach King, saying that it was fortunate she was crippled, since there was no need to worry about being bitten if they kept their distance. She was practically treated like a mad dog. Despite this, King had a rather busy week. After all, a lack of information did not mean the targets to kill disappeared. Besides, couldn't she tell who should be killed by the number hovering above their heads? Honestly, the information was only needed to kill the more useful villains efficiently. Otherwise, she could just torture them based on their evil karma, extract their martial arts, and then kill them. Thus, she spent the past week going out at night alone and coming back exhausted to sleep. Although it was fun, it was a big failure in terms of acquiring martial arts that could be used for her escape. She only gathered these miscellaneous white and blue ear broken bar things. This was the clear difference between knowing the coordinates and blindly sifting through sand. And as she fell asleep like that, she would wake up around noon. She would have lunch with crutch number 2, and sometimes crutch number 1 would visit, so she would eat with him. In the afternoon, she received special massage treatments and snack tributes from Teacher Kang. She adjusted the pace since it seemed they were progressing too quickly, which actually seemed to make Teacher Kang more at ease. Thus kinda. In the evening, she would go out for dinner with crutch number 2, and only then did she have some rest and free time. During her free time over the week, she watched Jeonpo-hee practice the lustful immortal disrobing dance. The lustful immortal disrobing dance was the main joint attack technique of the Bliss Palace's second-grade disciples, and Jeonpo-hee, having reached the second grade, had received a copy of the secret manual. King didn't know it, but the group performance of the lustful immortal disrobing dance by the Bliss Palace disciples was notorious in Jianghu as a particularly vicious joint attack technique. Disciples of the orthodox 9 sects, who inherited the long-standing traditions of their sects, were particularly weak against women. They couldn't help but be mesmerized by the clearly high-level sorcery of beautiful women gracefully undressing and dancing. During the 4 great wars between orthodox and demonic, countless disciples of the orthodox faction were either slaughtered by or drained by this technique. This backward Central Plains lacked proper entertainment. As such, King summoned her to train as a form of amusement. However, the movements were clumsy and disjointed. She even got her limbs tangled while undressing and fell over, creating a complete shitfist. Frustrated, King put it as a 1-star on the martial arts window and learned the sutra and movements herself, so that she could provide detailed guidance. As a result, she discovered that crutch number 2 had a catastrophic lack of talent for dancing. Rather, it was King who had her achievements soar, as her coaching and observations counted as training. In just 1 week, she achieved the level of 3 stars. No, what? Senior sister, can't you do it more like yeah, like delicately, like Shaylalala, more flirtatiously, you know, like this? King gently shook her hand, Shaylalane as an example. It was a deadly hand technique that enticed the opponent, starting from the shoulder, bouncing through the elbow and wrist, and ending at the fingertips. Jeonpo-hee tried to follow the movement after hesitating a bit. Shaylala, like this? What she showed was closer to a rough martial arts move than delicate. The fuck? What kind of movement is that supposed to mean? Does she mean to burst someone's heart or some shit? King narrowed her eyes. What the broken bar? I've shown this so many times, and she still can't get it. Seduction, my arsehole. Isn't she unfolding some praying mantis fist shit or whatever? Are you kidding me? Is it really this hard to just watch a proper disrobing dance? Crutch number 2 is just useless. A first-grade disciple would probably dance better, right? Should I just pick up someone else instead? There's no use keeping her except for spectating her finishing touches. But honestly, since the ending is always the same, I'm already kinda bored of it. All she does is get on top, wiggle her waist a bit, and then it's just over when the person underneath stops breathing. And no matter how I ask her to do something different, she says she can't do any other positions. Also, crutch number 1 buys me better and more food as well. Do I really need 2 crutches? Junior sister. I'll work harder, so it's not about effort anymore. Your talent a broken bar. Can I even call this talent? If you can call having no talent at all a talent, then yeah, that's the talent you have. Jianpo lowered her head. Her body trembled slightly, and her shoulders shook occasionally. King frowned deeply. The fuck? Is she crying? Why is she crying in the middle of someone else's room? If she wants to cry, she should go to her own room to walk. This makes me seem like the bad guy. Besides, did I say anything wrong? I just told the truth. I said she can't do it because she literally can't. It's not like praising her and saying, oh my, you're doing well, your skills are improving so much, would magically make her improve. Wouldn't that just be a waste of time? Fucking hell, all she learned was how to act out some useless melodrama. King looked at the number above Jianpo's head. There, a number she was always thankful for could be seen. -136. It was still okay to kill her. Well, she's useless now, so I might as well just get some righteous karma. Suddenly, King felt a chill down her spine. Just get what? Up. Suddenly, her stomach turned over on itself, and the dinner she had eaten tried to make a grand escape in the opposite direction. The half-digested food, unstoppable even by a master's abilities, surged up her esophagus with the force of some historical revolution and erupted magnificently. Junior sister, are you okay? Back. At those words, Jianpo touched King's back. Her strength was less than that of a 5-year-old who hadn't even started kindergarten. Either rub it or thump it hard. Fuck, just do one of them. Does she think my back is as fragile as tofu? It's not going to break even if she hits it a little harder. Isn't this a pretty good excuse to beat the shit out of a nasty junior sister's back? It isn't like I'm that fragile. How considerate is she? Finally, after vomiting all her dinner, her gag reflux stopped. Moreover, it only stopped because there was nothing left in her stomach. The fact that her stomach was trembling violently. This feels like stomach cramps. Junior sister, are you okay now? Not okay. Pass the water. Wait. Here. Jianpo brought a cup of water to King's lips. King shook her head. No. Just give it to me. Why are you doing that? Who said I needed to be fed water? Oh. Jianpo handed over the cup. King used the heavenly ice Zura demonic arts to chill the water. Soon, frost formed on the surface of the cup. She gulped it down in one go, the cold water sending a piercing chill through her insides. Her foggy mind started to clear up. Then the aftermath of the dinner eruption hit. The stomach acid and chunks that had gone up her nose delivered a pain that felt like her entire head was being squeezed. Hiss. This is killing me. Junior sister, are you okay? I feel like I've heard that several times. Then, will you be okay? I need to rest today. Senior sister, you should rest too. You've had a hard time today as well. Crutch number 2 looked genuinely concerned. King repented, reflecting deeply upon her previous callousness. Yeah, sure, the kid isn't particularly kind. She's incompetent, dumb, and not very helpful, but at least she's caring. I must have actually gone fucking mad. I should have rested when Sealganim told me to. Why have I been so diligent with my work every night? Feeling sorry, King added one more thing. Let's practice together starting tomorrow. That way, senior sister will improve too, right? It's originally a group dance, after all. Okay. Jianpo's mood shifted back to a cheerful sunshine-like state. She wasn't kind. She was incompetent, dumb, and not very helpful, and now it seemed King had to add simple-minded to the list. If you feel sick, you should rest. I'll have the junior sisters take care of this. Did it get on your clothes too? Make sure to take them off. Even while being so caring, she didn't offer to clean it up herself. Why? Because she wasn't particularly kind. At any rate, King nodded in agreement. After all, she didn't care as long as she wasn't the one to do it. As Jianpo he left with that, King, now alone in the room, summoned the martial arts window. King learned a new cultivation technique. Her true kiss waited with bated breath for the mysterious new addition still lingering in her meridians. Lately, only wicked things had been rolling in. It was so bad that even her blissful true chi, meant to drive out the demonic, was struggling, huffing and puffing daily like some pitiful murderous laborer chasing after surviving demons. The heart-cleansing mirror of Zhuxiang was too busy erasing the heavenly slaughter seeping into her upper dantian, brain, to maintain discipline. Meanwhile, the maiden's true chi just stood by, muttering hee-hee, but well, what can be done anyway? Demonic chi is life too, you know. In contrast, the demonic chi camp was having a field day lately. Demonic chi, by nature, gains strength from evil intentions and cruel actions. Her upper dantian was on the verge of being stained with the karma of slaughter, thus about to give birth to a killing fiend. Just one more big chunk of demonic chi rolling in would do the trick. That was the expectation and assumption held at the current moment. And so, as the first breath seeped in as true chi, circulating once through every nook and cranny of her body, the gates of her dantian opened. The new addition to the family revealed itself with a da. It wore a benevolent smile, with a subtle halo of radiant flames behind it, said to burn away the world's darkness and illuminate truth. Buddha has arrived. We knew it. We believed in you. The Taoist members of the family unanimously cheered. It was the arrival of the great tranquil Zen art, one of Buddhism's two greatest teachings. When Buddhism uses the character for tranquil, it doesn't just refer to sound. It describes a state of perfect serenity, like a water surface void of any wind, with not a trace of delusion in the mind. And in Buddhism, the method of pursuing enlightenment through such a tranquil mind while unifying one's spirit is called Zen. The great tranquil Zen art was an inner chi cultivation technique created from this Buddhist enlightenment. It was truly the very definition of an inner chi cultivation technique, a method of cultivating study within the body to govern the mind. It was also famous as an esoteric doctrine of the Imai sect. Any sect worthy of being among the 9 sects and one union would have at least one representative divine art. Just as Shaolin had the Yijin cleansing method, Mount Hua had the violet mist divine art, and Yudang had the wisdom sword of cosmic harmony. When people thought of Imai, they thought of the great tranquil Zen art. And here, at the edge of the world in this land of evil, one of Buddhism's greatest teachings had descended upon a deranged murderer through some fascinating yet despicable method, no less. For reference, the leader of the Imai sect is called the Grand Abbot in Central Plains Speak. If that very Grand Abbot, Zhongqiao Yi, knew about this, she'd weep tears of blood, rendering her 60 years of mental cultivation utterly meaningless. After all, what use is peace of mind when your sect's esoteric doctrines have been stolen? The Imai sect was like a temple among Murim sects, and the Imai nuns were martial artists akin to Buddhist disciples. Whether Shaolin or Imai, these so-called martial monks were actually just depraved monks with a cult-like nature. Of course, it's also true that among martial artists, these depraved monks generally had the most respectable characters. At any rate, that's how King gobbled up the Imai sect's divine art in one gulp. As the practice points required were too burdensome, she raised it to 6 stars, an efficient point where huge amounts of ability points start coming in. She didn't completely max it out, keeping some in reserve in case she needed to pull more fuckery later. Just this achievement alone was enough to blow away her recent inner demons in one go, bringing a subtle vitality back to King's eyes. It was a miracle. Her dead fish eyes were sparkling again. In fact, even though she'd now regained her senses, this time she'd truly fallen off a cliff before soaring back up via a mystical dragon's whirlwind. Of course, one could say she was actually holding up quite well despite being the owner of the heavenly slaughtering star. Somewhere in the sky, the most ominous star emitted an uncomfortable light. But that was it. That was the sole extent of how it felt. A lonely malefic star that had existed for eons as if it were a single day, Human will is but a fleeting moment before it. Mere insects like humans cannot dare to go against the will of stars. It was just a momentary tantrum. In the end, it would bloom blood and tears all over the world. Famous Taoists of the Central Plains saw this starlight. It was the moment they realized that they were too late, that a heavenly slaughtering star that had grown too far to stop and existed somewhere in the world. It was like when Fanzheng 1 and Xiangbo 2 of the Chuhan Contention 3 era read Xiang 4's fate in the sky, and like when their more brilliant junior, Zhu Liang 5, heir to the lineage of geniuses, read the mandate of heaven from the sky. Reading the flow and energy of the heavens like this was a symbol of wisdom. As martial studies had developed a lot since then, there were many interpretations of miscellaneous skills. Almost anyone who could strut around saying they knew a thing or two about the world could read at least scraps of the heavens flow. But what could the Taoists even do about it right now? After all, the actual owner of heavenly slaughter was passed out cold at the edge of the world. They were just planning to circulate letters among themselves, boasting things like oh my, it seems something big has happened, what do you think about it? By the way, when did you see it? With the power of my Tao, I saw it around the start of the hour of the ox. It seems you are still lacking. For me, it was the end of the hour of the rat. Of course, it wasn't because they had nothing better to do. They were creating a network so they could gang up on the owner of the heavenly slaughtering star when they appeared. Ximenzuran also saw this starlight. From the uncomfortable color of the malefic star, she knew her cherished disciple had overcome a great crisis and let out a sigh of relief. Ximenzuran lit a candle in the middle of the night, left her quarters, and climbed a peak. It was to offer a sacrifice of gratitude at the Taoist temple enshrining the Flame Emperor. There was also someone capable of seeing this star in the demonic cult's territory. It was Jisungyu, the secret pavilion leader. Jisungyu smiled as he saw the malefic star in the sky. So, heavenly slaughter has arrived in the Central Plains. The time for the divine cult to reclaim its long-lost aspiration is not far off. When the Central Plains is drenched in the blood of the heavenly slaughtering star's victims, the divine cult will soar to greatness. This must be a revelation sent down by the heavenly and demonic gods themselves with one heart and mind. If the heavenly god and demon god had seen this, they would have beaten their chests in frustration until their ribs broke. After all, the dumbass was just sitting there watching, not realizing his own house was on fire. King opened her eyes. Wow, something's definitely different. She opened her eyes naturally, feeling refreshed and full of vitality throughout her body, without a trace of lingering sleepiness. As soon as she learned the great tranquil Zen art, she passed out cold. She'd lost consciousness after shivering from the sensation of her brain being needed. In actuality, it was because the Buddhist divine art had scattered the heavenly slaughter, causing her fatigue to explode, but King didn't know that, and honestly, it wasn't like that was wrong either. It could be said that her brain got absolutely mind-fucked. Moreover, the room was clean, with no trace of the grand volcanic eruption that had occurred previously, meaning she hadn't even noticed the evil cleaner thoroughly vacuuming the room on crutch number 2's orders. Yeah, it really was dangerous earlier. She was right about to charge up like a quarter of her white-hand demonic arts. For reference, it was a quarter because Jai Eonpo he was so insignificant and weak. She thought it might be fun to hit her with exactly a quarter of her usual strength, thus being able to watch her writhe and die while coughing up blood. Wouldn't it be satisfying for a lewd performance specialist's final act to become a performance itself? King shuddered as she recalled her thoughts from yesterday. Wow. It wasn't for nothing that they kept going on and on about demonic arts. So this is what it means to become evil. King, who regarded the strategy guide as her life's benefactor, blamed the poor demonic arts getting their assholes torn apart in her dungeon, not realizing the heavenly slaughtering star held the overwhelming majority share in causing her to almost lose her mind. Right, from now on, I should treat my worthless and incapable senior sister a bit better. I'll teach her the blissful maiden arts too. It originally belonged to the Bliss Palace anyway, so returning it to their disciple is the right thing to do. And opportunely enough, we even agreed to train together. Training. But that training is a broken bar. That kind of training, isn't it? My mouth is my own worst enemy. King's expression crumpled. A verbal promise made by someone incompetent in the mind while in a state of mental lapse wouldn't be legally valid, right? Unfortunately, the modern system of what defined mentally incompetent that King had picked up in law classes had long since been completely abolished. And in the Central Plains, such laws never existed in the first place. If you mismanaged a disabled family member, your entire household could go up in smoke. It was so common it didn't even count as an incident. As such, both the principle of personal jurisdiction and territorial jurisdiction guaranteed King's promise. King looked outside. The world was still pitch black. After spending 10 whole nights taking walks, her body had already memorized when to open her eyes. King got up and approached the window. Due to the ominous string of murders over the past 10 days, even the divine cult had started night patrols. The enemy didn't discriminate between masters and novices. Nor did they distinguish between the rich and poor. So it was time for the cult's patrollers to take the lead in guarding the Knights of Tanshan Divine City. Of course, the exceedingly greater concentration of patrol routes around the residences of dignitaries was purely coincidental. After all, in Tanshan Divine City, everyone was, officially speaking, equal, except for the 2 representatives of the deity above even the heavenly demon. However, these new patrols didn't particularly pose any difficulty for King. The Brazier Street was sparsely patrolled as it was the street of heretics, and the night patrollers' work ethic was poor due to the additional shifts without overtime pay. Above all, King's Black Shadow stealth had already reached 4 stars. It was only natural that her progress was rapid after training diligently every night for nearly 10 days. Black Shadow stealth was a red movement technique she'd received as a reward for her dedicated service in personally peeling the skin off an unnamed ninja during the night and bathing his exposed flesh with poison. As Black Shadow stealth essentially meant diving into shadows, the effect of the technique was roughly similar to its namesake. Of course, it wasn't a method where she could actually move through shadows like the ninjas in novels, but merely a concealment technique that allowed one to hide within shadows. It can't be called too exaggerated a name, though. Originally, martial art names should be embellished. After all, it makes those who learn them later feel proud that they had it. If it were called imitation of pseudo-Buddha's palm technique instead of Buddha's palm, who would want to learn it? Thanks to this, King was able to safely arrive at her friend's house on Brazier Street. King habitually pressed the thin rope under her feet a couple of times. And after sprawling out in the small living room, with an I'm so tired, Silganum, who had the unique hobby of having his hair washed in the middle of the night, would appear from the even smaller bedroom. Silganum pushed open the door with a creak and immediately fired off. Do you really have nothing better to do in the middle of the night? I'm glad to see you too. Has it been a week now? I am not particularly glad to see you, though. Silganum shook his head slowly. King glared at him with narrowed eyes. What the hell? I taught him that ever so precious divine art that I so easily obtained, but he treats me like this? Is he trying to say that now that he's learned it, he's done with me? I didn't think he was that kind of person. The nerve of some people. To be honest, thanks to you, I can wake up sufficiently without even having to pour water on myself. But do you know why I still keep the water bottle? Because it's surprisingly refreshing. Because I am afraid of you. Because I feel like the next time we meet, it will not be a person, but a slaughterer in human form strangling my neck. That is why I asked you to stop your killing spree for at least a week, but you just had to. Silganum suddenly stopped his nagging. Something is different, huh? What is? By the way, Silganum, you've changed a lot too. What's this? Are you wearing makeup these days? Why have you gotten pret? Silganum cut off King's words and said what he wanted to say. Your eyes. That's right. Your eyes have changed. How did those rotten fish eyes suddenly become human? Did you have some kind of enlightenment? Well, I guess there is finally some good news. And then he immediately turned his back. What the? Where are you going? I am going to put away the water bottle now. From now on, you can just shake me awake. You realize you could just come during the day, right? Why do you always sneak in the middle of the night? Good heavens, the nerve of people these days. Silganim looked just as gaunt and hollow-cheeked now as he did a week ago, all skin and bones. Yet why did he somehow seem prettier? King's powers of observation were exactly what you'd expect from someone of her background. She was confident she wouldn't notice if someone was secretly living in her house for at least a week, even if furniture moved and food gradually disappeared. But if even I can tell, there must be some dramatic change, right? What is it? Why does he look prettier? Did his nostrils get narrower? His head shape seems a bit more slender too. King scrutinized Silganum's face closely. Finally, she spotted the decisive difference. Right, the eyes. Originally, Silganum had long, narrow eyes with tiny pupils like grains of millet, looking every bit the squinting villainous mastermind in the shadows. But now those eyes. Like, what the? I mean, like, what man has eyes like that, for fuck's sake? King thought with utter disgust. Those eyelashes, what the hell? Of course, King didn't just think this to herself. After all, she was not one to hold back. Did you glue on fake eyelashes? Silganim replied calmly. It is a side effect. Sure, the blissful maiden art is a fairy art, but is it that potent? After all, hadn't the sutra itself state that the blissful maiden art had been created by a fairy? But still, was that really how the appearance stat would turn out? When increased, even if King had chosen male as her gender, her appearance stat would have remained the same. In that case, if appearance increased, she would have become handsome, not pretty. Silganim resolved King's doubts. It's because I originally cultivated the Supreme Yin Jade Maiden Divine Art. The Supreme Yin Jade Maiden Divine Art? As stated multiple times before, when King didn't know something, the whole world could see her ignorance at a glance. As such, Silganim explained, it's a nasty demonic art that turns you into a woman. I tried to replace it with the Isura demonic art. I did not realize your blissful maiden art was an orthodox Taoist teaching. I thought the Bliss Palace was just a den full of lustful harlots. The blissful maiden art was a divine art that suppressed the demonic and converted them into pure root chi. It was also a martial art that followed the Taoist principle of the golden mean. As the blissful maiden art suppressed and embraced the Isura demonic art, purifying it, the original Supreme Yin Jade Maiden divine art that had been replaced was revived. Jade Maiden meant a woman as pure as jade, implying purity both inside and out. Supreme Yin referred to the purest and greatest cold chi, orthodox yin, the cultivation of a righteous and pure beauty. This was the very definition of walking the orthodox path. In other words, it was a selective symbiotic target for the blissful maiden art. So what does that mean exactly? It means the Isura demonic art I had gone through great difficulty to learn has scattered, and the achievements of the Supreme Yin divine art I had abandoned have returned. No, in fact, they have even surpassed what they were before. Right. That's how it's supposed to be. Broken bar. I'm the abnormal one, I guess. Just me, alone. King suppressed a sudden surge of emotion. What had occurred to Silganim was the natural characteristic of inner chi for these primitive, uncivilized natives of ancient China. Compatible true chi is absorbed into the highest one, while the rest that can't be absorbed dissipates. Only cultivation techniques of the same level could coexist symbiotically without rejecting each other. If not that, there were a few mysterious cultivation techniques like the blissful maiden art that remained separate. One couldn't just learn anything they wanted like King did. Incompatible true chi fighting separately and circulating through meridians regardless of the owner's will. In the Central Plains, this phenomenon was called chi deviation. The reason King was fine was due to her character settings. Because it was a character's body, not a person. I'm not a person. That's when it happened. Suddenly, true chi flowed out from King's danshan. It gently caressed all of King's pressure points, slowly flowing throughout her body, conveying warmth. It was the ever so great compassion of the great tranquil Zen art. In the imagery that followed, it somehow felt like a gentle smile, thus instantly unraveling her melancholy heart. Right, I think, therefore I am. Among the four races that exist in the world, yellow, red, blackie, and Ching Chong, I guess I exist as the fifth, the one and only Xaman King. King asked with a grinning smile. Wow, So you escaped impotence in one go? You can take off that eunuch badge now. A congratulations in order? Unfortunately not. In the Northern Sea, the supreme yin divine art is also called the barren woman art, or man. Then you're basically saying nothing has changed? Huh. Sorry to hear that. King offered sincere condolences. To think my friend is still impotent. It's actually kind of funny, but, yikes, no. Stop it, King. You gotta manage your expression. Think sad thoughts a broken bar. Wait a minute. Does that mean I'm impotent too? A look of desolate sorrow appeared on King's face. Silganim cleared his throat awkwardly. I have already escaped impotence. It is just that I am extremely slow and insensitive now. But since it is still a sensation I have not had in a long time, these days even the slightest touch makes my dick stand up. In fact, it's standing right now, so if you're going to ask me if I want to watch, you might actually go from Silganim the impotent to Silganio the woman. You see, every male fucker's dick I see should be cut off. That's my policy. King spoke in a low voice with a shudder. No wonder his sitting posture seemed oddly awkward. Silganim looked very satisfied at her reaction. He seemed to think his sexual harassment had finally worked for the first time. After all, Silganim had always been someone who made comments that were clearly sexual harassment as naturally as flowing water. King simply despised this weird, misguided camaraderie between men, but she didn't bother voicing objections that would fall on deaf ears. After all, he didn't know she was a man. Silganim, smiling for the first time, pulled out a book from his chest. Anyway, take this. As soon as King received it, the martial arts window flickered. It meant it was a secret manual. The title was written on the book, so there was no need to check the martial arts window. It was the secret manual of the Supreme Yin Jade Maiden Divine Art. The blissful maiden art was already growing at a fierce pace. King's inner chi cultivation techniques had clear growth limits. The heavenly ice Zura demonic art alone wasn't nearly enough, so a new divine art to make her senses number was welcome. Wow, a secret manual. Are you giving this to me? I am just giving one as compensation for the one I received. Silganim seemed to hesitate before continuing. If you happen to meet someone from the Northern Sea Ice Palace or the Snowy Mountains, please pass it on to them. You do not need to go out of your way to find them. If you just happen to meet them, then yes, that in itself is enough. Why don't you give it to them yourself? I have already forgiven the Ice Palace, but they probably have not forgiven me. So it is better if we do not cross paths. Ooh. King marveled at Silganim's magnanimous character. Doesn't this broad-mindedness indeed befit the most shining intellect of the Central Plains? His only flaw is making those sexual comments that feels like it would come from a creepy old man, but since I actually enjoy those kinds of jokes, it's not really a flaw at all. But right then. Well, forgiveness might be too grand a word. After I killed those damn bastards and bitches, set fire to the palace, and stole their secret manuals, I felt quite refreshed. People who have completed their revenge sleep well at night, you see. King saw Silganim's evil karma. It exceeded 400, making him a great demonic adept. Of course, in this neighborhood, the evil karma of demonic adepts who lived quietly tended to be higher. After all, it was the kind of place where you gained righteous karma for killing your neighbors. When King first met Silganim, she let him live because he seemed both amusing and useful. Since then, she grew fond of him as she came and went, and found him handy, so she never thought of killing him. To King, evil karma was nothing more than a qualification. Anyone with 3 digits or more was simply someone who could be killed. From the start, King's elimination of evil people had little to do with world peace or righteousness. The reasons King started eliminating evil people were, first, to gather practice points and become a master to survive. Second, for financial abundance. Third, because it was fun. During the roughly 10 days she went berserk, fun had briefly become the top priority, but survival was still above that. The reason she immediately cowered and became submissive to people with suspiciously high evil karma like Honey and Young was ultimately a desperate struggle to survive. She had never played the role of an executioner going around looking for bad guys to kill, and she had no intention of doing so in the future. Though King didn't clearly realize it yet, Anne knew, imperfect category of friend had wedged itself into her current classification of how someone was either human or an evil person. King spoke to her friend. "Ah, right. So, I was meaning to say, I've had some realizations lately." Silganim brightened up. He thought she was finally showing the clear, refreshing gaze befitting a female expert of the orthodox faction. It seemed he thought she was going to stop her meaningless killing spree. Oh, that is welcome news. Then, now, our hearts, our minds seem to have connected. King happily continued Silganim's words. "I need to choose who to kill more carefully. I've been killing way too indiscriminately up till now, right? Silganim doubted his ears. Did he hear that wrong? Regardless of what he thought, King continued. "So, could you make me a list of bastards crucial to the demonic cult, so that when the situation arises later, I can poke holes in their group?" This was the biggest point of reflection for King after regaining her senses. It's good and all to search for escape techniques, but fundamentally, ensuring survival at the moment of escape was the top priority. I am sorry to change my mind, but could I get that secret manual back now? If you die stupidly, the manual will fall into the demonic cult's hands. I do not want to get mixed up in that. Hey now, haven't you heard about no takesies backsies? Are you really a man if you don't keep your word? Even when I could not be considered a complete man, I poured water on myself every night because I wanted to live. How much more so do you think my survival instinct would be now? Indeed, Silganim, there's nothing I can say to refute that. So King got straight to the point. So actually, in about a month or so, King spilled everything she had learned about the alleged Supreme and the Heavenly Demon Tomb. She planned to pretend to cooperate obediently, then smash the Heavenly Demon spirit and escape, so she needed to take out important figures in advance to prepare for that moment. King readily admitted her shortcomings. That was why she was so shameless in seeking advice from her friend who had such a brilliant intellect. Silganim, who usually didn't hesitate to use derogatory terms for the demonic cult, nodded at King's plan. "Indeed, you are quite cunning when it comes to those kinds of things, I see. Even if you escape now, those demonic cult bastards won't give up on you since you are the key. But you are not strong enough to face them head-on, so you want to inflict as much critical damage as possible before running away. Is that right?" "Exactly. Let's see." Silganim stroked his chin. "The best method would be to make allies for yourself, like you, Silganim." Silganim's eyebrows moved up and down once each. "Well, you are free to think what you want." "What? Aren't we friends? Are you abandoning your friend? You don't want to be friends anymore?" "Friends cannot always be on the same side. Not betraying trust is the virtue of true friendship. Blindly taking sides regardless of the circumstance just makes us bad friends who hold each other back." It was a fair point, so she couldn't say much to retort. As such, King just frowned. Shit, you've got me there." "Fine, explain then." "So what do you mean by making allies?" "Well, you are young and beautiful with big tits, so you could seduce a few demonic adepts and..." "Rejected." King shot down the idea immediately. Silganim looked unconvinced. His expression seemed to say, "Why can't she do it? It's not that difficult, is it? You do not seem desperate enough, is it? But should you not do whatever it takes to survive, even if it means crawling between someone's legs? Only then can you plan for the future." This referred to the Central Plains idiom crawling between the crotch, meaning to endure humiliation. It was famously associated with Han Xin, considered one of the greatest generals in Chinese history, though his later years were quite miserable despite achieving his goals through such means. Is that not better than dying? There are a few lecherous demonic adepts who might be to your taste. King sighed deeply and spoke. "Forget it. People have something called dignity, you know." Silganim's face visibly hardened. His blank stare and remorseful wrinkles suggested he was recalling something from the past. Then, shaking his head, he apologized. "I apologize." "You are right. After living like this for so long, I had not considered that." "But I do have a close grandpa figure. He's called the Purple Lightning Demonic Warlord, that foul-mouthed old man. You mean that pitiful old geezer? Silganim looked King up and down. Well, I suppose that makes sense. Why do I suddenly feel really offended? I heard the purple lightning demonic warlord's daughter died around your age. But apparently, she was so nasty and rude that she could rival the three great evil women. Maybe that's why he feels close to you. This is kinda weird. Why do I keep feeling worse? My hand is strangely itching to do something. King waved her pale hand that was glowing white. Only then did Silganim shut his mouth. I have ears too, you know. I've already heard the old man's gone senile. But you gotta at least try to talk things out to know, right? It's pointless to just decide this person won't do without trying. But the purple lightning demonic warlord is a hardcore demonic cult follower who's lived his entire life as a devout cultist. No matter what tricks you pull, I do not think he'll help you. King waved her hand, changing the subject. Forget it. Can you just look into the killing, burning, and stealing approach? From what you said earlier, it seems you're quite the expert in that area. Silganim chuckled. Of course. I have spent every waking moment fantasizing about the world's destruction. Is that not the mark of a true specialist? Oh, that's reassuring. How brilliant. Considering how you pretended to have a leg injury and left only traces of the white hand demonic arts in your killings, you seem quite meticulous yourself. That's because I'm just a superior person. But you're pretty awesome too, Silganim. It was a scene of two great demonic adepts patting each other on the back. As a divine maiden sect disciple, you'd use a sword. Can you handle a dao or spear by any chance? Even if you are not proficient, being able to imitate the traces left behind should be enough. Of course I can. Who do you think I am? Just tell me what you need. Silganim nodded. Then, first, we should burn down the Tping group of the Inner Palace Department. So, basically, After returning before dawn and closing her eyes with a peaceful mind, it was suddenly lunchtime. King's body and mind felt incredibly refreshed after a good night's sleep. Wow, what's the deal with this great tranquil Zen art? The effects are insane. But it's not entirely good. Usually when one wakes up, their mind should be foggy, their limbs weak, and their throats dry. Then there was the pleasure of enduring your thirst while rolling around in bed, enjoying the lingering drowsiness. But with her mind snapping to full alertness like this, it felt like she was missing out on at least 1% of life's pleasures, if not as much as half. So King spent time in bed with wide-awake eyes. Whether drowsy or not, she ended up lazing about anyway. After all, not long after, someone barged in, nearly breaking down the door. It was King's worthless senior sister, Jaeon-po-hee. Junior sister. Are you going to eat? Normally, people don't ask if you're going to eat right after you wake up, because usually, people don't look for food immediately upon opening their eyes. But anyone who lives with King for 3 days would start asking about food instead of greeting her. After all, King was the type to look for food as soon as she opened her eyes. Jaeon-po-hee closed the door, walked briskly to the wardrobe, and opened it. She gathered underwear, inner palace attire, and outer palace attire, hugging them before heading to the bed. King responded with a series of familiar wriggles, raising her arms and legs. Jaeon-po-hee matched her movements, dressing her. Her actions were natural and skilled, as if she had done this many times before. What's for food today? Dried fish in thick sauce with eggplant soup. No. Chinese cuisine, with a few exceptions, was just a list of ingredients and cooking methods. King, usually strict about meals, showed rare cleverness at times like this. Dried fish in thick sauce meant dried fish cooked in a thick, simmered sauce. King knew a similar dish from her hometown called braised bolak. King's eyes trembled pitifully. How can such a reality exist? Junior sister, are you okay? I'm not okay. Mark today's date. I don't want to forget next year that today is when we have to set up an annual memorial service for all the Bliss Palace cooks. Then, shall we eat out? It was welcome news, but King shook her head. I'm planning to eat with Gramps today. I have some things to discuss with him. Jaeon-po-hee's shoulders drooped, and she glanced furtively at King. If I'm being a bother. To be honest, she was being a bit of a bother, or rather, annoying. Even as the youngest, Jaeon-po-hee had always been everyone's plaything in the Bliss Palace, but now she was completely ignored as well. In professional terms, she was considered outside the ranks. There were open rumors about how she got her second-grade disciple position through connections despite her lack of skill. However, this didn't exempt them from Jeonpo's bullying, making life miserable for her subordinates daily. Things might have been different if the dim-witted senior sister had handled herself better. But her excessive bullying, which didn't discriminate, earned her contempt from above and both contempt and fear from below. So while I can understand her desperate clinging day after day, the truth is, when King was losing her mind, she took advantage of Jeonpo's situation and treated her like a servant. If she made even one mistake, King would get all serious and say she didn't want to see her face, or mutter to herself about replacing her with someone else, showing clear disappointment. Basically, in the end, this was all karmic retribution. The triangle of conscience in King's mind spun wildly, although it was almost a circle by now, because her basic settings when it came to conscience were so small they were practically the size of a bean. There was still a part of her that scratched at this minuscule conscience. That's not it. Let's eat out together for dinner. Okay, and let's train together after dinner too. Shit, she's trying to push for this now? However, it was a rather awkward time to refuse. After reluctantly nodding, Jeonpo left the room with a sunny expression. King was left alone, waiting for Choi Leong to visit. Grumble. Suddenly, a thought occurred to her. What if Gramps doesn't come today? Fortunately, King didn't have to experience one of the most terrible things a human can endure in this world, skipping lunch. Choi Leong, who had sneakily eaten lunch alone, came by to invite her for tea. What? While someone was starving here waiting, you went and ate by yourself? Gramps, I didn't think you were like that. Did you make an appointment in advance to wait? You are barking nonsense. As if it is perfectly normal for me to wait for you. That's not important. What's important is that I'm hungry. TSK. You cruel girl. Where did you get such a temper from? The Og Crutch grumbled as he picked King up. It was a comfortable ride, befitting the original the great sensation of a true demonic adept carrying her. Meals are more enjoyable with company. Why? Because the number of dishes increases. Moreover, King could outpace any competitor in devouring dishes anyway. What mattered was the variety. In that respect, Choi Leong was a good dining companion. This old man, despite looking like a complete skeleton in faded old clothes as if he couldn't afford to eat, had a suspiciously large sum of money. What the hell? If you have money, what's the point of looking like that? So it shouldn't matter if I spend a bit of his money, right? King demolished the meal like it was a battle. The scene of which she treated her food could be described as total war. Choi Leong kept nagging, but it was just the usual ramblings of a foul-mouthed grandfather, so it didn't have much impact. Even a pig would eat more gracefully than that. This was Choi Leong's comment as King's meal was wrapping up, after he had ordered all sorts of desserts for her. Come on, if I eat more gracefully than a pig, is that something to be proud of? Comparing yourself to a pig isn't something to brag about no matter how you eat. Ho ho. That mouth of yours. Anyway, Gramps, I can't live like this anymore. I'm planning to cause some shitstorm and run away. Choose now. Who'll it be? Me or the heavenly demon divine cult? King suddenly threw a curveball. Choi Leong flinched visibly. Child, there are bad guys everywhere. What's this law of the strong? A law of nature? Nah, that's wrong too. But even if it were right, so what? Shouldn't humans live by human laws instead of the laws of beasts? That will not last much longer. Soon, when the heavenly demon descends upon this land, he will liberate the Central Plains. Under his leadership, a new world of equality for all people under the heavens will open up. But isn't that bastard the biggest problem? That all-edged supreme, isn't he the worst scum of humanity? That's... Choi Leong seemed at a loss for words, his mouth opening and closing. Finally, King had no choice but to say something unpleasant. Do you know that scumbag is planning to fuck me? Look at him giving me all these fairy arts to learn. I'd rather die than go through that. I'll seriously just bite my tongue and die. For reference, people don't die from biting their tongues. Humans weren't designed to be that fragile. Of course, There was a small chance of choking to death if the severed tongue retracted and blocked the airway. But how would King know that? Choi Leong sighed deeply and spoke. Child, you do not need to worry about that. About what? The current Supreme and the future Heavenly Demon Supreme who will complete the divine art by accepting the Heavenly Demon Spirit are completely different beings. Once he completes the divine art, he will no longer have any interest in you. How do you know that, Gramps? Your words aren't making any sense. His interest will disappear? Does learning the divine art suddenly make him like men or something? That's... Choi Leong suddenly seemed at a loss for words, mumbling and avoiding eye contact before continuing. I cannot tell you. Wait, what? Really? He becomes gay, I mean, a homosexual? King asked in shock. She was so surprised that she even spoke a Western term she rarely used. Choi Leong was dumbfounded. All he meant was that the interest in King would disappear. King wasn't some representative of Central Plains women, and the idea of showing interest in men made no sense. But he couldn't give a detailed explanation either. So he had no choice but to let her misunderstand, and King misunderstood to her heart's content. Wait. Martial arts can change sexual preferences? They called it the Heavenly Demon Divine Art, but isn't it actually a demonic art? Shouldn't they rename it the Heavenly Divine Demonic Art, or maybe the Male Divine Demonic Art, or just outright call it the Homosexual Demonic Art? Or maybe not? Come to think of it, this was a world where learning martial arts could make people prettier, more sensitive, or duller. All sorts of things could happen. Maybe there's some kind of hormone regulation or something. Even so, it's still a truly demonic art. Well, let's put that aside for now. But what's this about liberating the Central Plains? With that son of a bitch in charge, there's no way in hell it'll be equal for all. Won't he just create a living hell? That too will naturally be resolved once the Supreme completes the divine art. Do not doubt it. Why? Does a person suddenly become kind or something? About that, I guess it could make sense. King's words took a turn at the end. Come to think of it, hadn't King herself changed after learning the great tranquil Zen art? Maybe that alleged Supreme was in an even more serious state than King. Then, does that mean he won't be interested in me? However, what had to be known was that kindness and sexual orientation weren't related. Is it a martial art that turns you into a nice homosexual? You become kind in exchange for becoming gay? Then she wondered why she was even pondering such nonsense. So what? Whether that son of a bitch becomes kind or not, whether he sleeps with men or not, what does it matter to me? Then Choi Leong spoke. His tone was almost pleading. Just endure a little longer. Once you open the Heavenly Demon Tomb and the Supreme completes the divine art, he will not stop you from leaving then. Owing, eh? King blinked. What? He'll just let me go? The future Heavenly Demon will not keep non-believers under him. As long as you do not oppose the divine cult, he will be merciful. King growled. Gramps, do you know that alleged Supreme tried to gouge out my eyes just because I talked back once? Whether it's a divine art or a gay demonic art or whatever, he'll still be a creepy motherfucker after learning it. You dare? How dare you speak such blasphemy? The purple lightning demonic warlord cut off King's words. A purple light flickered between the old man's body and the world. Purple lightning demonic chi. Unlike King's true chi, the original owner's purple lightning demonic chi had the dignity befitting one of the 10 great demonic arts. It was because the purple lightning demonic warlord's purple lightning demonic chi had already completed its final evolution into purple lightning force. Since this usually appeared when the purple lightning demonic warlord was angry, King felt a surge of emotion, as if feeling wronged, and argued back. What? Are you getting mad at me now? Just because I insulted some stupid martial art? Why are you flashing around like that? Are you going to fry me with lightning or something? Enough. Crack. Everything went white, and a shrill scream escaped involuntarily. She couldn't even tell where she'd been hit. It felt like her bones and muscles were melting all at once, enveloping her entire body in an instant. Fortunately, the pain subsided quickly, but it was enough to snap her back to her senses. King originally had a habit of submitting to the strong when she met them. This hierarchy of strength included not just cultivation realms, but also relationships. Choi Leong had shown such a soft and weak side to King that she had gradually started pushing boundaries, resulting in this situation. But after getting hit once, she realized that the Purple Lightning demonic warlord was actually a master of the unrestrained realm. Moreover, he was actually an absolute fucking beast of a master who could turn King into a crispy fried dish just based on his mood. Ah, I went too far. What was I thinking, acting so recklessly? King reflected on her past behavior and forced a smile. It was a smile packaged in subservience. Hee, Elder. Why are you getting angry? I was just shocked, so my words came out harshly. You know I did not mean it, right? I apologize. It was not my intention. Of course. I have learned about this too. Elders sometimes have moments of depression, right? I do not mind. Child, that's not. This is. Instead, Choi Leong, who had struck her, looked like he was the one who had been hit. King's smile was unfamiliar to him. Her face and eyes weren't smiling, and her trembling pupils looked towards him but focused on his forehead or between his brows, not meeting his gaze directly. As one grows old, they gain the wisdom to clearly name such an expression. In this world, it was called fear. The old man's cloudy eyes wandered through a different time. There were eyes that always looked at Choi Leong. The saying that you can tell a person's character by looking at their eyes doesn't come from the righteous chi of Taoism and Buddhism or the malefic star filled with demonic chi. People's eyes move first when they see something familiar, unconsciously curling at the corners, their gaze sticking and not letting go. When seeing something frightening, the pupils tremble. When looking at something hateful, the eyes lose their luster, and their color becomes colder than the north wind, with a sharp, harsh malice, forming shapes as deadly as daggers. That's why round eyes that look at the world kindly are called stares, while those that look at hateful things are called glares. Choi Leong had learned through experience that fear exists in the process of stares turning into glares. The body growing cold in his arms, a life he never thought would be so short. The clear hatred in those eyes that couldn't be closed even in death, that he couldn't bring himself to close. Choi Leong's complexion turned white. No, it turned blue, and eventually he rolled on the floor, his eyes rolling back as his body trembled. The wide-open glare whispered in the old man's ear. I hate you. I despise you. I wish I had never been born. Gramps, why are you suddenly like this? Get lost. Please. I'm begging you. What do you want? What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly acting like you're at a funeral? My last sight of this world shouldn't be your horrible face. Come on, snap out of it. Gramps, Father, you must live a long life. Because I don't want to face that mug of yours in hell. And then Choi Leong's trembling stopped. It is fine now. Are you okay? Have you come to your senses? No need to make a fuss. It is just the result of my old age. You looked like you were about to kick the bucket, yet I can't even make a fuss. I cannot go yet. I must see our heavenly demon rise to greatness and the entire Central Plains become a peaceful land under the divine cult's rule. King picked up Choi Leong, put him back in his place, and then dragged her legs back to her seat. Then she diligently cleared out all the fruit. It seemed like this might be the last time she'd get to eat for free, so she wanted to eat while she could. Choi Leong just smiled bitterly and stared blankly at a corner of the table for a long time. The table emptied like that. King was debating whether to end the meal or not and whether to ask him to take her back or not. Is the worthless senior sister now crutch number one? No. A single item doesn't need a number. Should I just promote her to the crutch? That's when it happened. Choi Leong brought up a story that hadn't been asked about. You must have heard that I had a daughter? King replied reluctantly. If it had been before getting hit, she might have sassed back with I heard she was the one of the rudest bitch under the heavens, but not now. Well, I've heard some rumors that your daughter was quite unique. Yes, she was an unfilial daughter. Ah, if it's a heavy story, you don't have to tell me. Hearing the voice filled with deep resentment, King quickly tried to cut him off. She didn't like melodrama, after all. However, Choi Leong shook his head and continued talking on his own. She was always desperate to leave the divine cult. When I stopped her, from some point on, She started seeing her father as her mortal enemy. But how could the daughter of a great guardian leave for the Central Plains? You were a great guardian, Elder. I was, once, until my daughter stabbed her heart and killed herself. Ah, shit. This is getting all deep and heavy. She killed herself in the prime of her youth without ever truly blooming. She died still considering her father her enemy. King couldn't answer and just looked on with anxious eyes. If this old man betrays the divine cult now, how could I face my daughter after death? She would immediately confront me. A shadow fell over Choi Leong's aged face. She would ask why I made her life so miserable for the sake of the divine cult when she was alive, only to betray that very cult I cherished so much for the sake of some girl I didn't even know, after I had killed my own daughter. How could I possibly answer that? King just scratched her head awkwardly. Silganum was both right and wrong. He was right that trying to persuade him would be pointless, but wrong about him being a devout cultist. He was just a pitiful old cultist who felt he had to be devout lest his dead daughter's death be in vain. Ah, shit. How can the living even win against the dead? From the start, Choi Leong's words were that kind of refusal. I shall let you go after the heavenly demon tomb is opened. Even the Supreme will not be able to treat you recklessly if I stop him. I hope you can endure until then. King sighed deeply. I understand, if that's what you say, Elder. Of course, it was just lip service. First of all, there was no way she could trust that alleged supreme bastard. He was the type to immediately enter the demonic descent realm after learning the gay demonic art. If he suddenly decided to kill her, then, what could she even do? It would be too late for Gramps to try and stop him then. She couldn't stake her life on someone else's mercy. So she couldn't let that alleged supreme bastard achieve demonic descent. Moreover, she couldn't bear to see that either. She had to interfere at the crucial moment, destroy that heavenly demon spirit thingy in front of everyone, and see his face contort. And there was a second reason. Even if she returned home safely, it would still be a problem. In the end, that bastard who would turn from the alleged supreme to the future heavenly demon would gather all the demonic cult scum and come after her. What about her sweet home in the Divine Maiden sect that she had just obtained? Moreover, what if rumors spread that Xaman King gave the heavenly demon the gay demonic art? It seemed like she wouldn't be the only one getting destroyed. Also, even if she wouldn't get destroyed by the cult, she would definitely get fucked in the ass by her master. A true man must have a great task he must accomplish, even if it means enduring any humiliation. This is exactly what Silganum meant by the story of Hanksin crawling between someone's legs. When Hanksin was young, he was a braggart who always carried a big sword to act tough. A local thug who disliked this sight blocked his path, spreading his legs and thrusting out his belly, saying, "If you know how to use that sword, cut open my belly. If you're just carrying it for show, I'll let you off if you crawl between my legs." Hanksin was furious, but he couldn't risk getting a criminal record for murder, which would prevent him from becoming an official. In the end, unable to give up his dream of being a civil servant, Hanksin crawled between the thug's legs. Then there's also the story of King Gujian tasting feces. This is about King Gujian of Wu, the one helped by the maiden. After losing a war against King Fukai of Wu that had the continent at stake, Gujian became a prisoner in Wu. Though Gujian was grinding his teeth in anger, outwardly he acted like a submissive and obedient slave. When Fukai fell ill, Gujian even ate Fukai's feces and personally diagnosed him, saying there was no major illness since the taste was normal. A diagnosis through eating poop is a surprisingly legitimate study of traditional medicine. Moved by this, Fukai released Gujian, or perhaps he just didn't want to keep such a disgustant feces-eating man as a servant. Afterwards, Gujian met the maiden and led an army armed with the enhanced version of the maiden sword to destroy the state of Wu. And here was another beautiful woman who had to endure such humiliation. It was none other than the pretty girl named Xaman King, who had once been a military veteran. Hanksin crawling between legs and Gujian eating feces were nothing compared to the humiliation King would have to endure. King looked down at the weapon in her hand. The long handle, the sharp ridge of the nose, the gracefully heavy blade body with blood grooves carved into it and the single-edged blade. King trembled with humiliation. To think that I have to use a half-sword. That's right, King was holding a half-sword. But this too was a sacrifice for the greater cause. It was a noble sacrifice for King's dignity, petty revenge, and amusement. Incidentally, it might also somewhat guarantee the peace of the Central Plains Murim from the vicious claws of the demonic cult, but honestly, she didn't really care much about that part. Though she would get a lot of free practice points as compensation. It was ultimately Silganum's idea. Just a mere act of a white hand which causing havoc would be a bit boring. So let's frame one of the three major outer sects of the demonic cult, the Royal Demonic Path Clan. King looked down at the half-sword. But, I think I kinda broken bar just a teensy bit. Like it a little. King's pure strength had now surpassed human levels due to her collection of all sorts of martial arts. She was probably the strongest person not just in the Central Plains, but across the 5 oceans and 6 continents. How to put it? For such a king, swords felt too light. The Blood Shadow Thunder Lightning Dao technique especially used a huge Dao. It was a weapon rarely seen in the Central Plains. Even with the non-interference between the government and Murim, it was still awkward to openly carry such a large weapon around. The national law prohibited carrying such private weapons, after all. And also, it was inconvenient. It was a heavy weapon weighing 20 kati just in iron. How inconvenient would it be to always carry around something so big and heavy? But for King, it was just the right weight that felt good without being burdensome. King looked down at the fallen Tping group member. He was an unfortunate villain who would never get up again, punished for neglecting his patrol duty and lying down on a mat in an alley. Of course, the biggest cause of death was that he happened to be carrying a Dao. Your weapon's fucking sick, you know? Don't worry too much, I'll use it well tonight and return it. The Tping group member didn't answer, because the dead don't speak. King gauged the west. The main building of the Tping group was supposed to be that big building with the blue roof over there, right? The Tping group under the Inner Palace Department of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult was mainly responsible for maintaining public order in Tanshan Divine City, and also handled firefighting, taxes, and loan-related products. However, there were constant opinions that Tanshan Divine City's public order was too perfect to need the Tping group to protect it. This was because there had been no violent crimes in Tanshan Divine City for several hundred years. For reference, robbery, murder, rape, and human trafficking were not considered violent crimes in Tanshan Divine City, and were simply seen as the victim being stupid or careless. Therefore, it is a clear fact proven by records that Tanshan Divine City is a heavenly utopia perfectly free from terrible crimes. Silganum was ultimately an outsider who had flowed in. So the strategy of first burning down the public security force and throwing the city into chaos was truly something that would make divine cult members sneer if they heard it. What's the point of burning down people who don't do anything anyway? It would just mean people could commit robbery, murder, rape, and human trafficking without having to be discreet about it, instead of doing it bit by bit while being cautious. Stupid Central Plains people might call that chaos. But for divine cult members, well, for this reason, the Tping group, too, was perfectly peaceful one. In fact, the Tping group had never even conceived of the idea that someone might attack them. The patrollers were everyone's friends, easily befriended with enough money for a good night out. It was even a time when everyone was confused by the sudden night shift and various illnesses were going around, so people were holed up in Tping Hall saying they couldn't come to work. And so, in this divine city where night shifts had become a rather vulgar joke, a woman was crossing the small martial arts training field of the Tping group. To the left of the main gate was a 5-story building. This was Tping Hall, the dormitory for Tping group warriors. The night guard watching the front of the dormitory saw a figure approaching, dragging a huge Dao. A black outfit covering the entire body. In the Central Plains, it was called night walking clothes. The night guard was startled and stood up, but then sighed in relief when he recognized the Dao being dragged. In fact, There was no one in the divine city who wouldn't recognize it. The ridiculously large dao with red tassels was the weapon used by direct disciples of the Royal Demonic Path sect. If it's a Royal Demonic Path sect member going out at this hour, then it's probably a broken bar. The night guard acted friendly. Fourth Senior Master, you are back already? You should at least pretend to patrol. If you return early like this, the entry log will be messed up. Then the black-clad figure answered, Cry to prove your innocence. The night guard asked back, confused by the sudden words. What? Senior Master, are you drunk? Why should I cry? I am a man. Who said I was telling you to cry? King snapped and then said again, Cry. Hellsword 2. The Hellsword drew a circle as round as the full moon. Blood Shadow Thunder Lightning Dao Technique. First move, Blood Full Moon. It was a simple move that just swung the Dao vertically from behind, striking down like lightning. However, when combined with the Blood King demonic chi of the Blood Demon King divine art, it truly created a scene of a blood-red full moon rising above the ground. The blade body lodged into the crown of the head, piercing vertically and coming out between the legs. The crunching sensation transmitted through to her hands. The feeling of forcibly cutting, crushing, and tearing with a weapon was a whole new world. Ugh, this feels so good. The taste of tearing rather than cutting. This is also quite a delicacy, you see. King, who had shuddered once, strode forward. It was the moment a killing fiend entered Ping Hall. Sok Humum, a senior investigator belonging to the Inner Hall's Ping group, was continuing his lonely struggle alone today as well. It was because the vicious villain, the White Hand Witch, had snuck into Tanshan Divine City. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, Sok Humum requested the dispatch of the Heavenly Demon Defense Squad's combat unit and proposed a special night shift for the Ping group. However, the thoughts of those in high positions seemed a bit different, as they authorized the night shift formation but ordered to capture the White Hand Witch alive if possible, or surround and stall for time if not. In essence, they were coveting the White Hand demonic arts. Sok Humum, as one of the few conscientious members of the Ping group, was furious, but he had no choice but to follow orders. Today too, he was staying up all night, trying to deduce the White Hand Witch's hideout by connecting the victims on a map of Tanshan Divine City. White Hand Witch, where are you hiding? It is clear that you must be somewhere in the East District. There was some progress. The witch was definitely in the East District. Speaking of the East District, she must be hiding somewhere in the Red Light District, among the prostitutes. That's when it happened. A subordinate came in, making a fuss. It is terrible. There's a huge problem. A fire. There's a fire. Sok Humum looked at the subordinate as if he was pathetic. Firefighting is also the duty of the Ping group. Even if it's been a while since we've had to put out fires, seeing you panic like this makes me think we need to reschedule fire drills. That's not it. What do you mean that's not it? What are you doing? Why aren't you waking up the warriors in Ping Hall and dispatching them with firefighting equipment right now? The fire is in Ping Hall itself. Sok Humum frowned hard. What? Damn it. Ring the bell and gather all nearby warriors. What are the rest of the personnel at the main hall doing? Tell them to gather at Ping Hall with firefighting equipment immediately. And so, the night of the Ping group was awakened. All the personnel on night duty gathered, carrying fire sand, oilcloths, and water buckets, struggling to put out the fire in Ping Hall. Even citizens of the Divine City who were peeking around to watch the fire in the middle of the night were caught on the spot and made to carry water buckets, sweating profusely. As Sok Humum was directing this process, a chill suddenly ran down his spine. How could there be no one coming out when there's a fire? Normally, when there's a fire, it's human nature to jump out even if it's 1,000-li cliff outside the window. But how could there be no sign of people when the entire building was burning brightly? At that time, King was in the Great Hall of the Ping group. This was the center of the Ping group, and also where all the main tasks like command briefings and paperwork were carried out. It should not be difficult to deal with the warriors sleeping in Ping Hall. They are those with no discipline to begin with. Once all eyes are on the fire, set fire to the records office. What? You are asking where the records office is? I do not know that either. Figure out that much on your own. So King figured it out on her own. She spared one person from tipping Hall, ripped out his jaw, tore off his ears, and grabbed the one remaining ear to ask. Upon doing so, he kindly changed jobs to become a guide. As a reward for that guidance, King personally guided him to the underworld. See, King was kind enough to repay guidance with guidance. King casually tossed the porcelain bottle seal Ganem had given her. Along with a clang, the resin-mixed oil splashed cheerfully between the ceramic shards. Jaion Bohi, who was helping King put on her sleeve, spoke. Junior sister, did you hear that story? I can't know what story you're talking about unless you tell me first. The tipping group was burned down. I heard it turned to ashes. All the prisoners escaped too. King had only burned 2 buildings, and all she had done was release the prisoners locked in the underground prison. It was just that the prisoners celebrated their sudden freedom with a fire show in the middle of the night. Ah, is that so? That is a huge problem. How unfortunate. Huge problem? No. I'm happy. Why is senior sister happy about it? I borrowed some money from the tipping group before, you know. The interest piled up so much that I made several pledges, but now they've all gone up in smoke. Pledges? Yep. I think it was how I had to perform comfort activities for divine cult fighters in the future Central Plains Liberation War. Oh, and demonstrations of new medical techniques at the medicine hall, and being backup personnel to continue the lineage of the divine veins are in danger of extinction. Top priority food supplier in case of isolation. There were lots of things. None of the items sounded trivial. It was literally mortgaging her entire future. King asked, just in case. Do you know what all that means? I don't know, but they said it wasn't anything too difficult. King nodded. Sheesh, wow. It was worth the effort to burn it down. They weren't just any old sons of bitches. Huh. Maybe I should have stayed longer and burn more shit with the prisoners. But how much did you borrow to make such pledges? Here, lift your butt. Jaion Pohi answered while helping King put on her palace skirt. About 30 silver sissies? That's quite a lot, isn't it? King didn't ask out of any particular curiosity. It was just an extension of the usual conversation between acquaintances. But immediately after, King was put into a rather uncomfortable position. Yeah, my mum was sick. Ah, the price of medicine for your mother. But then they suddenly raised the interest to 30% per month. You know, they clearly said it was 30% per year when I borrowed it. But everyone said it was normal. So I guess that's how it is. This was how the divine cult governed its followers. Tanshan Divine City, being barren and without any special products, largely depended on the income of loyal special forces who went on external missions. The divine cult had numerous businesses set up in the Central Plains. It was a cult sustained by special experts like professional black market merchants, grave robbers, robber gangs, human traffickers, drug criminals, loan sharks, and gambling dens, all united by the power of religion. Thus, money and goods flowed in from outside and went to the divine cult's officials. By that, it meant they flowed to the combat units and affiliated sects. So if you didn't want to meet a miserable end as a debtor in Tanshan Divine City, you had to learn martial arts and join a combat unit. This achieved the first of the 2 teachings emphasized by the first heavenly demon, the great total armament of making all cult members into martial artists. So, is your mother all right now, huh? She's dead though. Oh, I'm sorry. King, feeling even more uncomfortable, closed her mouth. However, Jaion Pohi just smiled brightly. It's okay. My mum and I were practically enemies, you know. She always hit me, calling me a stupid retard who's mentally disabled, a useless bitch who only wastes food. I might be a bit dumb, but I'm not dumb enough to like someone who hates me. King broke out in a cold sweat. Shit, isn't this becoming more and more of a problem? I swear, there's not a single thing I like about this neighborhood. King awkwardly offered comfort. Ah, that must have been tough. No, number. A useless bitch deserves to be hit, right? So I paid her back in kind. She was sick but didn't do anything, so she was useless. She made such a fuss every time I hit her, going on about how I owe her for giving birth and raising me. I repaid the grace of giving birth by borrowing money in my name for her medicine, right? And if she didn't raise me properly, then the grace of raising me is invalid. Well, yes, you did well. I did, right? Jianpo, he was someone who definitely got her revenge. Still, considering she took care of paying back the supposed grace of giving birth, she really wasn't that bad of a kid. But she wasn't exactly good either. Wait a minute. If it's like this, then maybe a broken bar. Senior sister, if you have any resentment towards me, could you tell me now instead of hiding it? Let's not have any of this keeping things bottled up and getting back at me later. Huh? What are you talking about? There's nothing like that. Really? Yeah, junior sister is the only one who's ever been nice to me anyway. You're more like a mom to me than my own mother. When I was little, I was so envious of other people's mums. You know, chasing after and beating up anyone who bullied their child, always giving me tasty things and nice things. But now I have a junior sister who does things like that too. I thought she was just a slightly dim-witted grudge. But turns out she was a daughter taking care of her uncomfortable, aged mother. King felt even more uncomfortable. This was why if people weren't careful in their daily lives, they could become a piece of shit in an instant. Just like that, the worn-out triangle in King's conscience was spinning wildly first thing in the morning. It wasn't actually morning. King is no longer the king of the past. She is now the rather unorthodox successor who has inherited the great Buddhist teachings of the great tranquil Zen art through some half-assed, despicable method. So she was no longer that scoundrel who made her teacher do all sorts of menial tasks including massages, and only played a single verse of the Heavenly Heart Harmony whenever she felt like it. King reflected on her past behavior of disregarding educational authority and thought, right, Madame Kang is trying her best to teach me in her own way, so I shouldn't treat her so carelessly. But isn't she just trying to use me for their own benefit rather than teaching me to improve? Isn't she on the same level as those rebel bastards raising child soldiers? Madame Kang is a real fucking bitch after all. Calling Madame Kang a teacher would be an insult to the roughly less than 6 billion teachers in this land. I mean, the range of error is a bit wide, but since I don't know the population of this world, I just went with the maximum. That's right. Come to think of it, I didn't really do anything wrong. So King just did as she always did. After casually picking her nose and gesturing to clean the room with her toes, she diligently played one verse for her today as well. Madame Kang shed a veritable bucket of tears because she was so moved at the performance and quickly ran away. Maid So-young respectfully bowed at the waist and followed with a very refreshed expression. Madame Kang's expression was becoming more and more rotten, while Maid So-young's was becoming brighter in contrast. And then, it was time for dinner. After that, an ordeal awaited King. She had to take time out of her date to perform the dance of undressing with her crutch. At first, King truly felt self-loathing at the thought of having to perform a dance of undressing. But the crutch's disastrous dance moves had a devilish charm that made viewers clutch their chests in frustration, stand up, and shout to do this like this and that while participating. Jianpo's lustful immortal disrobing dance made people burst with awkwardness, pity, and frustration instead of lust, so it could naturally be called a truly malefic dance. At any rate, Jianpo seemed to be enjoying herself despite achieving absolutely nothing with her completely new reinterpretation of seduction. After that, she went to bed early. And then she woke up, shuddering at the heaviness of the unwanted desire for a killing spree. But at the same time, she was inexplicably brightening the night with a wide smile and hopping along with excited steps. After entering the courtyard and skillfully pushing the rope once with her foot and pulling it skillfully. Wait, didn't he say he'd remove the rope? And so King flopped down in the small living room. But today something felt a bit. As usual, Sealganim appeared, dripping water. You are here. What's this? Didn't you say you'd remove the water bottle? On second thought, if it becomes known that I helped you, assassins might come. Being wet is better than being dead. What the? You don't trust me? A wise person always prepares for the worst. I need to stay alive to plan for the future. Indeed, Silganum, there really isn't anything to refute when it comes to you. As always, King changed the subject. By the way, ventilate a bit. This old man, bachelor, widower Musk is no joke. It wasn't like this last night, though. Then Silganum somehow looked triumphant and raised his chin. What the heck? What are you trying to say with that? Well, it is a man's house, so of course it smells like a man. I guess you are a woman, after all. Are you getting all hot and bothered? You know, since you're not impotent anymore, can't you stop with the harassment? I was never truly impotent, though. Come to think of it, you are right. As I was born a man, I was indeed improper. I apologize. It seemed the joy of regaining his masculinity was far greater than King had thought. Well, since he escaped the eunuch label, I can understand the dilation, but still. King looked at Silganum's long, slender eyelashes and forcibly swallowed the words that had come up to her chin. There was no need to say words that would cause unnecessary hurt. Anyway, as you said, I left plenty of traces of the blood shadow thunder lightning Dao technique, burned down Tping Hall and the records office, and released the prisoners from the underground prison. I heard the news too. But do not be complacent. The Tping group is merely the weakest among the demonic cult's combat units. Silganum spoke as if he were one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King's army. As you said, the demonic cult's determination to recover the heavenly demon spirit will be extraordinary. They will surely mobilize all available combat units. But the Tping group has burned down. If we burn down a few more combat units in the same way, the demonic cult members who are suppressed by force will cause an uproar. The very existence of the city will become unstable. They will have no choice but to deploy an elite few, as they need to prepare for the great war between orthodox and demonic. What? An elite few? Teacher Seal, you never mentioned this before. If you suddenly switcheroo shit like this, if it were a sin, but does that mean they enjoy any other pleasures? They just torture their bodies, enjoying the pain, then hobble around from the after effects. Not satisfied with that, they divide their body parts by days, repeating their ascetic practices without missing a single day. Now that you mention it, they already feel pleasure from masochism, so they do not need fine food, and for the same reason, they do not seek other hobbies. They always make excuses about muscles. But what is the need for muscles that are built in such a manner? This was Silganum's opinion. Though Silganum had no muscles at all and had a thin, stick-like body or broken bar, it was obviously a very logical inference that had nothing to do with that. Indeed. That's true. King marveled. As expected of the neighborhood's greatest intellect, his observations of people were sharp as well. Who knew there were so many masochistic perverts in this world? You have enough strength, as long as you can handle weapons without inner chi, so shouldn't you focus on gathering even a little more inner chi to develop your dantian instead? That's right. The more inner chi, the better. Of course. Somehow, we got a tad sidetracked. Silganum cleared his throat. It seems you have done all you can. It would be better to rest well and refine your martial arts until the day you go to the heavenly demon tomb. What? That's all? I was just getting warmed up. Silganum sighed deeply. Do not underestimate those demonic cult bastards too much. Among the poisons of the Central Plains, there was one called Gyu Poison 3. It was made by putting all sorts of poisonous creatures into a jar and sealing the opening. The poisonous creatures would then eat each other. In the end, the survivor would absorb all the other poisons, gaining a powerful poison chi. The demonic cult, along with the total armament of all its followers, created a city similar to a crucible of Gyu poison while stubbornly yelling about the law of the strong. The weak had no voice in this unreasonable society, while the strong were treated as justified under the name of might makes right no matter what they did. The demonic cult had no intention of developing the divine city from the start. All they needed were capable individuals for conquering the Central Plains and a large number of cannon fodder. The series of processes that made King click her tongue at how chaotic things were was actually the result of pursuing extreme efficiency to quickly produce a large number of masters. Either way, proper high-level martial artists do not even live in dormitories within combat units. You may have slaughtered a few powerful demonic humans, but they were all just careless due to the long peace. It is most likely that from tomorrow on, you will need to be prepared, even when going out at night. All the masters of the demonic cult will pour out looking for the murderer, after all. Well, if that's the case, it can't be helped, even if it's disappointing. King nodded. She had never lost out by listening to Seal Ganem. Even if his loyalty was a bit questionable, his intelligence was based as fuck. And to be honest, she wasn't having as much fun after learning the great tranquil Zen art as expected of a Buddhist divine art. Of course, in the perspective of the great tranquil Zen art, this was utterly ridiculous. If it could speak, it would definitely shout about how it felt wronged. After all, King was just bored from playing around too much. There was a certain threshold in human psychology where no matter how fun a game was, you would become less excited once you got used to it. As such, King completely gave up her lingering attachment to night walks. The divine cult's top investigator, Murim, had a gleam in his eyes. Hee, you little rat. You won't be able to run wild anymore. With the death of the Zura demonic sword, even the secret pavilion took the stance that they would no longer stand by idly. They gave senior investigator Murim disposition authority equivalent to their version of first grade. It was an enormous authority that allowed him to request cooperation from those below the level of combat units, vice captains and first grade disciples of sects. Investigator, is this plan all right? Mobilizing so many masters for night patrols is. The adjutant looked at the night patrol plan for the city, which was so densely packed it was hard to make out. This was more like a met of heaven and earth than a mere patrol. And it was composed entirely of masters of the first-rate realm or higher. Keek, hasn't every crime so far happened at night? That means if we catch all the suspicious people at night, the culprit will be among them. Murim glared with bloodshot eyes. Just one more time. Try to run wild just one more time. That will be the day of your funeral. Unfortunately, this strategy only held true if the culprit actually went out at night again. Senior sister, how did it go? How did what go? I mean about Seal Ganem, the one with toilet written on his forehead. That guest? He said he doesn't sleep with Bliss Palace disciples. No matter how desperate I am, I do not want to be under a temptress. Sorry if that offended you. It's just that my life is precious to me, was what he said and stuff. King was startled. He had almost perfectly imitated Seal Ganem's voice. The realism of the imitation was so good that even King might have been fooled for a moment if she hadn't seen her face. What the heck? This crutch is this talented when it comes to voice mimicry? Also, it was possible for someone to have a talent that's so utterly useless even if they have it? King marveled at this worthlessness anew and asked, "Not that. Are you going to the Central Plains, huh? I told you last time, didn't I? I said I'm going." Her tone suggested it was obvious and questioned why King was even asking. King clutched her chest in frustration. No. What about Seal Ganem? Do you trust so much? Aren't you suspicious at all? You're just going to follow a stranger like that, huh? Isn't he your friend? Is there another Seal Ganem with toilet written on his forehead? Well, that's true, but Seal Ganem said he would move to the Yunnan region. Yunnan is geographically close to the Central Plains, attached below Sichuan on the map. However, there was a difference that couldn't be seen on maps. Its altitude. It was a land belonging to some of the highest mountain ranges in the world. Moreover, it was a land difficult for people to live in due to its knife-like mountain terrain. It was so extreme that there was even a joke about seasons changing with every step one made. And it was actually true. After all, taking one step off a vertical cliff could change winter to spring, and another step on a protruding part could reach the summer that was far below. He asked me to tell you this. Though our acquaintance was brief, I can say it was quite an enjoyable time. If fate brings us together again someday, let's have a drink. Well, can you tell him I'm grateful too? Okay. Seal Ganem, dreaming of escaping the demonic cult, couldn't directly meet with King, who was essentially a VIP guest. But that's life, isn't it? Farewell, Seal Ganem. Life in the Central Plains without you might be a bit difficult. But I lived just fine without you before anyway. Goodbye number. The greatest regional level brain. You were my first and last tactician. Though you won't be here anymore, I hope you can live proudly over there. And that's the end of the farewell. He's smart, so he'll probably live well on his own. I can always find another tactician if needed. It was nice and convenient having one, that's all. King looked at her crutch. She would be saying goodbye to her too in less than half a month. He said to decide on a new name to use. Where was it again? In Szechuan, a name to use there. Silganim said he would drop off the crutch in Szechuan. If all went according to King's plan, they wouldn't have time to care about one second-grade disciple that ran away. Moreover, who would possibly know she was from the demonic cult if she changed her name and washed clean her identity? He said he would even find a plausible job for her and leave a message at the 5th largest brothel in Szechuan. It was truly a thorough follow-up worthy of the neighborhood's greatest brain. A new name, huh? Have you thought of anything? Yeah. What is it? Zahi. Jaeon Po he spoke shyly. So, Jaeon Xihi? No, the name is he. The surname is the same as junior sisters. King's eyebrows twitched. Wait, this ignorant girl still doesn't know my fucking surname? Come to think of it, maybe I've never told her? Reflecting on her own thoughtlessness, King finally properly revealed her full name. Senior sister. It's not Ximenking, it's Ximen King. Eh? It wasn't Munching? Could you please pay a little attention to your pronunciation? It sounds really weird when you say it. Senior sister. Then I'll make my name Ximen He. Is that okay? Jaeon Po he asked, watching King's reaction. It's not like Ximen is my exclusive surname anyway, and if she wants to use it because she thinks it's pretty, there's no particular reason to stop her. If we're talking about genealogy, we're both unknown orphans who mixed and matched a bunch of names anyway. It's not like the names we have are our actual ones. What does it matter? If that's what senior sister wants, then do it. Really? Thanks. Now we really are a family. Owing. Now that we're sworn sisters a broken bar, it feels kind of embarrassing somehow. King blinked her eyes. Sworn sisters? King was about to ask what on earth that bizarre nonsense meant, but seeing Jaeon Po he's radiant expression, she just swallowed her words. Right. Okay. If it makes you happy, I guess that's fine. King spent time teaching Jaeon Po he the blissful maiden art and thousand-leaf light. The blissful maiden art was originally an esoteric doctrine of the Bliss Palace anyway, so Jaeon Po he had the right to inherit it. On top of that, she taught her thousand-leaf light so that the not-so-kind nor good but lacking crutch could at least escape in an emergency. It was a gold king gonk specialized in fast and long-distance leaping with good sustainability. Of course, this inevitably meant that training in the lustful immortal disrobing dance had to be suspended. This was a not at all regrettable outcome that King had totally not anticipated. As time passed like this, she finally completed the Heavenly Heart Harmony. It was on the night she had calmly agreed to meet her crutch again. At this point, there was a need to reorganize the martial arts window as well. A lot of free practice points had accumulated from the night walks. After all, she raised the King Kong technique's thousand-leaf light and wind step to 12 stars, hence reaching the Grand Star. Moreover, the useful Black Shadow Stealth also reached Grand Star. After raising various other white and blue King Kong techniques to their maximum of 10 stars, a subtle tickling sensation arose, as if her body was itching for change. Come to think of it, I haven't learned Silganim's legacy, the Supreme Yin Jade Maiden Divine Art, yet. It's a whopping gold border, so I should only put it to 3 stars for now. After all, I should probably be even more numb at the Heavenly Demon Tomb. King took a deep breath. For now, let's psych myself up. I have no thoughts. Because I have no thoughts. Hands that could not be seen needed her brain. Just as King's mood was about to plummet into negative numbers, crashing through the bottom of purgatory. At that moment, the compassionate smile of Buddhism seeped into her brain, providing a sense of ease. Great tranquil Zen art, is it you again? Come to think of it, aren't the Taoist abilities a bit lacking? There are 2 purple cultivation techniques, but they haven't really done anything properly. I should have named my character Bodhidharma 1 instead of a king. Then I would have started with all the best Buddhist divine arts. Mr. Strategy Guide, why did you recommend a king instead of Bodhidharma? Yeah, number. No beef for you. If I ever go back, that ain't on the menu. You don't deserve it. Instead, I'll treat you to some kimchi stew. You hear me, huh? Ah, I want to eat kimchi stew. I wish I could have a shot of soju with kimchi stew. A single tear rolled down King's eye. In the language of the Central Plains, they called food ban. Here, ban refers to staple foods, including rice. When you order at a large restaurant, they ask what kind of staple food you would like. Those from the south ask for mee fan, essentially rice. Those from the east would order dumplings or soup dumplings, while people from the north would order noodles or porridge. And in the west, with an exception of Sichuan, they were too poor to even enter high-end restaurants, so their staple foods weren't even considered. Of course, this wasn't absolute, as the characteristic of living in clustered clan villages meant that even within one capital city, staple foods diverged into various preferences. Under this concept, in the Central Plains, rice and side dishes were lumped together under the term mee fan. Side dishes in the Central Plains were limited to pickles and seasoned vegetables that didn't require cooking and were mere accompaniments to rice. Everything else was considered a dish. In the language of the Central Plains, these were called ki, vegetables/dishes. In particular, the cuisine of 4 regions famous for their taste were called the 4 great cuisines of the Central Plains: Quan ki, Sichuan cuisine; Lu ki, Shandong cuisine; Huiyang ki, Jiangsu cuisine; ki, Guangdong cuisine. Even beyond this, as diverse foods flourished across the vast lands of the Central Plains, it became a maze paradise leading the world's food culture. That was how important meals were to the people of the Central Plains. No wonder one of their greetings was to ask if you've eaten yet. Meanwhile, there was another group of people who valued rice just as much as those in the Central Plains. A people with a heritage so great and noble that merely thinking of its grand name conjured visions of fluttering illusions. The progeny of humans who had already built the great, gigantic empire of Huang before the great extinction of the dinosaurs. This is a fact depicted in Subaktu. Who are these descendants, you ask? These descendants who carry the bloodline of such dignified and majestic ancestors? It was none other than the Korean people. However, the Korean people had a special affliction. If they didn't eat Korean food periodically, they would suffer from a serious illness called homesickness. This was truly a big problem. If Koreans don't eat Korean food for a long time, they become bedridden with an intense longing for their homeland. Their whole body loses strength, their mind becomes foggy and can't stand properly, and their motivation and will tumble together in a somersault. And lo and behold, those were King's exact symptoms. Until now, King had somehow managed to get by with pseudo-Korean food, but she had accidentally touched upon forbidden knowledge beyond the veil that she had completely forgotten about until now. Kimchi stew. Broth that's so blood red it's like fresh blood. White and soft tofu that reminds me of brain matter. And then, if I grab a piece of well-stewed kimchi with both hands and cruelly tear it apart. Your complexion does not look good. Are you alright? I'm not okay. I want to go home. There is no need to worry too much. Once we retrieve the heavenly demon spirit, I shall safely send you back. This old man swears on his life. Do you even know where my home is? I don't think it would be enough to take me back, even if you added thousands of more lives to your own. In fact, at this moment, she truly felt like she could sacrifice thousands of lives if that meant returning home. Wouldn't there be a Korea in this world too? Is it Joseon, Goryeo? Anyway, wouldn't there be Korean food? But would those countries be the same ones I know? This was a world where people shot beams from swords. A world where running could surpass the speed of carriages. Perhaps beyond the Central Plains, there might be nothing but an ocean stretching out. Maybe it's just a pseudo-Earth, an Earth-like planet. I don't know. Who cares anyway? King slumped in Choi Leong's arms. If King had been an avid reader of web novels, she might have jumped for joy, thinking, so I've finally experienced that transmigration thing that apparently everyone goes through at least once in their life. She might have been lost in happy dreams of making lots of money through live streaming after returning from enthusiastically slicing people up, thus becoming a building owner. But King was just a production worker who barely had time to play games. She only knew a few memes she had seen in the ocean of information she accessed to find interesting games, and was completely ignorant in this area. This is why people should read web novels. It's already a scientifically, philosophically, humanistically, and sociologically proven fact by scholars in various fields that web novels are more helpful than Spanish. I don't know, whatever. I just want to go home. King just thought listlessly. If Ximenzoran had seen this state and had a conversation with her, she would have realized that this time, her troublemaker disciple was actually in a state where inner demons had entered her mind. It was because inner demons didn't just arise from cruelty or a loss of humanity. This kind of inner demon caused by such intense longing was the type that even the great teachings of the orthodox path couldn't prevent. Because the form of inner demons where one lets go of oneself was, in a way, similar to the concepts of innate adiasis, also known as non-self, in Buddhism and Taoism. In fact, inner demons caused by homesickness were a common and very easy to resolve trivial problem. It was an issue that could be solved by having just one meal with some good people, laughing and chatting in warm company. However, in this world, there existed a person who could not use such an easy method. It was already the 10th day of the march towards the heavenly demon tomb. But for King, it was just another day passing by listlessly. The salty taste that scrapes the tongue, the sweet taste that makes your mouth pucker, the spicy kick from the harmonious blend of green chili peppers, garlic, green onions, and the savory umami created by dumping in MSG1, arrogantly named the foundation of flavor. The sweet, salty, spicy, and hearty flavors of Korean cuisine were created by these four great elements. But you see, salt is not cheap. Sugar is very expensive. Chili peppers, a spice from India that was a rather hot topic, was unfortunately unfamiliar outside of Sichuan. Message: umami. This was a taste of dedication that could only be obtained by simmering the bones of a beast for an excruciatingly long time until the bones turned mushy and the marrow completely melted. It was humanity's unique culinary art that couldn't be dismissed as mere white powder. So though King's homesickness was represented by kimchi stew or broken bar, in reality, it was a longing for Korean cuisine that encompassed the four great elements of taste. It was a thirst that couldn't be quenched by pseudo-Korean food. The soul of the Korean people, fried chicken, existed in the Central Plains too. To begin with, there was no civilization as rich in oil as the Central Plains, where even rural peasants developed fried dishes. Samgyeopsal too. Pork was the most common ingredient in the Central Plains. Noodles. The Central Plains was the starting point for all noodle dishes in the world, the origin without which noodles would not exist in this world. So the fact that King had succumbed to her inner demons due to lovesickness at this point in time rather than earlier could actually be considered praiseworthy. It was a miracle she lasted this long. After all, it was merely an imaginary ideal food that her soul desperately sought. King's expression was indescribably sorrowful. For reference, there is a beauty that transcends time and worlds in the expression of a woman longing for something desperately. This is because longing originates from a desire for lost beauty, and the people of the Central Plains were a race that found such desperate longing more beautiful than any other people in the world. Basically, they were a group of fucking perverts whose sexual desire exploded at the sight of a slightly frowning expression, their eyes rolling back in veritable ecstasy. Zaishi, the most beautiful woman in the Central Plains, was merely frowning because she had difficulty breathing due to her chronic pneumothorax, but everyone in the world thought Zaishi was longing for something. As such, that was why even the elites of the demonic cult were on the verge of falling lovesick. Because by now, King had become a beauty who could hold her head high anywhere she went. Though, of course, that beauty of hers would shatter spectacularly the moment she walked, ate, or spoke. However, King was not in her right mind. The heart-wrenching sorrow emanating from her longing pierced the hearts of the demonic cult masters. Hey, today I finally realized what face my ideal type has. You too, elder brother? I was just thinking the same. Stop stealing glances at my sister-in-law. Her face will wear out from all the stares you're giving. Sister-in-law my ass, shouldn't you get through father-in-law first? However, there was a great demonic adept escorting the beauty. If it weren't for the purple lightning demonic warlord, countless evil hands sure no, marriage proposals would have already flown towards King. But Choi Leong was an unrestrained realm demonic human who exuded purple lightning force with his mere approach. He had the ability to turn people into charcoal if he was in a bad mood, and the demonic cult was a group that didn't punish unauthorized charcoal production. So everyone pretended not to look while still stealing glances at King's sorrowful expression as she was held in the purple lightning demonic warlord's arms. The purple lightning demonic warlord kept sweeping the surroundings with cold eyes to dispel the gazes, but it was uncontrollable as people kept glancing from here and there. Choi Leong clicked his tongue and spoke. "Child, why are you so listless? Even a limp puppy would be more lively than you." "Kimchi stew. I want to eat kimchi stew." "Kimchi stew? What a strange name, I have never heard before." "Wait, you want to eat? Are you throwing this tantrum just because you want to eat some food?" "Just food." "What do you mean just food? A broken bar? You're so mean." "A broken bar?" Choi Leong's eyebrows twitched. With her usual temperament, she would have immediately lashed out, asking why he was belittling food without understanding her feelings. She wasn't the type to weakly say "you're so mean" and let such a comment pass by, like a squid taking its last breath. It was then that Choi Leong realized something was seriously wrong. He had said just food, but this old man who had lived a long life didn't think she was merely throwing a fit over food. This child, surrounded by nothing but demonic adepts with no one to care for, was missing home, and that manifested as a craving for food. How much must she be longing for it that she was like this? However, Choi Leong couldn't be proud either. He had promised to send her back. He would keep that promise, but he could clearly envision the scene of a child who had already learned demonic arts losing her place to return to. So instead, he asked a different question. All right, I hear you. Since it is just food, what reason is there that we cannot make it? Tell me a bit more about it." A glimmer of light returned to King's eyes. "Really? Kimchi stew is a soup made with kimchi." "And what is kimchi?" "Oh, it's like a pickled vegetable made red with chili peppers. But it's not just pickled on the outside, it needs to be fermented." "When you go back." "But I can't go back." King slumped again. Choi Leong was at a loss. It seemed to be some kind of local cuisine. A red fermented pickled vegetable? It was very strange, but the problem was that it couldn't be made just by having the ingredients. Choi Leong sighed, not knowing what to do. And one of the demonic cult masters who had their hearts stolen by the pitiful beauty eavesdropped on the conversation using their oral technique that had reached the Grand Star. Oral technique referred to the art of concentrating in a chi to pick out and listen to a single sound. Through this, masters could hear distant sounds or filter out various noises to pick out only the desired conversation. In other words, its original purpose was for eavesdropping, a technique for listening in on others' conversations like this. Anyway, the eavesdropping was successful, so it seemed it was indeed worth reaching the Grand Star for. I want to eat something spicy and hot. King picked at her food, unable to rouse her appetite. But in fact, she only appeared to be picking at her food in Choi Leong's eyes. It was only after her gluttony died that Ximenzurin classic shone through. The art of rote learning through the medium of nuclear attacks. The education of repetition. Only after her instincts died did the habits engraved in her body, the beautiful behavior patterns engraved with such nuclear energy, pop out. So to people who didn't know King's true nature, it looked like the perfect meal of a flawless beauty. This is sweet. This is salty. There's no rice, and everything is so greasy that I wanna kill myself. King finally put down her chopsticks. It was a major event where King refused food. That's when it happened. "Young lady, please have this." King turned her head dazedly. As clear sorrow seeped through her languidness, the heart of the master offering the bowl pounded. "I heard this was a local soup. You didn't seem to like the food, so I brought this." The other masters who saw this scene thought, "Oh my goodness. Damn it, so there was a method like that. To catch a horse, shoot the general, right?" "Wait, is that the correct saying?" "Anyway, he who captures the stomach rules the woman's heart." To be fair, in Chinese-style romance, men were forced to be more devoted than any other race in the world. The thing about Chinese-style romance was that, omitted, we'll speak about it next time if there's chance. As such, King would experience this firsthand anytime once she went out to the Central Plains. Seeing as she was already a beauty, King looked at the soup. It looks all clear and bland, a broken bar. It doesn't seem right at all. But you never know. King brought a spoonful of soup to her lips delicately. It was salty, sour, and greasy. Sourness in a soup for a meal? That ain't it, Chief. Really? How can the world be like this? Is it this hard to just have a bowl of spicy soup? Normally she would have thrown a fit, but due to her inner demons, she just quietly despaired and put down her spoon. Besides, kimchi stew was also, in fact, a spicy and sour soup, and from that moment on, all sorts of soups appeared on the table at every meal for King. At first, Choi Leong glared, but seeing her take a spoonful each time, which honestly added up quite a bit, he reluctantly withdrew his killing intent as if to allow it. Nevertheless, it was such a great tragedy that King never got to taste spicy soup in the end. Silganim should have seen this scene. Then he would have imparted the realization that if she had just kept her mouth shut and pretended to be upset, she would have been treated well anywhere. But Silganim was gone now, and so, day by day, the flock of demonic cult members was getting closer to the heavenly demon tomb. Another week passed like that. The villains of the demonic cult, disguised as merchants, set foot in Gansu. Gansu Province 3 was shaped like a snake's head stretching long and far. The reason for the formation of this strangely narrow and long capital city was simple. What else could have been done when there were such high mountain ranges both above and below? As such, this was the only flat path that went beyond Xinjiang 4, squashed between the upper and lower barriers, thus heading towards the western regions 5. So many merchants passed through this route, and because they all walked piled with silk, this road's nickname became the Silk Road 6. The sight of merchants flocking to the Silk Road was all too common, so the demonic cult's invasion force, disguised as merchants, didn't arouse any suspicion. Then suddenly, the merchant group sharply turned south, reaching the famous Kikeshan, also known as the Rainbow Mountain, of Zhang'ai. For reference, Kikeshan's literal definition is 7-colored mountains, hence its name because the mountains had 7 colors. King, who had been in a listless state, saw this sight. I think I've seen this back when I was in actual civilization. She was talking about the famous Zhangdandana, internationally known as their Zhang'ai Danxia Geopark 7. It was an incredibly mystical landscape where the barren land, void of vegetation, drew waves of 7 colors. It's interesting, but it's just colored land. The mentally unstable King abruptly concluded her appreciation. She did not have the energy to give a flying shit. If King had been well versed in the geography of the Central Plains, she might have guessed the location of the heavenly demon tomb at this point and slapped her knee in realization. Following the mountain range south from Kikeshan, one would reach the Pingshan Lake Grand Canyon. Vertical cliffs stood as walls, and the winding canyon between them was a natural maze in itself. Considering that, where else under the heavens could the budding seed of such a huge calamity be hidden if not in Pingshan Lake? A broken bar was what she would, or rather should, say. But unfortunately, King's knowledge of geography fell far too short to marvel at this. It was the night before Pingshan Lake. It's not just kimchi stew that I want, a broken bar. I want to drink cola too. Even if it's not cola, that's fine. I just want to drink an ice-cold carbonated drink. I wish I could chug it until my throat bursts. But carbonation would be impossible no matter what. King's longing grew even stronger. And how could her condition possibly improve when she was yearning for something that didn't exist in this world? As she was staring blankly at the bonfire, lost in thought, "The supreme wishes to see you tonight." The kiddo she hadn't seen in a while was still as small as he had always been. King shook her head half-heartedly. "I don't really wanna." "The supreme did not ask for your opinion. It would be better if you quietly followed." "This girl has said she does not want to." Choi Leong cut off Jisungu's words. "Purple lightning demonic warlord." "The supreme. Isn't it about time we stop coddling that grown brat? We've come this far. So what else can he do? We've already indulged him in the divine cult because he throws all sorts of tantrums if we don't listen to him. Jisungyu sighed deeply. Damn it. Such bullshit. Please cut me some slack. I've been stuck next to that bastard for 5 years. Can't you go with her and sass him yourself? Purple Lightning Demonic Warlord. It was a surprisingly disrespectful remark. Choi Leong flinched at this. In fact, the current reality was that all the high-ranking members of the divine cult were grateful to Jisungyu. The Supreme was the very embodiment of the two words arrogant and rude. So much so that he had no one besides him, and Jisungyu was the very boy who had somehow managed to prevent the worst of his atrocities by gently coaxing him. So, they could not help but appreciate him. It's not that I do not understand the difficulties of the demonic brain, but just look at this state. The child is sprawled out like a 3-day-old rotting goat carcass, having fallen to her inner demons. At those words, Jisungyu's eyes widened in surprise. To Jisungyu, King had been an unparalleled madwoman who grinned while cracking the skulls of the Covert Operations Division's assassins. That state was because of inner demons? Can you not see this condition? I thought it was a ploy to induce carelessness. Didn't you clearly see the bloody murders during the previous transport, Purple Lightning Demonic Warlord? However, this will be a good excuse to give to the Supreme, at least. Jisungyu sighed deeply and turned around. He headed straight for the luxurious tent, where the Supreme could be seen lying on his exclusive silk bed. The Supreme, who had just finished a big yawn, asked, "You came alone?" "I apologize for reporting this, but Xaman King is said to be in a state of inner demons, so I confirmed such a fact and returned." "That bitch?" The Supreme smirked. "Have you seen that bitch's eyes before?" "Do you know what I saw in them?" "I would like to hear your esteemed opinion." "Even the oh-so-great secret pavilion leader does not know how to read people. Probably because your realm is so low. Let this elder properly guide you." "I have never seen such intense hatred in my life, you see." Jisungyu recalled the image of King lying sprawled out on blood and brain matter. Even now, thinking about it sent chills down his spine. The Supreme giggled at that expression. "She is not someone who will ever break. And that is precisely why it is fun to break her. I guarantee you, it is all an act." "If that is the case, should I call her back?" "Well, it's fine. Since she's throwing a tantrum, I can overlook it this once." Along with the secret pavilion leader's failure, Jisungyu thought to himself, "There probably won't be a second chance." But he hid those inner thoughts and bent his waist in the shape of a sickle. "Thank you for your great mercy, O Supreme." When looking down from the highlands, the view of Pingshan Lake Grand Canyon was simply breathtaking, and it didn't actually look that complicated. But once you set foot in the winding crevices of the canyon, anyone would be taken aback. In essence, people couldn't get their bearings on the gloomy ground where sunlight barely reached. With no straight paths and visibility limited to just a few jang ahead due to the winding cliffs, it didn't take long before one got lost and started wandering. Of course, for masters, it was not such a dangerous terrain. Such superhumans, able to easily climb cliffs tens of jang high, could simply climb up the walls and look at the sky to find their way home if they really got lost. That was why the entrance to the Heavenly Demon Tomb was hidden in the shadows under an outward-leaning cliff, where sunlight never reached year-round. Being in the middle of the Grand Canyon, even if someone wandering stumbled upon it, they couldn't return to report it, and masters would climb up the cliffs to escape, so they had no reason to venture deep into the canyon floor. As such, the demonic cult was only able to find it because they knew the Heavenly Demon Tomb was in Pingshan Lake, thanks to the Celestial Martial Emperor's diary. Otherwise, it was a place they couldn't have found even if they searched for 1,000 years. King, cradled in Choi Leong's arms, looked at the entrance of the Heavenly Demon Tomb and thought, "It's kind of underwhelming. Something a broken bar more grand than." "Ah, whatever. Who cares?" A small stone door, barely big enough for two grown men to enter side by side with their shoulders touching, was leaning against the cliff, almost lying down. It wasn't hard to guess that there would probably be stairs leading underground behind it. Realistically speaking, who would put a huge, dazzling golden door on a treasure vault. That was a scene you'd only see in adventure movies back in King's homeland. If one was actually worried about thieves, it was only natural to hide it thoroughly. It was the same reason why the Heavenly Queen's tomb was sealed in a stone chamber under a wild hill without even a tombstone. King put the Bokshin Jiaok to her lips. Though there was an upbeat arrangement she had worked hard on, because King wasn't very cheerful at the moment, it was just the original Heavenly Heart harmony played sorrowfully. As the imagery of the song matched King's longing heart, even the extremely evil demonic adepts couldn't avoid being moved by the waves of emotion, accompanied with the world's most beautiful sounding instrument. As some even had tears welling up in their eyes, the unusually mournful flute sound quietly came to an end. And then, thunk, 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 a dull sound of something falling from the stone door reverberated, growing increasingly distant. The demonic cult's mechanism expert carefully stuck to the stone door, tapping, probing, and listening, as if investigating. Soon after, he looked back and spoke. "It seems the locking mechanism has been released." King, already deflated even further. With this atmosphere, she thought the door would automatically open with a dramatic do-da-da-da-do after playing the flute. But all that happened was a mere lock falling off. Moreover, even that just rolled away far inside, unable to be probably seen. If the mechanism expert had known her thoughts, he would have jumped in shock. A door that unlocks with a specific sound, it was truly a peerless artifact that only Banchai could have made. Moreover, who knows what mechanisms might activate if forcibly opened. The fact that it unlocked so simply was actually a sign of much more sophisticated craftsmanship. The expert pulled on the stone door's handle, and it opened with a creaking effort. A pitch-black hole gaped open. When they threw in a spark, it revealed, as expected, rough stairs leading downward. And then the advanced team, consisting of mechanism experts and tomb raiding specialists, packed up their gear and headed inside first. King was a bit taken aback. Wait. If it's like these a broken bar, if they find the heavenly demon spirit first and bring it out, won't I be left high and dry? In King's mind, she thought everyone would enter together, deal with all sorts of intricate traps and unknown monsters, and go through hardships. And at the end, when they opened a brilliant golden door, they would face a glowing treasure bathed in a beam of light amidst mysterious smoke of unknown origin. Then, only then, would the miracle of the cripple suddenly standing up occur, followed by her grabbing the heavenly demon spirit, staging a hostage situation to escape, and then spectacularly destroying it. This was King's plan, but realistically speaking, would the cult's core members really just barge in, knowing what's inside? This was exactly why video games were so harmful. What could be more absurd than video games, after all? You know, those games where you enter someone else's house, open chests, boldly take things right in front of the owner's face, and even strike up a conversation all while doing so? How fucking ridiculous. And this very result was what happened when you try to understand the world through video games. If Seal Ganem had known King's plan earlier, he would have been unable to hide his gaze, telling her to live in reality and stop listening to the tales of scam artists. He would have found her utterly pathetic. Gramps, can you put me down for a moment? Careful now, watch your step. Choi Leong carefully set King down. He was truly a devoted old man. King stood with her feet on the ground. Yeah, I still have no motivation whatsoever. But I have to do this, don't I? Is this really something I have to do? Why me? Someone deep inside King protested. Why do I have to do it? Well, if I don't stop the demonic cult bastards, the Divine Maiden sect and incidentally the innocent people of the Central Plains will suffer. Why do I have to stop them? Because I opened it with the Bokshin Jiaok. Wouldn't it have opened anyway, even without you? If you hadn't stolen the Bokshin Jiaok, the demonic cult bastards would have opened it anyway. If anything, I've killed a bunch of demonic adepts, so shouldn't I be praised 100 times over just for what I've done so far? That's right. I'm just. Even breathing is a struggle for me in this disgusting neighborhood, a broken bar, this neighborhood I know nothing about. King's shoulders slumped. The original name of the heavenly demon tomb was said to be Sumanang. It was a mausoleum Banchai built longing for his deceased wife, and at the same time, his own tomb. Banchai had taken his own life by poison after finishing the installation of the mechanism formations inside. The important thing was that Sumunang was built after the Heavenly Queen's death. What if the door to Sumunang opens? It meant the door was opened by playing the Bokshin Jiaok, and playing the Bokshin Jiaok meant that his beloved wife's tomb was desecrated. He was a man who took his own life out of longing for his wife. There was no way he could forgive such a brazen person who desecrated his wife's tomb. Of course, he couldn't have predicted that later, a madman called the Celestial Martial Emperor would ignore the perfectly good entrance, split the earth, break through the ceiling to enter, and gently place one precious looted item inside. Someone of the Celestial Martial Emperor's caliber could use his chi sense to find the mausoleum and then create a shortcut without even touching the complicated mechanism formations. At any rate, Banchai's wrath began with the opening of Sumunang. He had planted a large iron ball in the locking mechanism designed to unlock with vibrations of a specific pitch. And now the lock has been released. The iron ball fell, tumbling down the stairs with a series of thuds, and burrowed into a deeply carved groove. The ball rolled along the slanted groove. As the rolling ball struck other iron balls, it set them off in different directions along other carved grooves. The number of rolling balls increased. As the balls struck other balls, they flowed down dozens, hundreds of branching grooves. Some balls pulled strings, while others pushed and pressed rods, completing the final operation of the mechanism. Banchai's final formation. Banchai's posthumous work. It was the activation of the phantasmal maze of no-return formation. Sniff sniff. King suddenly flared her nostrils. Child? Gramps. Don't you smell something? Smell? What is with this sudden talk of smells? King was serious, however. This familiar scent tickling her nose, so familiar it felt like tears might burst forth at any moment, broken by that scent that would hit her when she opened the front door of her home in Seoul, her mother's. Kimchi stew. King shouted and dashed off. And then she slipped right into the entrance. Huh? Hua? Everyone was dumbfounded by this miraculous sight. King was already the ideal type, as well as the visual oasis, for the demonic cult masters. Following her amazing flute performance, where everyone's attention focused on her, they then witnessed the sight of a cripple, well, not exactly, but rather more like partially lame, dashing off with a King Gong technique. So they could only blink their eyes, rub them, and gape stupidly, wondering if this was a dream or reality, and what on earth kimchi stew was and why she ran off shouting for it so desperately. What snapped everyone out of their daze was the old man's scream of shock. Heavenly demon spirit. No, Bang Chai-e, Choi Bang Chai-e. Come back. Choi Leong screamed as if his intestines had been cut and chased after her. Ha. Yes, I told you. I knew this would happen, as expected. If she is to be my woman, she should have this kind of side to her. The Supreme laughed maniacally as he ran off. What are you doing? Hurry up and chase after them. Jisungyu shouted angrily. At that, the demonic cult masters increased their speed and poured into the heavenly demon tomb. When King suddenly came to her senses, she was standing in the middle of an inn. King naturally took a seat and called out, "Excuse me, server." "Yes, young lady." "Coming." The server appeared, calling out politely, "I'll have 2 servings of meat kimchi stew, with extra ham. Also, cola, cold please, not hot." "Young lady, I apologize, but this inn operates with kiosks." "Ah, I see." King stood up from her seat with an embarrassed expression. "Seriously? These days everywhere has kiosks." "But if that's the case, why did they pretend to take my order?" King grumbled as she finished ordering and returned. Then a dull pain surged from her lower abdomen. King thought, "Be quiet for a bit. I need to be mindful of the situation." King forcefully suppressed the signal, resting her chin on the table and looking around. By now, King had become accustomed to life in the Central Plains, and she prided herself on being as savvy as an uncivilized local, especially when it came to inn culture. Nevertheless, this inn was uniquely strange. It was an inn where everything from the gray-colored floor and walls to even the tables and chairs were made of stone, as if carved out of the inside of a rocky mountain. On the other hand, it felt like being inside an unfinished building with no decorations or ornaments, as if the wallpapering hadn't been done. Is this supposed to be one of those trendy aesthetic inns? But isn't this trend already outdated? But for something so outdated, the inn was packed with customers. It was almost full. Well, it's the owner's choice, as long as the inn has good rooms and tasty food. In the meantime, the food came out and was neatly placed on the table. The long-awaited kimchi stew and white rice. King took a spoonful of kimchi stew and put it in her mouth. The spicy and rich broth, made by stewing well-aged kimchi, slid down her throat. My goodness! King's eyes rolled back. Then, she immediately launched into a battle-like meal, soaking the rice with the broth and mixing it well, then chopping it with a piece of aged kimchi, a piece of tofu, and a piece of meat. She scooped up a heaping spoonful and stuffed her mouth full. Then she cracked open a can of cold cola, feeling the fizzy sound on her tongue as she gulped it down. Fireworks exploded in King's head. Yes, this taste. This is exactly like the taste of home. I miss this so much. And I've been through so much to get here too. It was a taste that made her feel like crying. No, it actually did make her cry. What there? Why am I? King wiped away the tears streaming down her face. But tears were tears, and the meal was the meal. King continued to shovel food into her mouth while crying unsightly, not stopping her hands. Sob, sniff, munch munch, gulp, sob, whimper, hiccup. Crying and eating, a never-ending loop of such actions. Basically, it was a complete mess. Yet in contrast, her hand movements were very precise. She sprinkled seaweed flakes and mixed it in, combining tofu, kimchi, meat, and ham in various combinations to devour the rice. Originally, kimchi stew calls for 2 bowls of rice. King battled with the food again over the second self-served bowl of rice. Phew. That was delicious. Hig. King rubbed her swollen belly with puffy eyes. Despite eating so much, her stomach was still flat. And now she felt refreshed. Whether it was because the food was delicious or because she had cried her heart out, she couldn't tell. Regardless, she had overcome her inner demons while simultaneously having a meal and a good war. King leaned crookedly on her chair. It's a bit disappointing. I wonder if there's anything else? Then she suddenly noticed a stone tablet that had appeared on the table. Looking closer, she saw that the screen on the stone tablet displayed the IMS menu, grouped into large categories. A tablet. Many places have these days. But was this here originally? And why did I have to order from the kiosk? King skillfully operated the stone tablet. Soon, a server appeared pushing a cart, setting down all sorts of desserts, filling the table with a parade of cakes. Starting with tiramisu, there was a sugar-coated sparkling rare cheesecake, New York cheesecake on a crispy base, and ended with a deeply baked black Basque cheesecake. It was a full lineup of cheesecakes. There was also chocolate chiffon and fondant au chocolat with a slightly cracked, hot interior oozing out, strawberry fresh cream and an elegant milk cream without decorations, a crepe-style cake with layers of fresh dough and cream, and a mousse cake that could almost be classified as bread. Eclairs with different colored toppings were neatly lined up in a row, along with maple syrup-soaked pancakes, opera cake, waffles, CRA-diaresis me bra LA copyright E, custard with brownies, pies, tarts, macarons, cannoli, meringues, castella, and even tightly pressed croissants. On top of that, King held a massive 31.01 fluid ounces Trenta-size iced Americano in her hand, marking the birth of a dessert massacre that no one in all of Murim could stop. Sweet, 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 and more sweet. After feeling refreshed from eating and crying her heart out, her mood soared with a lethal dose of sugar, resulting in the terrifying addiction symptom known in Murim as a sugar high. Then suddenly, a thought occurred to her. Since when did I like sweet things this much? King's hand stopped. The apple marmalade from the pie she was about to bite into dripped down. Before the start of this journey into Murim, she didn't particularly avoid sweet things. But she didn't go out of her way to eat them either. This sweet tooth was a preference of her current body. If that's the case, isn't this somewhat dangerous? Ah, shit. And here I was thinking I'd enjoy it a bit more. King tossed aside what she was holding. At the same time, she released the force constricting her danshan. The true chi of the great tranquils and art, which had been constantly poking at her lower abdomen and causing a fuss, was released. That serene yet clear and bright true chi flowed up her spine towards her brain. The 8 practices of Buddhism were called the Noble Eightfold Path, and among them, the first was right view, which meant seeing the world in a correct manner. Thus, King recognized the illusion. What she was seeing, hearing, and feeling right now was not reality. King smacked her lips. Well, at least I got to eat kimchi stew to my heart's content. I should be able to endure for another 3 years now. When I get back to the Divine Maiden sect, I should try making kimchi. Isn't it just soaking cabbage in salt water, then smearing it with minced green onions, garlic, onions, and peppers before burying it? If it doesn't work out, I can always come back here, I guess. But, what on earth is going on here? King asked a very belated question. From the start, she had easily noticed something was off because of the great tranquil Zen art's true chi acting up. She had forcefully suppressed it, wanting to satisfy her gluttony first. And having thoroughly enjoyed herself, it had been a genuinely happy moment in a long time. What is this? Some kind of mental hallucination magic? Do such things exist in Yuxia too? I mean, I've seen Master shoot fire from her hands and fly around on swords and all that. And now apparently, there's even hallucination magic on top of that. Then what's the difference between Yuxia and Harry Potter? These guys can fly around, shoot fire, and show hallucinations, and if that's enough, there are even these demonic adepts as public enemies. Is it just called Yuxia if there are ching-chongs in it? It was a blasphemous thought that would make the 8,903,000,000 Yuxia enthusiasts, thus representing the greatest creation in human history, foam at the mouth and roar in anger. King had such thoughts as she walked out of the inn with clicking steps. And as she stepped outside the inn, the scenery changed again. Inside a palace hall with a high ceiling, it was a sight of countless thrones, each occupied by a single person. Thinking about the familiar faces, she realized they were the elite demonic adepts of the demonic cult. Some demonic adepts were sitting on high thrones, receiving fruit from beauties, while others were also sitting on high thrones, receiving bows from silk-clad officials, and yet others were also sitting on high thrones. King frowned hard. What the hell? Why do all these motherfuckers look like they're meant to be kings? Isn't there anything more original? Well, that was because the dream of most capable individuals in the demonic cult was to become a king. After unifying the Central Plains, they wanted to receive a royal title, rule over a city, and live happily ever after. King pulled out Bok Shinjiaok. She intended to help them snap the fuck out of it, seeing as they couldn't seem to get their shit together. Basically, she was going to send them straight to Ascension, to that far, far away place high in the sky where immortals supposedly dwelled in Sukhavati 1, also known as the Pure Land of Bliss. Just as King was approaching the nearest throne with an ominous smile. Please stop. A youthful voice stopped King in her tracks. King turned her head. The ominous smile remained. Well, if it isn't Sungyu. How nice to see you like this. I was just thinking I wanted to see our Sungyu's face, and maybe take a look at what's inside that face too. Jisungyu looked alternately at King's smile and Bok Shinjiaok, backing away hesitantly. Then he hurriedly spoke. If you kill me, you shall be trapped in this formation forever. Are you okay with that? Huh? What? Formation? The phantasmal maze of no return formation. It is an evil formation of the blood sect, a branch of the former blood cult. You must have at least heard the name. Huh? What? Formation? King asked again. Jisungyu looked at King with trembling eyes. His pupils shook with amazement at how someone could be this ignorant. Did I need to start explaining from there? Yeah. So, what's a formation? A formation was a type of technique that utilized the chi of nature. It was also a highly advanced skill that required knowledge of the geography of heaven and earth, thus where water veins and spirit veins flow, as well as the ability to read the results that appear when twisting these flows. Thus, humans who entered a deployed formation would see illusions, hear hallucinations, have their 5 senses all fucked up, and be unable to wake up as they fail to recognize the unreality. So this mess is because of a formation? The phantasmal maze of no return formation is a terrible absolute formation that shows the illusions that humans most desire or long for in their lives. Why is that terrible? King asked back in confusion. Hadn't she just eaten everything she wanted to eat and even completely cured her inner demons? Because it makes people not want to escape from the formation. The illusion of eating is not actually eating, and being awake without sleeping becomes a sweet poison that takes away human life. King tilted her head. It wasn't that bad, was it? As usual, King didn't just think to herself, is it really that serious? Damn bullshit. I apologize. Jisungyu immediately apologized. For some reason, he couldn't help himself. He couldn't understand why that single phrase could grate on his nerves so much. It is an absolute formation where one's imagery actually reveals itself and becomes visible to others. It seems to be based on the principle of completely melting the 5 elements into the 108 chi gates. But to find the life gate among them, you first need to find the basic 8 trigrams axis spirit 4 gates and 7 section gates. Hey, King cut off Jisungyu's chatter. It was all meaningless yapping she couldn't understand anyway. This was the problem with smart people. They think everyone else is as smart as they are. This was also why King had evaluated Seal Ganem as the neighborhood's greatest intellect. At least Seal Ganem's explanations were always easy to understand. A smart guy talking about things only he understands. King already had an effective method in hand for such situations. The most effective means of communication when it came to these professor types, the Bokshin Jiaok. King raised the Bokshin Jiaok and spoke. Do you want to keep using difficult words? There are 540 ways to escape the formation, but except for 5 of them, they are all traps. So it is practically impossible to find the way out. Jisungyu immediately changed his manner of speech. Knowledge might be in high places of glory and esteem, but unfortunately the Bokshin Jiaok was right in front of him. You should have said that from the start. King nodded. So, what do I need to do now? All formations have a central pillar, that is. Yes, a cornerstone. A cornerstone is. I know what a cornerstone is, you know. That is impressive. I'm always impressive. There's never been a time when I wasn't impressive. After a moment of silence, Jisungyu spoke again. We need to remove those cornerstones in the correct order and place to dismantle the formation. So you just need to move the objects as I tell you. Then King replied. Me? Why should I? Jisungyu's eyes trembled slightly, though his expression didn't change. It was clear he wasn't as emotionless as he usually was. What do you mean why? If it is because you are fond of the formation's illusions, I shall tell you that in the end, it is all fake. You shall starve and wither away. Are you saying you do not care if you die such a miserable death? What are you talking about? When did I say I wanted to die? Just now. Aren't you going to dismantle the formation? Why should I do it when there's an expert here? Let our little kiddo do all the annoying and difficult work. Go ahead and do everything you want. Jisungyu's mouth just opened and closed. What shameless words. There is a limit to how thick-skinned one can be. Are you seriously saying you will not help but still wish to reap the benefits? Yeah. It's not like I'm the one in a hurry, right? That's. Besides, even if I wanted to help you, kiddo, there's a reason I can't. I really have no choice. What could that reason possibly be? I don't take orders from those weaker than me. Jisungyu's expression soured. Damn it. Bullshit. What kind of bitch is this? Hello? I'm right here. Since you said that, now I'm thinking maybe I'll just stay here. Though the floor might be a bit cold to lie down on. King giggled as she taunted him. Jisungyu's face turned bright red. Then King suddenly turned serious. Hey, I might be ignorant, but I know how things work, you know? What can you even do with an idiot who knows jack shit about formations? You'd have me lend my strength, right? But isn't that all? If we move separately, it'd be better not to touch anything at all. If we move together, it's not much different from you doing it alone, is it? Jisungyu tightly shut his mouth. It was always the ones with nothing to say who just closed their mouths. King had her own experience in production work. This meant she had experienced saying her goodbyes to countless newbies passing through. A newbie who knew nothing wasn't really much help even if you take them around. But if you leave them far away and have them work separately, that day would be the day the production yield gets properly fucked in the ass. Similarly, with King herself being a newbie who knows nothing about formations, what was the point of dragging her along? All it looked like was a ploy to keep her close and monitor her, afraid she might crack some demonic cult heads when he wasn't able to see. King was merely ignorant, not stupid. From the start, she was a cunning bitch who clearly distinguished between those she could mess with and those she couldn't, thus changing her mask accordingly. It was not that she particularly tried to act smart. It was just that acting on her whims often resulted in stupid actions. Nevertheless, she was a proud female swordsman of Murim who had somehow survived all this time with such a conduct. Her indifference to learning anything unless absolutely necessary, despite her ignorance, could certainly be considered fucked up as a member of the human species, though. Won't you go and dismantle the formation for me? I'll just rest here for a bit. Oh my legs feel a bit numb too, King said with a vile smile. Jisungyu breathed heavily, then finally let out a deep sigh. Fine. In return, please do not lay a hand on the divine cult members. Well, I wonder what to do. There is no need for you to build unnecessary resentment, is there not? That is, if you wish to walk out of here in one piece when this is over. Then can't I just kill them all before that? King was thinking this when the depth of the formation varies depending on the person. If you clumsily disturb it and they wake from their illusions, there are several individuals that a mere transcendent realm martial artist could not possibly handle. Shit. That makes sense. I mean, just look at this kiddo walking around with his shit together. There's no guarantee the other demonic adepts aren't like this too, right? Moreover, if she decided to split a demonic human's head, she'd have to completely shatter it to literally remove the root of the problem, and if she failed, it could cause big trouble. If she didn't split them, at least she could return even if she lost the heavenly demon spirit. In that case, there was no reason to choose the former. King scratched her head vigorously. Then, out of habit, she untied her messy hair and tied it up again as she frankly admitted. All right, I'll just quietly look around then. So, how long will it take? Shouldn't an expert like you have a rough idea? Well, with good luck, it might be possible within one day, Jiang, and with bad luck, we might all starve to death here. If you don't want to tell me, just say so. Seriously? The way you brainy types talk, King grumbled as she turned around. Where are you going? To look around. What about it? Why do you care? Actually, she was going to search for the heavenly demon spirit. It didn't seem like this would be a quick job. After all, it could be dangerous if you get caught up in the formation. What? Are you worried about me or something? As if. I have given you a clear warning, so handle yourself accordingly. With those words, Jisungyu turned and left first. He's pissed off. Pouting, maybe? King shook her head and looked around the great hall. Besides the door she came in through and the one the kiddo left through, there were 7 more doors. Should I use the left-hand rule? It was a simple logical inference that any maze could be solved by keeping your left hand on the wall and following straight. As such, King headed towards the leftmost door. It felt like half a day had passed. But all King had learned was a tiny bit of knowledge about other people's illusions. The illusions ultimately fell into 2 categories. Those with great desires seemed to enjoy seeing themselves achieving success in a future that hadn't yet come. And then there were people who lingered, searching for what they had lost from the past. Even if it was just food, didn't King herself belong to the latter category? In that sense, peeking into other people's illusions wasn't particularly fun. Expressing it as seeing hopes for the future might sound cool, but in the end, it was just childish delusions hidden deep inside. As for people seeing the past, well, a broken bar. King had no interest in the stories of people she didn't even know. Moreover, the search had been fruitless. In fact, how could there be results when she was looking for an object she didn't even know the appearance of? Bluntly speaking, if it looked like some random stone, King might not be able to find it even if she spent decades searching diligently. Shit, nothing's going right. King grumbled as she crossed a vast prairie where waterfalls flowed and herds of horses grazed. Then suddenly, as the deafening sound of rain roared loudly, she came to her senses and found herself standing in the middle of a dark downpour. For King, who had already broken through the illusion. It was just a phantom she could pass through. However, just hearing and seeing the rough rainstorm was overwhelming enough. And in the middle of it all, someone was sitting, holding someone in their arms. As King approached, she saw a familiar face. Choi Leong was holding his daughter's corpse in his arms, endlessly staring at her face, all while his body continued to be beaten by the pouring rain. King watched this scene for a while. It was like looking at a completely frozen photograph, except for the streaks of rain. Only the occasionally blinking eyelids, covering the old man's regret-filled gaze, moved. The time King spent coming in, eating, and fully enjoying the sweets was not short at all, and she felt like she had wandered around for half a day after that. But even so, King could easily tell that Choi Leong had been holding on to his daughter's cold body like this for that long of a time. King frowned. "If you're in an illusion, can't you see a more hopeful scene and heal your body and mind?" "A shit, old man, stop being so mopey." "Hey, look here, Gramps." Then Choi Leong looked up at King blankly. "Why don't you look at a brighter, more joyful, and happier scene? If you're going to see your daughter's face, at least recall some good memories." Then the scenery changed. In a magnificent flower garden, a young child chased butterflies, letting out clear, childlike laughter. All the while, she kept glancing this way, clearly checking to make sure her daddy hadn't gone anywhere. "Yeah, that's much better to look at. You don't have many days left to live, so choose good things to see and have a peaceful death. Don't be all pitiful and miserable." Choi Leong stared at the scene as if entranced. Then suddenly, he blurted out, "Number." "I cannot." And it returned to that scene. The rain was falling, the old man was getting beaten, and the daughter was dead. King got irritated. "What's the problem? What's wrong with you?" "The child took her own life." "I know that. I heard it last time too." "Isn't one's own life the most precious thing to anyone? Even if life is hard and difficult, that should still be true." But for her to throw away her own life, she must have found even the act of breathing painful. "So, you want to be in pain together?" Choi Leong burst into bitter laughter. "The child's wish was to go to the Central Plains. I do not know who put such ideas in her head, but she believed her happiness was there. And, at that time, this old man was the great guardian of the divine cult." "Would a great guardian have any reason to leave the demonic cult?" As far as this old man knew, the Central Plains was a hell where parents exchanged and ate each other's children. What father in the world wouldn't stop his daughter from going to such a living hell? Moreover, Choi Bang-chae was the daughter of the Great Guardian, a leader among the divine cult that was hated by all of the Central Plains. She was a good child. She could not say a harsh word to others, always losing out herself instead. The child changed day by day. King watched that growth through this ever-changing world. The daughter who used to tear up at the sight of someone getting hurt, empathizing with their pain, now just spewed harsh words at everyone with eyes full of venom. But her true nature hadn't gone anywhere, because all that viciousness was just scratching at her own heart. And so, Choi Bang-chae eventually took her own life. "Only after my daughter died did I step down from my position and volunteer for out-of-hall duties. I wanted to see with my own eyes what the Central Plains, which that stupid brat had longed for, was really like." To mock her, saying she did not know how fortunate she was, how happy her circumstances were because of whose daughter she was born as. It was only after going to the Central Plains that he realized the child had been right. He should have let her go, at the very least. This jar of loneliness where everyone devoured each other to only grow their own poison, this divine city, was not a place suited for the child. She might have been happy anywhere but the divine city. Choi Leong looked at his dead daughter's face again. King finally understood this scene. Choi Leong was already an old man who had died a long time ago. The reason he was still breathing was just to suffer. It was a punishment a father who believed he had killed his daughter was inflicting on himself. That was why his desired wish looked like this. His wish must be to lock himself in the most painful and agonizing time of his life, just begging his heart to be torn apart endlessly. Can such a life even be called living? King messed up her hair vigorously. Immediately tying it back up again had no meaning, as it was actually an action she had taken because she felt uncomfortable. I seriously hate melodrama. But is this really the old man's fault? Is it really such a big mistake that he deserves to suffer like this for his entire life? While I can understand his feelings, King looked at the purple lightning demonic warlord's evil karma, and she saw that gaze fixed on his daughter. Whether it turns out well or not, I guess it's the old man's fate. His karma. But that doesn't mean I want to leave this unsightly scene as it is. My education is too short to provide psychological counseling. But physical therapy is my specialty, ain't it? King raised her hand, which held Bokshenjiauk. Hi. It was a truly stupefying scene. An old man looking down at a young girl's corpse in his arms. Next to him, a woman raising a deadly weapon high. It was a scene where anyone would rush in to stop it immediately. Moreover, here was one infamous great demonic adept and one respected elder of the Taoist path. With this explanation, even if countless blades rained down on King, she would have no right to complain. However, the reality of the matter was that a broken bar the Taoist elder was King herself. And this was precisely why people shouldn't have preconceptions. King was in a serious dilemma, holding a divine weapon up high. Albeit, this divine weapon was in the form of a 10,000-year-old iron short staff. About this, I'm not sure how much force to use. The old man was completely defenseless. She couldn't gauge exactly how much force to use without cracking his skull. Would a nuke be too strong? For now, let's start lightly, at the level of a brick breaker, like TNT. Maybe. It was an infamous bomb generously packed with 9,000 catties of gunpowder. As it was an item meant to blow up an entire city block, the gunpowder was very generous. A bombardment of goodwill, deployed with the imagery of the very brick breaker, fell in a straight line. Thwack! The sound of bone and metal colliding. The old man's sparse hair and aged scalp did nothing to cushion the impact. Originally, the crown of the head was called the heavenly spirit lid and was the most important acupoint and vital point of the body. As such, Choi Leong's eyes rolled back when he took a direct hit. While completely off guard, he then immediately lost consciousness while still in a sitting position. As his unconscious upper body tilted forward, he fell face first onto the ground with a thud, sprawled out in a bowed position. Oops. Sorry, Gramps. I put a bit too much force into that. But still, haven't you lived long enough for this to be considered a good death? It was supposed to be a legendary folk remedy to wake him up with pain, but it seems like I ended up knocking him out instead. This was why unauthorized physical therapy was dangerous. That's when it happened. Suddenly, the deafening sound of rain that had been filling her ears stopped abruptly. Then the scenery of a dim stone chamber spread out in all directions. It was a wide-open stone chamber with no obstructions. Dozens of demonic cult masters were walking around with dumb expressions, holding torches and forming several large circles facing outward. Their gazes were fixed forward in a way that seemed rather inhuman. Among them, only one person was looking around in all directions. The little kid Ojisungu was turning his head back and forth between the inner and outer circles. This was the scene of having escaped from the formation. Originally, when the owner of an illusion lost consciousness, it should have shown pitch-black darkness while the space was being filled with another illusion. But the great tranquil Zen art's principle of right view pierced through the false void. As it was a Buddhist teaching that respected others' perspectives, it still reflected others' illusions, but when there was no illusion, it simply shattered the falsehood. It was a blind gap that even the unrivaled Banchai, the designer of this great formation, hadn't thought of. So this is what it looks like from the outside when someone is caught in a formation. It's kind of, well, retarded. And then King saw the treasure. In the very center of the tomb chamber, an object emitting a subtle five-colored radiance was practically screaming, "I'm a treasure." It was a self-illuminating triangular pyramid. Self-illuminating, huh? And what do I call it? A broken bar, a sense of pressure. Or should I say, an intense presence? With just a glance, she had this spiritual intuition that this was the heavenly demon spirit. Wait, if that's the case, this is an opportunity, right? The moment King took a step towards the center, the world changed again. It was the front of the gate of an unfamiliar house. A demonic cult master was repeatedly knocking on the gate with an excited expression, shouting, "Honey, I'm home." "I'm telling you, I'm home. Darling, is that you? Yes, it's me, darling. Along with a desperate voice, light footsteps approached. The master's mouth opened, and his face flushed red with happiness and anticipation. Finally, the sound of the gate's latch being undone. And then, with a creak, the door began to open. Thwack! The master collapsed and fell to the ground. What a cliche copyright story. King grumbled as she wiped Bokshinjiauk. The world collapsed, before returning back inside the heavenly demon tomb. Somehow, she was now standing in the outermost circle. Earlier, I just wasted time looking around. This time, let's be quick. King stomped on the ground, and the world changed. Naked women were everywhere. In the middle, there was one lone man. Thwack! Now there was no lone man anymore. Back to the heavenly demon tomb. Back to the outer circle. After King knocked out 7 demonic cult masters and, for one case, just completely shattered his head for good measure, she came to a conclusion. Ah, shit. This isn't going to work. If she killed them, she couldn't peek the outside, and if she just knocked them out, she could only escape the illusion for a moment. But as soon as she took even one step, she'd return, so escape was impossible this way. However, this alone was enough, because now she knew where the heavenly demon spirit was. Once the formation disappeared, who could get their hands on the heavenly demon spirit faster than King? After escaping outside via a hostage situation and creating some distance, she'd destroy it and run away. Master had said there weren't many in the world who could catch up to King's King Kong, so she was confident in her escape. So now, all that was left was for the formation to be undone. If she could just know in advance when the formation would be undone and prepare for that moment, it would be as good as success. For that, she just needed to stick close to the person undoing the formation. I'll find the kiddo and offer to help. King's cunning mind spun rapidly and came to a conclusion. King took another step deeper into the formation. The plan was really good in theory, but she didn't know where the kiddo was. She was wandering through the illusions, thinking she might run into him if she just kept moving around. In the courtyard of some bright, unfamiliar mansion, a broken bar or something like that. A broken bar. A familiar voice picked a fight with King. You bitch, now you don't even see your father as your father? There is no one in this world who beats their own father. You are such a vicious brat. It was Choi Leong, who had regained consciousness. Choi Leong was a master of the unrestrained realm. He was too high of a master to lose his life and head to the underworld from an attack that was merely heavy without any chi infused into it. Choi Leong glared while rubbing his crown. It seemed to hurt, at least. But father? Did he really regain his senses? King, unsure, spoke bluntly. What? You still haven't come to your senses? Who's father? Get a grip. If you don't, I'll have to hit you again. At that remark, Choi Leong flinched. He rubbed his eyes as if he had seen something wrong, then looked at King's face and sighed deeply. What's with you? Suddenly sighing after looking at someone's face. Do that and you'll get hit, you know. To think there would be a young one who beats old people in this world. I knew you were a cruel bitch, but still. This is why dementia is dangerous. How is it that respecting the elderly suddenly turns into attacking the elderly and all that? You know, that's why there's a saying about how there are no sages or saints in the face of a lunatic. Was there such a saying? Which sage said that? Ximon King. Choi Leong frowned. But some broken bar. It kinda made sense to Choi Leong, so he didn't bother to argue. I thought you were a cripple possessed by inner demons, but it seems you are actually a con artist who is a genius at deceiving others. At first, I really was a cripple, and as for the inner demons. Ah, so that's what inner demons were. Anyway, well, I overcame it well. Everyone was making such a fuss about how scary inner demons were, but it was no biggie after all. To the inner demons who were listening in, they would feel chagrined. Originally, they had enough skill to burn people from the inside and turn them into wrecks, but how could they have known that a legendary formation would suddenly appear and interfere? However, Choi Leong roughly understood. After being caught in the formation himself, he realized that if there was a way to escape this illusion, it would be enough of a circumstance to overcome longing in an instant. Thus, Choi Leong's thoughts returned to the formation. It seems a nasty formation has been deployed, but how are you so unaffected? I thought it was strange from the very beginning. You know, it was kinda obvious. So, it's not like I'm special. It's because those who fall for such trivial techniques are all weak. It's because they lack grit. Grit, I tell you. This would be an unfair statement to the formation as well. In reality, King hadn't done anything well. It was just that the Buddhist purity of the great tranquil Zen art kept poking at her dantian, trying to erase the falsehood. Even then, she had forcefully suppressed it because she wanted to eat her hometown food, and only released it after she had eaten everything she wanted to eat. On top of that, the demonic cult masters would feel wronged too. Come to think of it, King's greatest ability was the talent to make someone feel wronged every time she opened her mouth. Anyway, it's good I ran into you, Gramps. That kiddo said he'd push away. Well, whatever it is, he said he'd get rid of this formation. He asked me to help, but since I didn't know anything anyway, I told him to just do it himself. At that, Choi Leong's expression brightened. That is welcome news. So, where is the secret pavilion leader? I should lend a hand. The problem is, I don't know. I was hoping I'd find him if I just wandered around. TSK, you always leave things so uncomfortably unfinished, don't you? What's that supposed to mean? I kindly woke you up because I felt sorry for you getting rained on so pitifully. I don't need to hear this from an old man who hasn't even started, let alone finished anything. Seeing as he was just pretending to clear his throat, it seemed Choi Leong had nothing to say. Well then, let's go. All right, let's go. Choi Leong replied like that. And then he just stood there, looking at King. What are you doing? I said let's go. Right. We should go. Then why aren't you going? He pretended to cough uselessly again. As King was watching, wondering why on earth the old man was acting like this, he quietly spoke in a small voice. I know you have been walking around inside the formation all this time, but by any chance see a broken bar? Are your feet okay? Even if all this time, you were just pretending to be hurt a broken bar, you should not strain muscles that have not been used for quite a while. At that, King burst into laughter. If that's your wish, Gramps. As King spread her arms, Choi Leong carefully lifted her into his arms with a familiar attitude. Even after her identity as a fake cripple had been exposed to the world, King shamelessly became a passenger again, following her crutch through the main gate of the mansion. Then suddenly, a thought occurred to her. But whose illusion is this? The owner of the illusion seems to be pretty normal, huh? His mind isn't full of degeneracy. Well, whatever. Who cares who the owner is? The demonic adept who took down Shaolin Temple's signboard and put up the Heavenly Demon Temple's sign was said to be a guardian with an affiliation to the shrine. This individual had sailed across the vast ocean leading dozens of ships. As such, he couldn't be identified because the command ship was far away, and Choi Leong had no idea who it was either. But in King's eyes, he seemed like the manliest man in the demonic cult. It was truly a journey over mountains and across seas. Whether it was luck or not, they finally managed to encounter the only small boy among the demonic cult masters. Yo, kiddo. Jisunggu's eyes widened. Given that Jisunggu usually had no expression, one could roughly guess how surprised he was. What? Why are you so surprised? As if you've seen someone you shouldn't. You're alive? What do you mean alive? Since when did I die? I clearly saw your corpse. And it was in a place modeled after the front yard of the divine cult's Holy Fire Hall, Holy Fire Temple. It is the mansion where the great guardians reside. It seems someone wants to kill you badly enough to create an illusion of your death. Be careful, even though it is an illusion, they might try to kill you if they see you. For reference, this conversation completely left out one person. Choi Leong cleared his throat. Purple Lightning Demonic Warlord, you are safe too. That is a relief. I heard the demonic brain was trying to remove the formation, so I came to help. How is the progress? I have removed a few cornerstones, but I cannot even begin to fathom how many were laid down. For now, I have applied the 9 palace method to the 8 trigrams and used the dissolution mountain. But I see. As I was coming, I saw the imaginary heavens peerless time with the Terravital Road. Then in the southern heaven section, we just need to remove the 4 similar methods of spirit trigram, spirit sky, emerging river, and flying array. Some kind of extremely professional terminology was suddenly unleashed. From that point on, It was the start of a conversation King couldn't understand at all. Of course, she had no intention of helping anyway. So she soon lost interest and looked around, but there wasn't anything particularly interesting to see. In the end, the bored King let out a long yawn. Seeing this, Choi Leong clicked his tongue. TSK, are you trying to split your mouth like that? What else am I supposed to do when I'm sleepy? Then you should just sleep properly instead of gaping your mouth so carelessly like that. You are a grown woman. If you had married early, you could have been a mother by now. King tilted her head. Isn't this nagging familiar? Do all old people become like this? But Choi Leong wasn't actually, nor deserved, the role of such individuals. King frowned hard. Boo-hoo, who cares? Or more like, why do you care? What does it matter to you whether I become a mother or a father? Your language is so filthy, girl. How have you become more and more vicious like this? Is it because you are relying on your pretty face? Forget it. So, how long do you think it will take? Choi Leong looked at Jisungyu. Jisungyu looked back and forth between King and Choi Leong with a strange gaze. Then, unable to withstand Choi Leong's silent urging, he opened his mouth. I thought it would take at least another day. But with the demonic warlord's help, it should be much better. In fact, isn't time pressing since we have no water? People could endure without food, but they couldn't last long without water. This was true even for the greatest of masters. King calculated inwardly. Jisungyu was an expert. A job that would take a full day alone would be halved with this old man's help, so half a day. Then, I can sleep soundly, right? Since Gramps said he'd do it, I'm going to sleep. Wake me up when the formation is about to be undone. I want to watch how it turns out. King made sure to remind them just in case, then wriggled around trying to find a comfortable position to rest her head. Finally, she found a position that felt comfy enough. It seemed she had already wandered for so long that she had passed her usual sleeping time. As her body relaxed, drowsiness washed over her. The dismantling of the formation seemed to take much longer than expected. When King woke up after a long, stretching sleep, the scene she saw was that same tiresome great hall of the palace. Choi Leong looked tired as he went back and forth between mountains, fields, and the palace. Well, the old man would naturally be tired if he kept moving around. King, still being carried, started to feel embarrassed. Gramps, if you're tired, why don't you rest a bit? Would a master be tired from just staying up for a day? There is no need for useless worry, or you could put me down. I can walk and run now, you know. If you carelessly step somewhere out of curiosity, all the work we've done so far could be wasted. Just staying like this is more than enough help to us. Is that so? Well, if you say so. With this justification, King proudly enjoyed her ride. The process of dismantling the formation was completely incomprehensible to a layman. They would mutter unintelligible words, stand still, turn around, sometimes move backward or sideways, then stop at a point and kick the air. Then an iron ball would pop out of thin air and roll on the ground. This process was repeated endlessly, and on top of that, she was hungry. But she couldn't whine about being hungry when Choi Leong's already sunken eye sockets were now even more hollow, casting shadows. How could King possibly open her mouth to say she was hungry in front of that? Well, fun fact, she did anyway. I'm starving to death. What are we going to do about food? What can we do? We will just have to starve. Ugh, this sucks. The bastards who set up this formation should have their dicks cut off. Fight fair and square instead of laying out this kind of crap. Indeed. You are right. Those damn bastards. Choi Leong also gritted his teeth. As she continued to starve like that, random thoughts came to mind. If it's like this, wouldn't it be much faster if we woke up a few more people to help? Surely there must be more formation experts among the demonic cult bastards. Wait a minute. Come to think of it, I knocked out a few people to see the location of the heavenly demon spirit, didn't I? Haven't they woken up? Gramps regained his senses, but as King was thinking about this, a voice suddenly caught her attention. Mum. Ho ho, my son. Mum. Yes, Mother is here. My son. King turned towards the sound and frowned at the strange sight. It was a beautiful woman with a vicious face. While her face showed nothing but hatred, she was gently stroking the head of her grown son resting on her lap, speaking in a caring voice. However, The son's face looked familiar. Ah, that motherfucker, living the high life, huh? It was the alleged Supreme, a bright smile plastered on his face. Gramps, put me down for a second. I already decided I wouldn't let that fucker off easy. You need to say things that make sense. Can you not see how I'm watching such a sight without being able to do anything? Why would I be going through all this trouble if I could do something about it? TCH. King clicked her tongue. That fucker was claiming to be in the natural realm, but in the end, he's just trapped in the formation, playing with his mommy. But this is also kinda unexpected. I thought the alleged Supreme would take the highest seat and go on about being the emperor and all that crap. But his most desired illusion is just cuddling with his mommy. King made a disgusted face and asked. This is the alleged Supreme's illusion, right? This is supposed to show the most desired illusion. Yeah? Is this really what that good-for-nothing piece of shit all-edged whatever wants? Even the Supreme is pitiful if you think about it. He never got to be held by his mother even once, so such a regret manifests like this. What do you mean by that? It is the karma that comes with divine blood. TSK. A vessel carrying divine blood could not possibly be ordinary. With strong bones and muscles, vast chi and majestic blood, a clear upper danshan, and powerful innate true chi, they usually kidnapped the most suitable women from the Central Plains to bear children with divine blood. As such, it was rare for a mother to develop maternal instincts for a child she was forced to bear against her will. The face she made when looking at the child she gave birth to was full of daggers, and when she opened her mouth, the sharp blades she spewed made her tongue truly worthy of possibly being called the greatest swordsman under heaven. Mum. Yes, my son. My lovely son. Mum. Yes, I love you too, my son. The anger etched on the woman's face as she said these words was crystal clear. Yet when hearing just her voice, it was so loving that it was rather chilling. Wait, but why does the mom's face look like that? He has probably never seen any other expression in his life. He cannot even dream of a different expression, even if it is in his imagination. King was at a loss for words. Her mouth just opening and closing. The mother was glowering with a face full of venom, yet the alleged Supreme still had a bright, happy expression. King sighed deeply and swallowed her curses. Seriously, fuck. Every single one of these demonic cult fuckers are the same. Not a single one of them is normal. The dismantling of the formation took place long after that. It was enough time to be hungry, thirsty, nod off, and even get a headache to the point where she couldn't sleep anymore. King had sunken eyes with an aching head. Suddenly, Choi Leong stopped walking and spoke. The formation is disappearing. Ah, seriously? I thought I was going to die from exhaustion. That was the unspoken latter part. Ironically enough, this was what King thought. Let it be known once again that she had only been dozing off while being carried. At this point, she could congratulate herself on achieving the feat of completely wearing down her triangle of conscience into a perfect circle. Like paper burning in dying embers, the world slowly started to burn away. Ashes scattered everywhere, and beyond them, the dim tomb chamber gradually revealed itself. Even though all the torches in the tomb had burned out, it wasn't completely dark, which must be why Banchai's technique of drawing light through small holes from outside the tomb was said to have reached the realm of immortals. The demonic cult members started to break free from their illusions. Regretful sighs, occasional sobs of loss, or frustrated shouts echoed in the stone chamber. Some even collapsed, sobbing and muttering names only they knew. This was the reason why Jisungyu had mentioned how terrible this formation was. When caught in the illusion, one did not want to leave on their own, and even after the formation was dismantled, they writhed in terrible feelings of loss. It was truly the essence of malice, and because of this, King's opportunity had come. Hup! King jumped out of Choi Leong's arms with a thwip. Child? It's been a long time of humiliation. At the same time, King stomped on the ground hard. It was the anti-gravity step of the maiden footwork. A human shadow fell over the radiance of the heavenly demon spirit, a triangular pyramid shining alone in the darkness. Finally, King grasped the glowing triangular pyramid in her hand. King took a deep breath, and then a loud voice filled the tomb chamber. Now, attention, everyone, can you see this? In that instant, everyone's gaze turned to King. The dazed eyes, still affected by the aftermath of the broken illusions, soon discovered the divine relic in King's hand and changed to their respective reactions. Some widened their eyes in shock, some just blinked in confusion. Others immediately knelt down and bowed their heads. Among them, King made eye contact with Jisungyu, whose mouth was gaping, and winked at him. Looking at Jisungyu's mouth shape, she could tell what he was saying even without hearing it. Damn it. Fucking bullshit. And the alleged Supreme. Where the fuck is that bastard? Oh, the fuck? He still hasn't come to his senses? The alleged Supreme was still standing blankly with a dazed look. How can he be like this at the most important moment? Well, after I break the heavenly demon spirit, he'll probably make some interesting expressions. King took another deep breath. Now it was really the end. Once she left the tomb chamber and destroyed it, it would be goodbye to these annoying demonic cult bastards. Just as King was about to deliver her lines, Choi Leong's shout cut her off. No, child, put it down right now. Quickly, if someone unqualified touches the divine relic, a broken bar. That cannot happen. It was a desperate cry as if he was coughing up blood. His widely opened eyes were shaking, and the emotion contained in them was clear fear. Fear? Terror? King read fear in Choi Leong's expression. Why on earth? I said put it down. Please. Are you trying to die twice in front of your father? Suddenly, her hand felt itchy. King looked down at her hand blankly. King made a dumbfounded sound. After all, anyone would make a dumbfounded sound if they saw a self-illuminating triangular pyramid slowly seeping into their palm. Originally, a general does not stand at the front. It might look good for a general who should be commanding troops to charge bravely while shouting "Follow me." But if he were to get hit by an arrow and fall, the army's morale would instantly shatter and battle tactics would be all but lost without said commander. So a general standing at the front was purely a decision made to fulfill a selfish desire, not a virtue at all. Unless it was a situation where risking one's life was necessary. Strictly speaking, there was no reason for the alleged Supreme to personally go on this expedition. He could have just sat regally on his high throne and received the heavenly demon spirit brought to him by his subordinates. In fact, the current Supreme was practically a figurehead who was not even invited to meetings run by the demonic cult leaders. It would be strange for such an alleged Supreme to take up a spot on this potentially dangerous heavenly demon spirit expedition. Yet the demonic cult's Supreme was here. This was because the heavenly demon spirit was a divine relic of the cult that humans dared not transport, that those unqualified must not touch. It was an object the Supreme had to personally acquire, and as a result, King, who coveted such a possession, paid the price. As if the ground had suddenly given way, the dizzying sensation of falling, pulled by gravity, engulfed her entire soul. King's consciousness faded. Meanwhile, King's body was also suffering in its own way. From the heavenly demon spirit that had burrowed halfway into her palm, a pungent and heavy demonic chi exploded outwards. Heaven-shattering demonic chi. It was a crystallization of malice formed by the demon god Angramaniu, who had condensed all the despair in the world. The demonic chi devoured King's body and spread in all directions, swirling and whirling around. Thus, in the center of the tomb chamber, a majestic vortex of darkness shaped like the universe formed. Seeing this, Jisungyu shook his head. He had expected that she would eventually cause big trouble from the moment she split the heads of divine cult officials during transport. But he didn't think she'd be so foolish as to not even know she would die. Heaven-shattering demonic chi was an energy humans could not handle. Even those with bloodlines that carried the demonic must have their meridians nourished through special procedures from a young age, and cultivate the basic arts of the divine veins to barely become vessels capable of holding the heavenly demon spirit. If someone unqualified tried to contain the heaven-shattering demonic chi, their body, unable to withstand the rough demonic chi that was evil incarnate, would shatter into pieces and burst. The demonic chi that lost its vessel would return to the heavenly demon spirit, making it nothing but a meaningless, stupid death. As Jisungyu was clicking his tongue like that, no. Beside him, Choi Leong collapsed to the ground. Jisungyu shook his head as he watched this scene. Only the purple lightning demonic warlord ended up in such a pitiful state. Jisungyu had seen King's corpse in the formation. It was a bloody corpse sprawled out in an illusory place modeled after the Holy Fire Hall. However, King was perfectly alive, so he thought someone who hated King had created an illusion to kill her, or it was traces of enjoyment by a demonic adept with a time fetish. Now that he thought about it, the owner of that illusion was the purple lightning demonic warlord himself. No wonder his attitude towards King seemed off. His mind had become completely sundered inside the formation. King and his dead daughter had mixed and become one, so his daughter's corpse took on King's form. Thanks to that, he ended up witnessing his daughter's death twice, which was truly a thing of sorrow. But Choi Leong had long been a dead man walking. More important than that, it was time to comfort the pathetic Supreme. The Supreme was still in a state where he couldn't wake up from the lost illusion. As Jisungyu approached the Supreme, "Oh, the heavenly demon! The heavenly demon is descending!" Excited shouts. Jisungyu's head whipped around, and soon the young demonic brain's eyes widened. The demonic chi that had been swirling in the shape of the universe contracted into a single point for a split second. It was a space so black it couldn't be seen. Then, darkness rising in two branches spread its wings towards the sky, burning black like fierce flames and filling the tomb chamber. Enormous wings. And such wings opened their eyes. Thousands of eyes lifted their vicious eyelids one by one, in their own order. Each eye, small and large and tilted, had its own arbitrary number of pupils. Some eyes had one pupil, others 2, 3, or even more. A woman with wings spread like black walls. On the wings were thousands of eyes and even more pupils. The cult members who faced this mythical incarnation of evil pressed their knees to the ground. A brief moment that felt like eternity passed. The wings had vanished without a trace. In the center, a girl took her first human breath, the second coming of the heavenly demon. It was the moment when the divine cult's long-cherished wish came true. When she opened her eyes, it was already dark around her. King jumped up from her seat in surprise. That's right, the heavenly demon spirit. With a scraping sound, the chair fell over backwards with a crash. King turned her head to look around, then froze when she saw the 5-leg chair with wheels. Wait a minute. King looked around. It was a dim room with blackout curtains blocking all light, illuminated only by the faint glow of a monitor. The feeling was unfamiliar yet strange, but at the same time, it was an incredibly familiar scene. King felt along the wall and turned on the light. It was an almost unconscious action. The LED light instantly drove away the darkness. Next to the sink was a 138 liters refrigerator. King reflexively opened the fridge and naturally pulled out a can of beer. With a click, she opened the lid and put it to her lips. The ice-cold beer scraped down her throat. Ugh, so cold. Phew. The cold beer dropped down into her empty stomach. Only then did her dazed mind clear up. King burst out laughing. What kind of crazy dream was that? Going into a game? Fuck. King checked the clock first. It was 10:23 p.m. Wait a minute. Was I on night shift or day shift? The matter of a day or night shift was a major issue. It was related to sleep time. As such, knowing it was crucial, the wisdom of production workers long gone and forever remaining urged them to maintain their biorhythm for even a few days. If it was day shift, she should sleep now, and if it was night shift, she should stay up all night and sleep in the morning. But she couldn't remember her work schedule at all. Of course I wouldn't. That was years ago. No. Wait, what? Years? That was just in a dream. The fuck am I saying? But it really feels like years have passed. King frowned and thought for a long time. But she still couldn't remember anything. With no other choice, King scanned the desk. She picked up the familiar smartphone and unconsciously drew an unfamiliar pattern. She must have touched something wrong, because as soon as it unlocked, the camera app opened. The face of a pretty girl reflected on the screen. Huh? King looked at the smartphone screen in surprise. A chunk of hair above her right ear had come loose and was fluttering. King skillfully untied her hair and tied it back up. After doing so, she felt strange. A woman's body? Women aren't born with divine veins. though it was a sudden voice. King's head whipped around. It was a beautiful voice coming from the speakers. The screen showed a scene from the game. A beautiful girl drawn in an elegant style was reflected, and in the letterbox at the bottom, the previous dialogue was being erased as new text appeared. King read the text in the letterbox. The heavenly demon frowned and muttered. But that was only for a moment. The heavenly demon couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. A woman's body? Women are not supposed to be born with divine veins, though. The heavenly demon frowned and muttered. Perhaps due to the heavy weight hanging on her one chest, her shoulders felt stiff. As a result, just the act of standing felt awkward and uncomfortable. She had lived dozens of lives, but had never been in a woman's body before. But that was only for a moment. As the heavenly demon observed this body, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The muscles seemed to be woven from steel, capable of lifting mountains, and the tendons were tough yet flexible, far surpassing the limits of humans the heavenly demon knew. And the vastness of the dension was more marvelous than any body she had experienced before, to a level that could hardly be called human. None of the previous bodies had been able to fully contain the heaven-shattering demonic chi. And that was precisely why the heavenly demon couldn't stay on Earth for long after descending. But what about this body? It could fully contain the heaven-shattering demonic chi and still had room to spare. The heavenly demon frowned. There was true chi hiding in the upper dantian, avoiding the heaven-shattering demonic chi swirling in the lower dantian. And not just one, but several true Qis that should clash as opposites, not unified in yin and yang, were strangely clustered tightly together in a corner of the upper dantian. It was as if they were guarding something. But their actions weren't particularly important. The heavenly demon quickly dismissed it and fully admired the body. What does it matter if it is a woman's body? I quite like this body. To think that you would only be at the peak realm with such a physique. You must have been quite lacking in talent. It was a quiet place where dozens of cult members knelt in the tomb chamber, not daring to even make a sound of breathing. Breaking this silence, creaking and grinding sounds of bones twisting began to flow. The sound was coming from the heavenly demon's body. As bones settled into place and muscles reattached, the skin writhed and bulged. This was called overhaul rebirth. By literally changing bones to take the most perfect form, it was a phenomenon where a body that had reached the transcendent realm was reassembled to transform into the best possible form. In other words, it could be called the optimization of the flesh. The heavenly demon continued walking even during this overhaul rebirth. It was truly an amazing feat. Anyone else would have been defenseless during the moment of overhaul rebirth. It was a process where all joints dislocated, bones grew or were shaved down, and muscles loosened then compressed and reattached. It was something experienced only once in a lifetime after reaching the transcendent realm. Along with the pain, one couldn't help but lose their mind in confusion at the strange sensation of the body being reassembled. But the heavenly demon had experienced this enough to be familiar with it, to the extent that she could walk without staggering even as the overhaul rebirth took place. When the heavenly demon finally finished reassembling into a woman's form, a peerless beauty appeared, as if even darkness would be ashamed and draw back its black curtains. Demonic brain, are you there? Who is the demonic brain of this generation? The heavenly demon has descended. All demons bow down. This lowly one is Jisungyu. I greet the owner of this soul, as well as the future. Jisungyu stepped forward and bowed his head respectfully. The heavenly demon extended her white, slender fingers. The beautiful hand stroked Jisungyu's head. Oh my! Such a young demonic brain. This is the first time I have had such a young demonic brain in all my long lives. This means I shall be keeping you by my side for a long time. That pleases me even more. I look forward to working with you. The heavenly demon's words were gentle and loving. It was the words of the heavenly demon supreme, who was a living god, as well as the long history of the divine cult itself. Yes. O heavenly demon supreme. Jisungyu's voice trembled with emotion. That's when it happened. Heavenly demon supreme. There is a body here. A proper body for you to take. A voice dared ring out without permission. At the same time, an old man sprang up. He grabbed the supreme's nape and slammed her to the ground, then knelt on top of her, pressing her down. And as if that wasn't enough, He also irreverently opened his mouth without even asking permission to speak. 1. Though the heavenly demon was originally male, since he is in King's body, I decided to continue to use the she pronoun.